Hello and good morning from Nuremberg. A heartily welcome from the SPS. I'm Christine and I'm joined by my wing woman, Melissa, hey! We're having a fun start at the SPS Day 3. We covered a lot of topics already in these last days, but honestly, there is so much more to come and we are so excited that we will be joined by you from now onwards until 3 o'clock in the afternoon with great topics with experts, customers, really geeks out of the industry are going to join us to inform about their topics. So Melissa, what's on?
I'm just so excited because from day one, day two to this day, we've had expert talks, we've had product demos, we've had best practice sharing with partners, and that made me so enthusiastic because I just love the idea of collaboration next level. What really makes me more anxious is to see that day 3 is so loaded and packed. What's the stats, Christine?
Well, as said, we have like 70 info talks, which we have covered at the end of the fair. We have 21 running reporters and tour guide stations at the fair booth here, which we brought to you, took you by the hand and showed you our wonderful exhibits, the motors, the machines, really use cases which are implemented at our customer sites. And it's amazing what our colleagues within the last fair, which is 3 years ago, have achieved meanwhile. And also what digitalization can do to our customers' challenges. Hello, Thomas. He's here already, our tour guide, waiting and ready to go in action. Well, Thomas, I hand it over to you at the Autonox machine, which is like one of the huge cases we are showing here. And as you see, it's 9:30 and the booth is packed. I mean, the fair opens at 9. But what is said is, if you want to know anything about automation service, go to Siemens in Hall 11, because this is where the heartbeat of automation takes place. And with that, I'm handing over to Thomas.
Thank you, Christine, and a warm welcome and good morning. Last day at the SPS 2022 here in the Siemens booth. And we have 3 more great highlights for you. One of those is our automation example, where we combine the automation engineering with the motion control. You see there a 60 application and cooperation developed with Autonox. It's a handling supplier here, and we developed a lot for them together in a co-creation. You see there the robot follows a lot of tasks and to try to place those elements on these tables here. And this stands for the different kinematics which we can engineer and solve for different kind of approaches like this. And you see there also a lot of motors, servo motors, and also a controller, which is called this TCBU, which encloses the full motion which you need to start such applications here. And now comes the big question, what is also new in TIA portal? Because you need an engineering tool to parameterize, to engineer such devices. And therefore, we launched something really, really special as an add-on for the TIA portal in version 18. It's called the automation extension. With the automation extension, it's very, very easy. So it's included in the TIA portal. Just open the library, and I can tell you, it's a really, really new approach. And you can parameterize object-orientated. In the end, this makes your life easier when you are doing the coding. And it's also an open door for our customers to have an easy access to the TIA portal. So, and the guys here are showing all the day long today how this works. So if you want to prove that, come to us here in Hall 11. And last but not least, and we'll make a little turn here, I have presented you the latest updates from the TIA portal, which stands for Discrete Industries. And here we are in the process industries, and there we have also a lot of updates and new highlights here. So what you see here, it's a typical application in the process industries. It's called the gas scrubber. So what is it doing? Separating the gases in different stages, and it's like a catalyst. At the end, you have the filtered gas, which can be used for the next production step. And maybe you are wondering why we are here. Yeah, the big point here, we have a really new process controller update. It's called SIMATIC S7-4100. And you see that it's really compact. It can be railed on, attached to this rail here. You can extend it. It has an increased temperature area, so a really nice update here. And future-proven. Last but not least, you see here, we can scan parts of this area here, and therefore I have my colleague here, and he will support us here. The name is here Digital Worker. So imagine you have a really huge facility and you want to know all the updates from this machine. He can come with this iPad here and scan parts of the controllers here or of the measuring systems. So easy access, scanning the code, and he gets now all the information he needs. And in case of an unexpected error, he can read everything on this iPad. So these are only 3 of the main highlights here, but we have many more to present. But therefore, you need to join us, stay in the live stream, come to Hall 11 until 5 o'clock, the doors are open. And next week, we have also the virtual event. So hopefully looking forward and see you there. And heading over now back to Melissa. Hey, nice to meet you.
Hey, Thomas, look at this guy. He is flying. He's dying for this topic. His heart is totally beating for this topic.
Yes, I really like that and really appreciate that everybody here is on board. So back to you. Right?
Thank you so much, Thomas.
Bye-bye.
And that's Thomas. He is filled with life. And we're going to try and get through all these people right now and move over to the next stage. And I have to say, Thomas and a few other guides have been giving us impressions about this exhibit 3 days long with so much elan and motivation. I love it. Look at all the cool stuff here, power distribution. And I'm heading over right now here, of course, where else? To the digital enterprise. Now let me have a look. Who do I have here? Oh, Sibel. She's going to answer some questions. Or maybe she's just going to tell us a little bit how we make our digital enterprise real and sustainable. So, Sybil, thanks for being with us. What's so great about this?
Thank you so much, Melissa. Well, you may not know that services is really about digital transformation, that we help you along the entire product and production life cycle. So what do we do? And digital transformation is a big thing. It's very complex, and sometimes you may ask yourself, how can I become a digital enterprise at all? And this is when our service experts and our digital enterprise services come into play. So we do consulting. We have on our consulting teams, and I do have actually 2 consultants here with me, and I'll hand over in a second. And what we do here, together with the customer, we create a sustainability and digitalization strategy, create a roadmap for the digitalization, and help the customer to get an idea, step by step, how to become a digital enterprise. But that's not it. We do a lot around the implementation. We have digital twins along the product and production life cycle to make sure that we can use the data we have on the plant to really optimize and use predictive maintenance, for example, as well, to foresee maintenance issues or even topics to improve your performance along the way. As I said, we have the consultants here, and I'm really happy to have you guys here. Can you tell us maybe in 1-2 sentences, how is a consultant job description? How do you make sure that you realize our customers' digitalization?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. First of all, I think the most important part of consulting is listening to the customer and really understanding what his problems are, what his challenges are, and what his capabilities are. And that's what we do. We go on site, we structured interviews, we have a look at the shop floor, we really go into the depths of IT/OT. And we come up from that with a strategic roadmap and with an implementation plan on how to execute the strategic fields of action leading towards full digitalization. So thank you. I hope that was helpful. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Christian. And thank you also for being here for us. So I believe, is this how we can make innovation and services become transformed and also sustainable? Can we actually do it? What do you think?
Well, I think we can make it. We can make anything. Just come to us and we'll help you out.
So we can make this real. And that's what we're going to do. Thanks for checking this booth out here right now and this station. I'm going to head right back to you on stage with Christine.
And she's here on stage. Thanks, Melissa and Sybil and Thomas, of course, our tour guide. Well, we are back here at the center of Hall 11. That's where we have our beautiful stage where we covered lots of topics so far and much more to come. So welcome back, dear viewers who've been with us the 2 days which have passed. We have a wonderful day to come. And I'm joined now by Mr. Xcelerator, Sebastian Wolf. Woo!
Good morning.
Good morning. Sebastian, you're always in a good mood, motivated, transforming to a digital enterprise to accelerate the business. Tell us more about it.
Yes, I'm most of the times in a good mood. I'm hoping actually not digitalizing myself in the future. So that's one piece. So digital enterprise digitalization is at the heart of most of the people that I spoke to in the last 2 days, 2.5 days. And with the Siemens Xcelerator, we are bringing a business platform to market where we jointly with our customers and partners develop the future. And what's really interesting about it is there's such a wide range of conversations from we're excited about it, we are very curious, only Siemens can make it happen, so why should I consider this? In the end, it's all about bringing the IT and the OT together. It's about digital transformation of our business because the challenges we are facing today are huge. Mm-hmm. And to cope with these challenges, it's really important to think about where would I be in 2-3 years' time from now running my business as I do today versus where do I have to be thinking about digital transformations and the possibilities that's basically coming with it.
I mean, the big thing is that this change is going so fast and digitalization actually accelerates this, that you cannot really adapt within the time where things are changing, and COVID, climate change, mega trends like this is really immense to adapt to all this stuff. So in regards of working together, is it that easy that everybody joins forces, or do you have to convince?
Well, a lot of customers already see the potential of collaborating with other partners. It is about rethinking their own business model, and even us as Siemens, we understand that we can do a lot of great things, but we cannot do it all by ourselves. It's sometimes about speed, it's about flexibility, it's about adapting to circumstances that you didn't even have in your mind or on your plan. So you have to react fast. And smaller size companies or startups can be very flexible, very fast. Bigger size companies like Siemens, they are powerful but slow. But bringing these people together opens up a huge potential, right? And I think there is a momentum right now where people understand it's not us, it's not them, it's we, right? It's all of us together. And I think, yeah, it's a great opportunity to explore the possibilities and to talk about it.
And I think one more very, very important point is we're not thinking local, we're not thinking national, we're thinking global. So you bring the expertise, the creativity, and also the different mindset maybe to approach topics into this platform.
No, absolutely. And I mean, if I look back some years from today, people were here in suits, people were like conservative, close, right? This is us and we have a product and you buy it.
Cool startups
and
here, huh?
Now you see a lot of more different styles, people, opinions, especially. And I think this kind of change is great because by being yourself, being creative, being, you know, a contributor or a consumer at the same time, it doesn't really matter anymore, right? It's about bringing the right pieces together. And of course, you not do this local. Why would we, right? It's about smart minds around the world. It's about all these great things come together globally. And with our business platform, we're providing basically all our experience into Siemens Xcelerator. And of course, for other companies and partners, they can benefit on the one hand, but they also have great stuff, right? And 1 plus 1 is not equaling 2. It's basically equaling millions
Infinity.
of possibilities. Exactly.
Okay, Sebastian, always great talking to you. You had so much creativity on your own for lots of Siemens projects. You know, lots of our customers you will talk to more today. If you're looking for that colleague here, the motivated Mr. Xcelerator, you will find him right in the center of the X Cube, as we call it. This is like the eye of the storm at the fair booth, where we find you. Okay, thanks, Sebastian. Big hand of applause to you. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's early in the morning, I know. You have a chance now to give your feet a break because it's going to be an exhausting day at the fairground. So sit down, take a seat, and listen to this wonderful first presentation on stage here. It's about walking the path to digital transformation with experts at your side. We had a sneak peek just before when we talked to Sybil, who was promoting the consulting services which Siemens provides. And I mean, the industry is facing currently several changes. We talked about it and you know it, such as cost pressure, rising energy costs, sustainability, qualifications you need to fulfill, supply chain resilience. You definitely need help because we got the experts on board who hear that from other customers and who have special solutions for you. Let's welcome our head of digital enterprise consulting, Jan Pavlewitz. Hey Jan, good morning.
Hello everybody, good morning. I'm really excited to be here in this early morning stage, and come on, I have something to say, and I'm super excited and happy to talk about a customer engagement what we have a while ago. A company was called Klima Oprema. Klima Oprema is a customer in Croatia which producing clean rooms. So very special clean rooms for pharmaceutical industries, for the electronic industry, but as well for the medicine. What is the nature of such a environment? It is a very individual production. So you see robotics here, but in this production is really each piece is a puzzle, and you form this together. So that's what makes this production side very intensive. The guys from Klima Oprema was looking for a digital transformation. They want to be smarter and faster and more efficient. So, and time to market was something what they really drove them towards, and what they really give them the targets. So when you see here, define the digitalization strategy, that was one of the big topics. That was the reason that they invite us and ask us, could you help us, you guys from Siemens, could you help us to understand where we are and what kind of maturity we already have? Implement an ERP system in the process, it's even commodity topics, but that was something what they're really asking for. And establish IoT into the brownfield environment. So doing things greenfield is very easy and keen, but doing things brownfield is very complicated. So, and then last but not least is drive really profitability and reliances on the project. And the company itself, biggest target was always time to market. Those guys are really fast, but they want to go time to market in the same manner with quality improvements and efficiency and resource saving. So that was something what they do. This company is really working in 2 manufacturing sites, but globally around the world, selling do the enterprises in pharma or in medicine. So they come to us because we try to help them to understand the big challenge in the industry. So therefore, we from Digital Enterprise Services, especially consulting, stepping in to the game and helping them to become, let's say, to become a digital enterprise, make it real. So what is our motto here on the exhibition? So we do this in a stepwise approach. So we are running the digital enterprise efficient, reliable on electrification. This is what Siemens provide on a holistic approach. So it is also very important that you see the whole circle. Well, we start with the consulting approach, and afterwards the implementation, and then the optimization. That is exactly what customer wants to see from us. That is why Siemens has a great performance and more value for this customer. So, how are we doing this? We are doing this with, let's say, an approach where we put bottom-up and top-down approach. So we do this in a co-creation manner. Let's say it on this way. The experts, that's what Christina said, from our team, plus the experts from the customer. So that is exactly what you need to do when we talk about consulting. So you bring people together in a room, in an environment, taking the methodology of co-creation and form the results. So, and this is something what we do with the methodology top down. So we ask the executive level, what is your KPI, what you want to achieve, what is so important for you. But as well, we asked the people from the ground, from the shop floor, so the guys who are working in the production, what are your topics? Where are your compelling events? What makes you crazy all the day? And then we try to bring this together in let's say in an architecture, in a roadmap. And I will come to later in the presentation to the points how we do this and why we do this. So, in the end, we have this, let's say, a roadmap, a startup for the digital transformation. And that's what customers wants to hear from us. They want to see how it looks like. And not just in, let's say, in a PowerPoint, so that we give them a bunch of PowerPoints. No, we give them an implementation plan and more. We give them world-class products. Yeah, we give them world-class services to implement or to help to implement this in the factories, on the shop floor. So that makes the difference between our consultative approach and our implementation approach against other ones. Yeah. So what is our line? How we do this? So first of all, we call it the factory walk, and that is a very standardized approach. Let me say this here. We call this value discovery, and that makes me really proud. So we bring together a lot of methods and ways to go with the customer, and one of the biggest one is that the experts are visiting the factories itself, and you can't imagine if experienced guys go together with the customer, going into the factory, looking to the left, looking to the right, yeah, and then they see the nitty-gritty things which are not running, and from time to time, and I guess you all know the situation when you walk through your environment, you're blind, let's say a bit blind, you're going like this, and with our experts, we are open-minded guys who said, hey, why do you do this, and why you do this? So asking questions and getting answers from the customer, coming in a dialogue. So for us, this factory walk environment is one of the most successful topic. Afterwards, after we have done this, we're going to these guided interviews. So we would like to know dedicated interviews with stakeholders in the company. As I mentioned, from top management as well from the shop floor level down, because we need to bring all the views together. So that's what we're doing here. And then we also do a bit like a maturity assessment. And guys, we're always talking about digitalization and whatever, but digitalization is not starting the last 2 or 3 years ago. Digitalization starts decades ago. Yeah, with implementing SAP system, PLM system, CAD system, all that has to do with digitalization. So the customer has a kind of maturity, and we need to find out where they are. What kind of systems are legacy? What kind of systems needs to be integrated in the future digitalization journey or environment or something like that? So that is a very, very important step to see. And even here we have a standardized methodology how we do maturities. And then the next step is the strategy itself and the North Star. So it's very important that we talk about the North Star, that we talk about the shiny stars in the end of the horizon. Yeah. So what is what we want to achieve, and how we manage such KPIs when we're coming to the North Star, and what is the mapping out of it. And then you become a project list, and that is a long list. And that is so important that together with the customer, we create the big picture. Yeah? So think big, but then act reasonable or act small, act fail fast, all these topics that you really have successes stepwise, yeah, that all your investments, what you need on the digitalization journey is the right invested money to the right time. So that is what we want to do. So we have the long list, and then out of the long list, we create the most compelling event, and we start with the short terms. And then we're going with a detailed solution. So we are coming up, and that is what I'm in an extraordinary situation in Siemens. So I have the bunch of world-class software products, world-class automation products, world-class services. So that makes me as a consultant super happy to bring this all together in a solution map towards the customer. Yeah? And then afterwards, we're coming to what we call a solution architecture, where digital architects sitting together with the customer, making the plan ready, yeah, putting really one step after the other one in a so-called architecture solution map, and then we starting to bring the implementation team inside. And Sibel mentioned this in a couple of minutes before. She said, consulting and then implementation, that is the big stake what we have there. So we are not just ending up with a piece of paper on the table. No, we have the team available together with the customer, which starting the implementation as well. So everything what we are consult, we can implement. And again, that is the most value-driven approach what you can ever have. And then even we need to optimize afterwards using machine learning or AI is a part of this full-blown concept. Yeah? And that's what customer needs mainly is this implementation roadmap. So which steps comes first? What are the other steps? What does it cost? How many people are in? How many resources I need? What kind of skills my resources need to have? And all those is this big picture what we're creating with this value discovery walk or with this value discovery days. And that is a very standardized approach from Siemens we are doing with the customer. So that is something where the customer from the beginning knows very well what he got for his investment and what you need to put into the game. So consulting is always, I mentioned this before, always the interaction between people. So that means we need the experts from the customer team very open-minded there. Otherwise, we are becoming not in the flow what we need to do. And in Klima or Prema, we exactly achieve such a flow. And it was starting with a small project, and we saw a lot of fields. Yeah, in Klima or Prema, we create together with them 6 big fields of action items. So coming up to we need an MES system into the game. Yeah, we have to schedule more. We have to be a bit more automated. We have to use more robotics, because I mentioned this is a very hand-driven manufacturing. What can we change when we use more robotics inside these production? So the benefits for Klima or Prema, first of all, we increase the flexibility of the production. So that was really something what is key for them. They need to be flexible because each individual clean room is unique. So the engineering comes in and then they start producing. That makes a difference to them. So and we increase this kind of flexibility. Afterwards, we increase the production efficiency, and that was something what the top management wants to achieve. They want to be more efficient with, let's say, less resources. No, that was one of the big topics. And then we remaining the high quality standards, because we're talking about clean rooms, you know, in pharmaceutical areas or in medicine. So that is something under regulatory compliance that needs to have quality like hell. And that's what we achieved. Yeah, and we increase sustainability. Yeah, the sustainability part was something what we have done there as well, and even decarbonization. Klimaopprema has a target as well as a lot of the companies around the world till 2050 to be totally climate neutral with everything what they want to produce. And they ask us as well as Siemens, they ask us, can you help us here as well? So, and after this small engagement, what I mentioned on the value discovery walks together with the customer, after this, a lot of other projects coming up. And that was something when, what is the dream of every consultant, when the customer said to you, you know guys, you from Siemens, you're becoming really our trusted advisor. So that's a really, really great compliment if a customer says this, you become a trusted advisor. And whenever I think about how can I improve my efficiency and how can I go forward, the first call for action is, let's call the Siemens guys, maybe they have a good idea. Yeah? You find us here on the counter of information, directly in the opposite. That's the place, and I'm happy to welcome you and tell you more insights about Klimaopprema. Thank you very much.
Lots of insights of Jan at the station. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's not even 10 o'clock and you're full of energy, Jan. I don't know how you do this. This is so cool. But of course, I mean, you are in consulting and you have lots of customers and possible future customers talking to you. So you definitely need to have lots of motion, lots of passion.
Thank you very much.
Know-how, I would say.
Oh yeah. I have a bunch of people, and they are happy to introduce what we're doing.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Christine.
They're in good hands, I'm for sure. Thank you, Jan.
All the best.
And we're moving on with our presentations here on stage. The Minimax principle is in focus of our next presentation. A minimum in engineering efforts, but a maximum of operational efficiency. How? With the WinCC Unified System. Rocket science? Not for our next two experts coming up on stage. Please give a big applause to get all of them in the Thursday morning groove. And first, come take a seat to make it really comfortable to listen to this next presentation. Big applause to Marketing Manager Brigitte Händler and Product Portfolio Manager Tom Gerhardt. Hello, good morning, Brigitte, Tom.
Yeah, the WinCC Unified System was launched 3 years ago, and imaging this year's indicated in a very impressive way the impact of digitalization to our private and also business life. So IT technologies pushing now more and more to the automation process, and of course this is a big challenge for visualization systems. And this was also indicated in some forecasts for this decade. Most obvious, the huge amount of production data that have to be handled, archived, visualized, and analyzed. But second, and this is what we are really now aware of, as we get back to this normal way of working, information must be available anytime, anywhere, at an increasing number of devices, and also systems need to be connected. And of course, also the new interaction scenarios and a lot of new operation concepts enter the shop floor. So Tom, as I remember, WinCC Unified System was launched to visualize the future. So can you give us some insights to the new version 18?
For WinCC Unified, a modern and powerful technology is the base that is flexible and supports many different system architectures, SVGs, HTML5, Java scripting. This makes it easy to connect the system from other devices via web browser. One system, one common engineering, consistent functionality and usability, but scalable for different applications and solutions in different environments. This means reusability and scalability, starting from machine-based visualization up to a powerful PC-based application. Everywhere. Free choice of runtime environment, not only as classic on-premise solution, but also on panel and our new Panel Pro environments and on the PCs. And finally, Brigitte, you were talking about integration. Open interfaces make it possible to connect to IT systems very easily.
Yeah, reusability from a panel-based visualization up to powerful PC-based applications. I think this is one of the main benefits of WinCC Unified. But are there any more news how to boost the engineering efficiency with the new version?
Let me explain, Brigitte. Before I come to new features, let's start with the most obvious advantage. WinCC Unified System offers consistency and reusability across platforms. This means it doesn't matter if you start engineering on a 7-inch panel or for a PC system in the office, just use WinCC Unified as an engineering system. We start web technology in the background and you'll get an optimum image quality regardless of a screen resolution. So there's no need to have separate projects when working with different target devices. Moreover, WinCC Unified offers one comprehensive engineering workflow. What's the meaning of comprehensive here? Just an example. You don't only have one trend curve on an HMI, you can arrange multiple trends to one control. You can select different ranges to be displayed, or you can perform and show online statistics and analytics as average values, minimum, maximum values on trend curves, or a top 10 analysis on alarm controls, the so-called hit list. And this is without additional scripting on PC and on the panel.
Consistency over those platforms is definitely an enormous advantage during engineering, but integrators have to deal with multiple versions, devices, and how can they ever manage this complexity?
The best way to manage complexity, of course, is standardization. And this is one real strength of the WinCC Unified version 18. First, we start, for example, with the graphical elements, in our words, faceplates. Faceplates are usable elements which can be a typical single screen element like a tank or a motor, but also an entire screen to operate this tank. Of course, including dynamization. And finally, with version 18, faceplates can be nested within faceplates. The next step of reducing complexity is to manage other elements, for example, global scripts, graphics, scalable vector graphics, or our dynamic SVGs. They are all managed in our TIA library, including workflow and versioning. So they can be used in other faceplates or in a screen.
Libraries are really a very efficient way to manage your standardized HMI components. But even better, ready-to-use libraries offer an enormous contribution to standardization. Let me give you 2 examples. The brand new control function library in context of modularized application machines with module type packages MTP. Or we have the control function library for standard elements like pumps, motors, valves, as you can also see on our water and wastewater dialog station over there.
That were only some examples for efficient engineering with the WinCC Unified System. On top, automated engineering, for example, C-work, would be the ultimate step to boost your workflow.
Correct. And let me show you some examples. And here is the feedback of Bernhard Planer from a German integrator who realizes galvanization plants of different size. He redesigned his application completely new and built up a new standard with WinCC Unified. And in the end now, as in the beginning, of course, this takes some time and effort. That's obvious. But after that, now, he's able to say his engineering is 4 to 5 times faster to compared to the former system. So it's really worth to take a start with WinCC Unified. But now let's have a closer look to operation. As we heard in the beginning, there's an increasing number of devices and systems to connect. And there's also a big variety of user interaction scenarios. So what's the answer of WinCC Unified regarding these needs?
Data must be available anytime, anywhere, depending on the user roles, of course. Connecting devices is another major highlight of WinCC Unified. Due to its architecture, remote access is no option, but standard. This means there's no need to do re-engineering in a project or to create separate screens for different devices. Besides local operation on a WinCC Unified PC station or on a Unified Comfort panel, we also offer remote access using our HTML5 on web browsers without installing additional apps or plugins. To meet the high demands of industrial security, of course, the connection is secured using certificates. And maybe the best of you, each Unified Comfort panel and PC runtime system already includes one remote access for remote operating or remote monitoring without extra cost.
Without extra cost, that's really cool. So you should remember that. But how does that approach for one engineering for all use cases fit to this variety of devices, from a 7-inch comfort panel up to a powerful PC application with a 4K monitor?
For me, this is not more a question of how to organize your visual screen for best usability. With version 18, we extended the multi-touch support for some interesting new interaction scenarios. The technology of zooming, is well known by all of you. Zoom in and out in a screen, or trend control to resize the content, or move the area you have zoomed directly with a finger touch. But now you can do much more. Imagine you have many machines to be visualized at the same time. But what information should be there at the one point? Normally just 3 or 5 states indicating, for example, the current process value or some KPIs of a machine should be displayed. To get more information, instead of opening new pop-ups for more details, you are now able to organize your information levels in our layers during engineering. And at runtime, these layers can be shown by either press on a button, or in context of multi-touch, just zoom in, and depending on the zoom level, the so-called decluttering effects, using these interaction techniques, totally new usability concepts are possible for unified panels, but also for large PC solutions.
Thank you for these insights regarding user interfaces and user interaction. And sophisticated operational concepts are often underestimated. Let me share the feedback of Comi Spa, an Italian OEM, who used the change to a new system to do a really redesign of its operational interface. And the result, both operator training and human errors could be reduced by up to 10% just due to the better user operation guidance.
10% is quite impressive. But there's another new WinCC Unified offering I would like to point out. How can downtimes reduced or at least be shortened? With WinCC Unified version 18, our SIMATIC components provide system diagnostic information. We do have a smart and easy way to monitor these on the shop floor level, not only as a status message, but also directly in the user interface. And even more interesting is our new process diagnostic in WinCC Unified, where we offer a comprehensive fault monitoring in process level. For this, predefined generic views are available. Just jump with a click to a PLC code viewer and identify the faulty steps.
Tom, I have another question. In the beginning, you mentioned about a highlight topic of integration. So how can we use WinCC Unified as an integration platform for the digital factory?
Yeah, with Unified, we offer a broad field connectivity, of course. Openness enables customers to connect WinCC Unified with other systems and vice versa. You are able to create applications to access objects, process values, and alarms via our open pipe interface, or just use the comprehensive WinCC Unified PC Runtime API interface. In addition, with version 18, we provide a new web-based IT-friendly interface called GraphQL. And this WinCC Unified PC system offers an interface to its object model via HTTPS to the objects and the complete internal tech household. Web applications can access the data of the WinCC Unified PC runtime station, the data they really need. For example, read the data from a WinCC Unified station and show these with another web application, or pass parameters from external or from or to external third-party applications into the WinCC Unified PC runtime system.
Tom, I think this is really a powerful interface, and you will already have some ideas in mind where to use it. But of course, this was only some examples of the 9 benefits of the new version of WinCC Unified. Reusability and standardization, operational efficiency, and also interfaces for an IT-OT integration. So we are welcome you on our stage over there at the booth to answer your question and give you more insights to the new version. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your presentation. So Brigitte and Tom, we can find you over there at the booth.
Yeah.
What's so special about the exhibit there?
It's amazing to see how you have this consistent visualization and all this all-in-one system. So really, that's normally you had to deal with everything in double for one interface here and on there, and just connect with a mobile, and it's there. That's really a big benefit.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell how much passion this lady covers? It's really cool. I mean, you guys are always on, and since 3 years, we're having the chance, first time again, talking to our customers here in Nuremberg. Tom, what's your favorite so far at the fair? You've been around the 3 days.
I love the people, our customers, visiting our booth, questioning some things we're going to answer, and I love it.
Okay.
Great to be back on a fair in person again.
For sure, there is a big one coming up in April, that's for sure. Okay, yeah. Big hand of applause once more to you guys, and good talks today at the fair. Bye. This is wonderful. I love it to have all these passionate colleagues here sharing their experience, not only on stage, but also tour guides are taking you on a stroll and show you our best exhibits, best solutions, which we have invented and kind of produced, developed over the course of the last 3 years. It's more than 1,000 days since we've been here at SPS, since it took place last time in 2019. And as a matter of fact, it's the 31st edition of SPS. We are proud that we joined every single time. Yeah, lots of machines and exhibits, as I said before. Our motto is, we make it real. The 2 colleagues coming on stage now, they make the impossible possible, so to say. Measure the unmeasurable with a virtual sensor. And part of it is operational excellence and intelligent automations, which are key to compete in the ever more digitized manufacturing industry. How digital twins on the shop floor can be supported is content of our next presentation. Please welcome on stage the Italian gentlemen Leolica Scuria and Christian Werfel. Big hand of applause to the 2 of you. Christian, you brought a nice device here. Gotta tell about it later. Okay, super. See, I would have done it like this. Of course, you put it here in the right order. Okay, I see. You are the pro. So, measure the unmeasurable. I think that's quite a bold title, I have to say, and all of this with a virtual sensor. So it does sound like a complex project. Leoluca.
Yeah, so just to introduce the project, we developed actually with a real customer, which is Heller. They produce CNC machines. Mm-hmm. And as you can imagine, during the machining of the workpiece, there are a lot of chips flying around, lubricant. And this basically, what happens is that all these chips get stuck in between the spindle and the clamping system. Okay? And this is a big challenge because basically it lowers the throughput. So because you always have to clean it, and it's very difficult to measure because you can imagine that you cannot simply put a sensor there because you have all these chips flying around. And so we started working with Heller to understand the use case and how we can help them through digitalization and with our solutions.
So, Christian, you want to give us a bit more details on this challenge which you had to more or less accomplish and solve for Hella?
Yes, sure. So this was a great, big challenge for us. So we need to identify whether there's a chip stucking in the machine within 500 milliseconds, and also want to address brownfield machines. So we cannot stop the machine to implement new sensors, and that's why we are doing it with soft sensors. So at the end, we gained a lot of competitive advantage for our customer to be better presented on the market.
And how do we bring intelligence into the machine? How do we do that?
Yeah. So let's say the standard way of doing it is through, let's say, standard programming of the control logic. But in these cases, you have to understand what are the potential issues on the machine and basically implement a logic to correct this scenario. And this, you can imagine that a lot of things can happen on a CNC machine. And
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult to foresee all the different scenarios, and it's very long to actually code a control strategy for each of them. And so what we worked on together with Heller is, okay, how can we bring then intelligence, data intelligence on the machine, and that we do it through machine learning. So we actually use the data from the machine to create the control. So we don't need to go and develop a very complex control strategy, but we can simply integrate the intelligence that we find in the data directly on the machine.
Jumping in here, you have good students and bad students at school. How good is the machine in kind of adapting to the knowledge you're giving to it? Is it a good student?
Yeah, we can make it a good student.
Okay, so how has it been so far, Christian?
So so far we needed a huge amount of data. So we need to collect them, have some downtimes to implement the recording of the data. And we were not possible to reproduce not so often happening things. So if there's a fault, you cannot reproduce it or repeat it every time. And that's where the software solution based on SimCenter comes into the role. And Leo Luca, please tell us how we are doing it now.
Yeah, indeed. So we also worked with the customer to understand how we can make the overall, let's say, time needed and effort needed the minimum, right, through digitalization. And so what we realized is that in Siemens we have the best-in-class simulation software, right, and we kind of are the best in the digital twin concept. So we said, okay, instead of using the real machine to collect all this data, and in that time you cannot use the machine, okay, let's first create a digital twin of the machine, use few data that we have from the real machine to actually make sure that the digital twin is representative. And then, okay, then let's use this digital representation to collect all the data we need. And this is extremely important because then you can imagine that if there are a new scenario coming up in the field, you can easily use your digital twin to actually also consider them. And then, so this allows you to use synthetic data, which are very cheap because you can do them, you can collect them offline and you don't need the real machine.
And how are we building the bridge between IT and OT at the end?
Yeah, for connecting the real world with the virtual world, we are utilizing this SIMATIC Edge device. So we have an app installed on it. It's live twin, and we can connect to live data to the stream of the sensors and of the values available in the app, in the device, and then import the simulation model and run both in together. So this means we can address multiple use cases like virtual sensing, just have a virtual sensor, like you can see it with the degrees in the motor. But also we can use it for a closed loop application to optimize the process or to have an advanced control, like model predictive control. You're calculating one step in advance, and then you can use this already for your control code.
And this can be used for any type of motor.
Yes, so it's very various. So you need to have the simulation model, not only for motors, we can also do it for fluids, for thermal things. So it's very generous.
Okay. SimCenter portfolio, that was also some topic which I think you covered already.
Yeah, so from SimCenter portfolio, the models are designed in this engineering framework and then exported to the edge device and deployed there.
Okay, that was it. So how exactly, what does it look like when we go into action now?
Yeah, so when we need to connect IT and OT, basically on the IT, as Christian was saying, we have our simulation tools. So in this case, we use Effizienter solutions. And what we do basically with our digital twins, we can compress them and package them in what we call an executable digital twin. And let's say we add the adjective executable because we can bring it outside of what we call the authoring environment, so where it gets created. And in this case, we can then deploy it on the industrial edge using the Live Twin app and then connect it to the OT, so to the control system of the real machine. And in this particular case, we can use the existing sensors on the machine, basically feed them through the automation system to the industrial edge, and then virtually measure the misalignment on the spindle using this executable digital twin that is running real-time online next to the real machine in the field.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds so easy when you tell it, like a plug-and-play solution. Like when I go and buy a phone and this guy tells me, oh, you just connect it to your laptop and everything's done. They're simulating, they're connected, and you will have all the apps on both devices. So is it as easy with our portfolio here, and what were the achievements?
So yeah, indeed, for the end user, it's very easy. So they just need to utilize the implemented functionality. And we had a good achievements. We can realize within 400 milliseconds whether there is a chip or not. Wow. And also can do this in a high accuracy. So you can see on the slide 20 micrometer, so it's very small, but we can identify it in time and already when the spindle is speeding up. So we don't cause some damages. We can stop it, clean it, and move on with the production.
As you say it sounds like, okay, yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm going to focus on that one more time because these are impressive numbers. We are talking about 400 milliseconds. This is nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is... And within that time, it's recognized and things are being done accurate. 20 micrometers. So. This is also, you barely see that. So how did you guys work on that? And it's simple because easy, plug and play, accessible, connected, done. How long have you been working on that you were able to deliver these numbers?
Yeah, so we started working with the customer about 6 months ago. And recently we deployed the first solution to the first machine. And basically we also had to go through all the digital twin creation. So also that process takes a lot of time. Also to train the customer and really learn together because usually, I mean, we bring the experience on digitalization, but the people that really know the application are our customers. So we really need to work together and we do our best to, let's say, take all the complexity of digitalization and so they can focus on solving their business problems at the end.
Great. Do you have some, like, favorite projects, or is there something where you say, oh, I'd really love to work for that industry or solve a problem for this and that customer? Is there something what's on your list? Because now is the time to kind of call for action for those guys to come and talk to you.
So yeah, in general, we have various applications we are addressing, and for sure, the machine tool systems is one aspect of it, but we are also addressing everything in the shop floor. So it's not a specific topic we are addressing, so it's always depending on the needs for the customer, which use case he wants to do, and then we will figure out the right solution.
Mm-hmm. And for you, Leoluca?
Yeah, so it's very difficult to find a favorite one because we really go from like micrometers to entire water distribution systems. So, and that's the beauty of using digitalization because it's really on the problem. So what problem you have, we cannot really talk about capabilities or like single functionalities because every use case is different, and especially when we link also with automation, there is not one way to solve the problem. So we've been working on CNC machines, wind turbines, water distribution systems, and I think each one has its own beauty and its own challenges.
Very well said. I mean, you are here at the booth with some exhibits. I think we can click this slide and have it where we find you. So this is towards the right side of our stage here, but for our viewers to the left. But for those maybe who want to come and jam in, you got the fair is open until 5, so you still got a lot of time to jump in the car and come here and really feel the automation which is here. I think feel the heartbeat of automation. This is definitely what comes into play when you guys are here and we can talk to you and your exhibits. So cool. And I always call them the gray, smart little boxes. These little boxes can do so much with your help and with your inventions and programming. That's really cool. Any last words from you guys? You're astonished because the moderator is talking so much, I know. No, Christian and Leo Luca, we can find you there till the end of the fair.
Yeah, exactly there, and we have, as you can see on the slide, a robot demonstrator, so you can really almost touch, because you have to be also safe, so we have a glass, but you can really see an executable digital twin and the entire solution in real life.
Okay.
To have a sense of it.
Yeah, very, very cool. And simulation is, I think, is written on the top of the kiosks.
Yeah, it's the virtual commissioning area. You can find it with the highlight thing. Yeah.
Okay, with the highlight exhibit there. And I think Matthias Pohl, our colleague from the simulation area, is waving already and saying hello. So, okay, all right. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Leo Luca. I'm handing this over to you again.
Okay,
it was great having you, and a big hand of applause to the two of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm joining you because Melissa, my wing woman, is coming up on stage to present our next topic. Hey.
Yes, of course. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. I hope there's going to be many more people coming and joining us here on stage or in front of the stage. So my question is, are we driving the future of industrial computing? You know, there's this new buzz, IT meets OT. I mean, all that data. Are we going to be able to process it all? There are challenges, right? How are we going to do it? How are we going to leverage the power of industrial computing and AI? Well, I think I'll know someone that will be able to tell us that if there is a solution or not. Product manager at Siemens, Sebastian Drozdak, and I'd like to welcome him on stage, as well as Manager of Industrial Segment Marketing, Embedded Solutions at AMDE, David Rosato. These guys will tell us a little more after the music.
Welcome.
Then we have a video.
To the realms of industry, where everything you own is manufactured and everything you consume is produced. It's a miraculous world. A world controlled by one force and one force only. A computational power beyond your imagination. Hidden in the depths of the plant, it's specifically designed to keep the realms of industry running. We call it the IPC. There's one, and there are many. They rule with extreme performance and are so powerful that they can detect 3D visual variances and reduce labor costs by up to 60%. Some of them score with their high scalability and extensive connectivity. Don't judge them by their size, for they have the power of sustainability. Despite their ultra-compact size, they're built to be robust, so they can ride on AGVs and optimize battery management. Last but not least, they serve the user. They're touchable, controllable, and have a brilliant display. A powerful HMI for perfect visualization of industrial projects. There's one, and there are many. Now a new player has awakened within the industrial realm. Strongly supported by IPCs, the power of AI is on the rise. It promises to not only optimize energy consumption, increase productivity, and reduce rejects, but also to build a sustainable industrial future all over the plant and all throughout the realms of industry.
So I've now seen that we are currently already having a very broad portfolio for the IPCs, but to leverage all the need for the more and more complex solutions everywhere and for the AI that is needed in the future, we will have new things, new products are coming up. And for this, we need also very strong technological partners. And this is why we decided to go in future with AMD and bring their power also to the industry. So please welcome AMD, Mr. David Rosato.
Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for the introduction. Great to be here. Like he said, my name is David Rosato, and I represent the AMD Embedded Group out of Austin, Texas. So a long journey to get here, but well worth it. And we are super excited to be on the same stage with our friends of Siemens to power some of the most powerful solutions in the IPC segment.
So David, maybe can you show us and tell us something about AMD in the industrial field?
Absolutely. So while in the past, AMD was focused a lot on client computing and probably even gaming, now AMD has elevated their brands Ryzen, EPYC, and Radeon to become leaders in some of the segments that you see on the slide. For example, cloud and networking, 5G communications, analytics, AI, etc. Now, the digital transformation segment or industry 4.0 is no different. The proliferation of tremendous amount of data from IoT sensors have created data sets that are huge in nature and hard to manage. That needs exceptional performance to make decisions on that data. The EPYC embedded processor in the newest RS828A IPC rack will process that data and enable that system to make more intelligent decisions on the data. For example, in agriculture, you may see that the processor will process data like temperature, irrigation, barometric pressure to maximize crop production on the fields. At the same token, in energy generation, large sets of data with temperature, direction of wind, angle of wind, speed of wind will enable this IPC system to make decisions on how to optimize blade and pitch to maximize energy generation. And nonetheless, on industrial automation production lines, along with embedded vision use cases, the device will be able to calculate X and Y position on the conveyor belt, along with imaging, and will start making decisions on how to optimize production while keeping quality and variance to the minimum. So those are at long some of the use cases where the EPYC embedded product will make a difference by making smarter decisions and able to process large sets of data. So now that I've talked about this,
I just wanted to say that it is not the first generation of your processors that is coming to this field. You are already on a very long roadmap.
Correct.
To now.
Correct. It's been a long journey. AMD had to prove themselves in providing data center products, and we have innovated ever since 2017 by providing the first Zen 1 product that it was at the heart of the earliest EPYC embedded. This will be 4th generation EPYC embedded or EPYC device. And that proof and execution has earned the trust of our customers and make us a partner with a demanding customer like Siemens. So
for this, as we are seeing just now the launch of the new generation, we decided to go together and to together develop a new industrial rack server. It is still an industrial rack server made for harsh environment, which means it still can hold 45 degrees Celsius without any air conditioning. But as you can see, there are many technical data directly here on this slide, but I don't want to go in detail through it here, because I would much more appreciate if we have direct discussions directly at our booths. So we have this system directly in both booths of us. For one, here at the Siemens booth, you find us right there at the left-hand side, next to the data center hologram. And we also are in the hall 4 with AMD, and we have presenting the device at also. And if you are looking at us online, or you want to have more information later on, then you can find us also online at our webpage, which is named here. It is named after the new IPC. It is just using siemens.com/IPCRS828A. So thank you for your attention, and we hope to have great discussions with you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for the audience. It's been great. Thank you.
Wait. Not so easy, not so easy. So I'm really interested to know what your personal take is on the future. So I've asked this question so many times. What comes next?
So certainly what the trend is in digital transformation and industrial is the availability of data. Data has become an amount of information that needs to process, and that processing that information requires processing power at the core level. In other words, we're going to make decisions based on most of the data that we're seeing. The more data that we see, the more precise those decisions can be made. If I look at your face and I look at another 10 other people, I will be able to identify you better. If I have 1,000 pictures of you, I'll be able to identify you from a side, from in the corner, etc. And that it is the future of it. Be precise and have the processing performance to enable making precise decisions. Wow. And that's what AMD's commitment is to this market, to provide the performance to make smarter decisions.
That is pure excellence and efficiency at the same. Could you imagine 1,000 of me? No, right? Let me come over to you. So I'm not going to ask you the same question. I think from you, I would like to know, what excites you about the digital transformation?
Well, I really appreciate seeing going forward, using more and more the AI use cases and having even more and more intelligent systems that can do a lot of things automated, but there are still a lot of things that we can do in the future. And I'm really looking forward for the future to doing even more automation. And therefore, we will certainly need even more computing power. So our business will never end. Our business will increase in the future.
All right, so here's that gateway, that segue. We need more computing power, right? We need
Indeed.
that. And to meet these challenges together, we need to believe in partnerships. I mean, collaboration is the key here. So a big thank you to both of you, for taking your time for us. And we'll see you around. And I guess everyone's going to come to your booth. So these guys are going to hang around. So if you have further questions, AMD, Siemens, please grab them, ask them, and we'll see them later. All right,
Definitely.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to do a bit of a transformation now. So, you see, you don't just transform to digitalization, you also transform. So, wir werden jetzt von Englisch auf Deutsch wechseln. Und meine Kollegin Christine ist schon da. Das ist Magic.
That's digitalization.
I love it.
Magic. I beamed me up on stage.
Take over,
Thanks,
girl.
Felicia. Wonderful. All right. Liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, die uns aus dem Stream hier mit live verfolgen. Hallo, wir sind jetzt in einer kurzen Session. 2 Beiträge, die wir auf Deutsch präsentieren werden. For all the English-speaking guys who do not understand German, we're gonna be back in English in 30 minutes. So while we do this German session here, why don't you go for a stroll over the booth, Join a guided tour to learn more about our wonderful solutions and exhibits. So, und jetzt bin ich wirklich wieder bei Ihnen zurück auf Deutsch, liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer. Ich habe unsere Gäste, die nicht Englisch sprechen, nicht Deutsch sprechen, kurz dazu motiviert, sich doch auf unserem Stand umzuschauen und eine Guided Tour mitzumachen. Ja, wie man cleverer arbeitet und es nicht schwieriger wird. Darum geht es im nächsten Beitrag. Es gibt Tipps und Beispiele aus der Praxis. Also wir haben wirklich Experten hier, die pausenlos unterwegs beim Kunden sind und sich was überlegen, wie sie das Leben für eine Elektroplanung derer leichter machen können. Wie arbeiten Elektrokonstrukteure in der Zukunft? Darum geht's. Welchen Herausforderungen müssen sich Elektroplaner stellen? Experten aus dem Schaltschrank-Engineering berichten, wie angesichts von Kosten und Zeitdruck eine Elektroplanung effizient stattfinden kann. Ich freue mich auf meine beiden Kollegen Ralf Neumann und Jens Tümmler. Herzlich willkommen. Großen Applaus schon mal für euch. Die erste Session auf Deutsch ist immer gar nicht so einfach, bis wir alle hier wieder in den deutschen Sprachschatz zurückbringen. Wir sind ja hier mit Design, Realize, Optimize, Make it Real, Become a Digital Enterprise. Ist alles auf Englisch. Aber jetzt gehen wir richtig ran, denn ihr seid bei unseren Kunden unterwegs und sprecht mit ihnen. Und Jens, ich fange gleich mal bei dir an. Du bist Technical Support for Customer Interface. Also du bist wirklich an der Basis hier beim Kunden und kriegst direkt mit, wo der Schuh drückt. Was sind denn die Herausforderungen im Electrical Engineering?
Ja, also vielen Dank für die Einladung und ich freue mich, dass wir in der Runde über unsere praktischen Erfahrungen sprechen können. Herausforderungen, Ausforderungen gibt es eine ganze Menge. Wir sprechen ja über eine hohe technische Komplexität unserer Themen aus meiner Sicht. Das ist ein großer Umfang an fachspezifischen Punkten, wie zum Beispiel normative Kenntnisse, als auch Themen rund um die Kabel- und Leitungsdimensionierung, um Entwärmungskonzepte, elektromagnetische Verträglichkeitsthemen, Kurzschlussberechnungsthemen, also rund um ein großer Blumenstrauß an fachspezifischen Themen. Aus meiner Sicht ist es so, dass wir neben diesen fachlichen Herausforderungen heute natürlich auch Punkte haben, wie Fachkräftemangel, den wir in der ganzen Gesellschaft auch sehen und der berührt natürlich auch unseren Bereich. Es ist immer schwieriger, dort entsprechendes Personal zu bekommen. Das ist ein Thema. Und natürlich auch Ausbildungsinhalte an den Schulen und Hochschulen, die für uns jetzt nicht alle Bereiche abdecken, die ich vorher schon nannte, wo wir Absolventen erhalten, die halt diese Themen noch nicht in dem Umfang beherrschen. Das stellen schon für uns sehr interessante Herausforderungen dar.
Macht ihr dann Training on the Job? Das heißt, die schauen euch über die Schulter und die sind dann richtig gefordert, mit eurem Tempo und eurem Wissen mitzuhalten? Lernen sie schnell?
Kommt drauf an.
Okay. Fachkräftemangel und technische Komplexität, glaube ich, ist auch noch ein wichtiger Punkt bei dir, Jens.
Ja,
ne?
ja.
Da gibt es auch noch ein paar Beispiele dazu.
Ja.
Die Dimensionierung. So, wie sieht denn die Arbeitsweise in der Elektrokonstruktion heute aus, Ralf?
Ja, die typische Arbeitsweise im Schaltschrankbaugeschäft ist doch sehr durch einen Manufakturcharakter gekennzeichnet. Natürlich primär bezogen auf die Fertigung, aber auch insbesondere das fundamentale Engineering ist heute immer noch durch eine eher analoge Arbeitsweise geprägt. Wir haben viele verschiedene Produkte aus ganz unterschiedlichen Produktkategorien von diversen Herstellern, die zu einer einzigen komplexen Lösung zusammengeführt werden müssen. Und mit jedem Projekt gibt es auch immer wieder neue Herausforderungen. Und es gibt mit jedem neuen Produkt auch neue technische Lösungen. Und dieser Konstruktionsprozess ist einfach nicht mit einfachen Regeln zu beschreiben und noch viel schwerer dann auch in die digitale, binäre Welt zu überführen. Und deswegen finden wir heute noch viele Elektrokonstrukteure, die hinter großen Wänden von Katalogen sitzen, die tief in technischen Handbüchern und Datenblättern recherchieren müssen. Also wir müssen konstatieren, die Branche ist heute schon noch sehr individualistisch geprägt.
Also noch sehr oldschool, sagen wir ja immer, ne? Dass du deinen Katalog hast und das sind wirklich Wälzer. Ich habe das auch öfter schon mal gesehen, wo man sich wirklich fragt, wer ist überhaupt dafür zuständig, das alles da immer zu aktualisieren und einzutragen.
Richtig.
Das wird ja auch digital gemacht mittlerweile. Ne?
Genau.
Also, was hat sich denn dann in den letzten Jahren im Electrical Design von Maschinen verändert?
Oh, da hat sich aus meiner Sicht sehr viel verändert. Ja, sicherlich vielen auch aus dem Publikum bekannt sind CAE-Systeme, die wir schon seit vielen Jahren nutzen. Gibt ja einige Systeme auf dem Markt dazu. Ja, aber die Systeme, die bilden halt Dokumentation ab, die bilden Schaltpläne ab, Klemmpläne, Verbindungslisten, aber sie haben kein technologisches Beziehungswissen für die Auswahl von Produkten oder Teilschaltungen. Das fehlt uns heute in diesem System. Und ja, wir suchen nach Lösungen und die Lösungen sind teilweise ja schon vorhanden durch Portale, wie wir es bei uns haben mit dem Siemens SIOS-Portal, wo wir Dokumentationen finden von Produkten in verschiedenen Sprachen, Handbücher, Gerätehandbücher. Aber das ist erstmal nur der erste Schritt gewesen. Der nächste Schritt sind Auslegungstools, die wir nutzen können. Ja, wie das TIA Selection Tool, was wir da nutzen können, wo wir also wirklich geführt und unterstützt, plausibilisiert zu einer Auswahl von Geräten und Schaltungsmöglichkeiten kommen. Ja, und das Problem ist, dass der Konstrukteur halt immer weniger Zeit hat, auch diese Dinge umzusetzen und auf diese Tools angewiesen ist.
Jeder hat mehr Aufgaben bekommen, um die er sich kümmern muss. Das heißt nicht, dass Digitalisierung auf einmal viel Freizeit ermöglicht, ganz im Gegenteil. Genau. So, wie tragt ihr in eurem Team diesen neuen Anforderungen, die da entstanden sind, Rechnung?
Ja, Zeit ist das Hauptproblem. Die Konstrukteure müssen sich schon von jeher da optimieren. Das merken wir, dass wenig Zeit ist, wirklich Spezifikationen auszuarbeiten oder auch tiefgründige technische Recherchen durchzuführen. Es ist ganz entscheidend, dass diese technischen Informationen schnell auffindbar sind. Ja, darüber definiert sich im Übrigen auch, welche Produkte dann konkret in die Schaltausrüstung hineindesignt werden. Aber es gibt auch strategische Ansätze, die wir auch in unserem Team leben. Das erste ist Standardisierung. Ein ganz wesentlicher Aspekt in der Elektrotechnik, meistens in Form Bildung von funktionellen Teilschaltungen, die man dann auch in Module überführt, einfach mit der Idee der Wiederverwendbarkeit. Und der zweite Aspekt ist die Verwendung von Projektierungstools bis hin zu Konfiguratoren. Und diese beiden Ansätze, ein strukturiertes Arbeiten auf der einen Seite und die Verwendung von Software-Tools, das ist das, was wirklich die Effizienz in der Konstruktion deutlich verbessert. Das spüren wir.
Jens, da steigen wir gleich tiefer ein in diese Software-Tools und wie sie die Arbeit des Konstrukteurs heute schon unterstützen können. Da hast du Facts dazu, ne? Ja, da gibt es doch wirklich gute Beispiele. Neben den jetzt genannten schon CAE-Tools haben wir mit dem TIA Selection Tool eine tolle Möglichkeit zur Hand, mit dem wir Produkte auslegen können, auswählen können. Und ja, wir finden dort ein umfangreiches technologisches Wissen zur Spezifikation. Die heutige Elektroplanung besteht ja aus verschiedenen Schritten. Vor allen Dingen im Bereich der elektrischen Dimensionierung sehe ich ein sehr großes Entwicklungs- und Optimierungspotenzial. Ja, Siemens bietet uns hier, wie gesagt, mit dem TIA Selection Tool sehr gute Möglichkeiten an, um ergänzend Produktdokumentation zu recherchieren und vor allen Dingen eine geführte Auslegung auch dieser Tools nach diversen Kriterien zu ermöglichen. Als Beispiel würde ich hier gerne noch nennen wollen, dass das Thema Auslegung nach normativen Aspekten ein sehr, sehr wichtiges Thema auf dem Markt, ob das jetzt nordamerikanische normative Aspekte sind oder europäische. Das kann ich in diesem Tool entsprechend abbilden. Ich kann eine geführte Produktauswahl vornehmen, auch nach Aspekten
der Umgebungsbedingungen, Netzbedingungen, also alles das, was ein Konstrukteur heute beachten muss, um die Dinge richtig auszulegen. Und schließlich und endlich auch ein nicht unerheblicher Teil, die Auslegung von Ersatzteilen und Zubehörteilen vor allen Dingen auch. Ein Punkt, der wird sehr gut geführt in den Tools umgesetzt und ermöglicht es mir sozusagen, dort plausibel zu einer Auslegung und Auswahl der Komponenten zu kommen. Ja, ich weiß nicht, Ralf, hast du vielleicht auch noch Ergänzungen?
Ja, durchaus. Ein wichtiges Thema, was ich sehe, in die Software-Tools wächst immer mehr Intelligenz rein, durch das Ablegen von Beziehungswissen. Und ein wunderbares Beispiel ist da hier das Modul Control Panel Design, der CPD, der Teil des TIA Selection Tools auch ist. Dies ermöglicht uns, ganze Teilschaltungen hier abzubilden und durch Angabe von technischen Informationen, zum Beispiel der Netzform oder Motordaten, aber auch Einsatzbedingungen, wie zum Beispiel der Umgebungstemperatur, eben nicht nur Stücklisten und Komponenten auszuwählen, sondern auch technische Aspekte abzuleiten. Ein sehr plakatives Beispiel hierfür ist die Leitungsdimensionierung. Ja, und das ist natürlich perfekt, die können wir nehmen und direkt in unsere Konstruktion übertragen.
Hört sich alles super an. Die nächste Frage steht schon hier. Welcher Nutzen ergibt sich für unseren Kunden aus dieser Liste von Themen, die ihr gerade gebracht habt?
Aus meiner Sicht ist der Nutzen sehr umfangreich zu beziffern. Allen voran sehe ich zum einen jetzt auch aus meiner Tätigkeit heraus eine sehr schnelle Spezifikation für eine Angebotslegung dieser Teile. Es ist möglich, dort Komponenten oder auch Teilschaltungen frühzeitig zu dimensionieren, festzulegen, um sie auch dann in Angebote zu überführen. Ein weiterer sehr, sehr guter Aspekt ist auch die Dokumentation von Ergebnissen aus Konstruktionsnachweisen, die wir da nutzen. Das sind jetzt zum Beispiel Dinge, die für Konformitätserklärung genutzt werden oder für Zertifizierungsnachweise, die sicherlich auch vielen bekannt sind. Ja, und aus meiner Sicht ist diese Dokumentationsform hervorragend geeignet, um in dem ganzen Lebenszyklus der Maschine auch genutzt zu werden, sei es bei der Errichtung, später auch mal bei Wartungs- und Servicearbeiten kann man da nachschauen oder eben auch bei späteren Erweiterungen und Umbauten, die gegebenenfalls vorgenommen werden können. Ja, ein schönes Beispiel, was wir fast täglich auch nutzen, kann ich so sagen, ist die Kurzschlussstromberechnung nach Aspekten europäischer oder internationaler Normen. Und ja, die lässt sich hervorragend dokumentieren und für die Kundendokumentation im Prinzip auch dann archivieren und aufbewahren.
Es ist jetzt Status Quo, also was jetzt gerade passiert. Blicken wir mal in die Zukunft. Wie glaubt ihr, wird die Arbeit des Elektrokonstrukteurs dann aussehen?
Ich glaube, die Software-Tools werden sich natürlich deutlich weiterentwickeln. Unser Wunsch ist, dass die auch zusammenwachsen, beziehungsweise dass es Schnittstellen gibt, um Informationen wirklich digital austauschen zu können. Ja, und die Problematik dabei ist, es gibt mittlerweile zu viele dieser Tools. Ja. Es ist auch wichtig, dass wir da ein Stück weit konsolidieren. Wir sind da ganz froh, dass zum Beispiel der Konfigurator für das Siemens Antriebssystem, der Sizer, jetzt auch mit in das TIA Selection Tool hineinwächst. Ja. Aber das ganz Wichtige für uns als Konstrukteure in der Zukunft ist die Bereitstellung von technischen Basisinformationen zu den Produkten. Und zwar in einer digitalen Form, und damit meine ich nicht das downloadbare PDF-Dokument aus dem Portal, sondern standardisierte Datenstrukturen, Datencontainer und offene Schnittstellen. Und da gibt es ja heute durchaus auch schon Lösungen, E-Class wäre da zu nennen oder Automation Markup Language, AML. Das sind gute Ansätze, aber die sind heute leider noch nicht im Markt etabliert. Und jeder Schritt nach vorne, den wir dort gehen, der hilft unseren Konstrukteuren, effizienter zu werden, vor allen Dingen in der Recherchetätigkeit viel Zeit zu sparen, weniger Zeichenleistung zu haben, natürlich auch agiler zu konstruieren, vielleicht sogar in Zukunft Schaltschränke per Knopfdruck zu konfigurieren. Ja, Jens, habe ich da vielleicht noch was vergessen? Möchtest du noch was ergänzen?
Ja, Ralf, also ergänzend würde ich sehr gerne noch ein Aspekt, das ist das Thema auch Pflege und Weiterentwicklung dieser Tools und der Themen. Gerade zum TIA Selection Tool und dem integrierten Control Panel Designer gibt es einen regen Austausch auch mit den Siemens Entwicklern bezüglich unseres Feedbacks, Anregungen für die Weiterentwicklung. Es ist ja doch ein sehr großes fachliches Feld, was da zu bedienen ist. Und ja, da können wir uns kräftig mit einbringen. Unsere Meinung ist gefragt. Ganz aktuell ist dort auch ein Feedback-Button integriert worden in das Tool. Finde ich ganz toll, weil man im Prinzip live und unkompliziert bei der Arbeit, wenn eine Idee oder ein Verbesserungsvorschlag aufkommt, das Ganze gleich dort sofort eingeben kann. Eine tolle Sache und ja, ich finde es gut, dass daran kontinuierlich auch gearbeitet wird, dass das Thema lebt, wie vieles andere auch. Und ja, ich finde das auch gut, dass Siemens uns so kräftig dabei unterstützt, diese Themen da weiterzuentwickeln und auch unsere Meinung gefragt ist. Das ist ja auch gut.
Ich glaube, das ist aber genau der Punkt, weil ihr seid mit unseren Kunden unterwegs. Du bist, wie gesagt, Electrical Engineering und du bist Technical Support for Customer Interface. Also es ist klar, dass du an der ersten Stelle bist, wo die Information zurückkommt. Klappt was nicht. Also euer Wissen in dem Sinn ist Gold wert für uns. Nicht nur Daten sind Gold wert, sondern auch euer Wissen ist Gold wert. Genau. Wo finden wir euch und euer Wissen und all das, an dem ihr gerade gearbeitet habt und was ihr präsentiert habt auf dem Stand? Oh, ihr müsst euch aufteilen.
Ja, genau. Wer uns sucht, muss sich aufteilen. Ja, wir haben also 3 Stände. Ich nehme mal auf dazu. Gerne. Wir haben 3 Stände, die sich alle im Prinzip in dem Bereich befinden. Das wäre hier der rechte Bereich, wo einmal der Control Panel Designer vorgestellt wird. Das ist die Station 10. Dann die effizient geplante Referenzanlage, also eine echte Schaltanlage, auch aus unserem Haus, die in Kombination mit dem Autonox-Roboter gezeigt wird, an der Station 18 und an 38 nicht weit entfernt nochmal die Station für die standardisierte Planung, Standardisierung. Ja, wir würden uns über einen Besuch und weitere Gespräche sehr freuen.
Und ich glaube, da darf ich sprechen für Ralf und Jens. Sie haben sicherlich Interesse, da ein bisschen mehr zu erfahren, wenn Sie in dieser Elektroplanung sind. Die Experten wissen wirklich, von was sie reden und können Ihnen dabei helfen, entsprechend besser zu agieren. Einen großen Applaus an euch beide, ein großes Dankeschön auch. Toller Beitrag, Expertenwissen aus der Praxis, immer gut für uns. Und noch viel Spaß auf der Messe.
Danke.
Es geht weiter im Programm auf Deutsch. Und ein toller Titel ist Simulation sinnvoll oder nur Spielerei? Sehr provokativ. Ich meine, wir sprechen seit 2 Tagen über nichts anderes hier auf diesem Stand, als dass alles erstmal digital simuliert wurde, um es dann real umzusetzen. Also definitiv keine Spielerei. Aber die sich zum ersten Mal mit dem Thema befassen, brauchen hier vielleicht ein bisschen mehr Kenntnis, um in dieses Thema richtig einzutauchen und sich dann dafür zu begeistern, weil es echt viele Vorteile bringt. Erfolgsmodell Simulation. Die 2 Experten, die jetzt auf die Bühne kommen, die werden Sie sicherlich begeistern, sodass Sie definitiv nicht mehr glauben, dass es eine Spielerei ist. Ich begrüße den CTO von Blue Automation GmbH, Manuel Fromme, und Marketingmanager für Simulation zuständig, Matthias Pohl. Großer Applaus für euch. Wo ist die Fanbase hier? Viel Spaß.
Danke,
ich freue mich auf euren Beitrag.
So, herzlich willkommen von unserer Seite. Christine hat uns ja schon super anmoderiert. Erfolgsmodell Simulation. Ist es wirklich nur eine Spielerei oder steckt wirklich mehr dahinter? Wir beschäftigen uns mit unterschiedlichen Themen und es gibt Megatrends und Themen, die aufkommen, die den Maschinenbau, aber auch produzierende Gewerbe einfach umtreiben und auffordern, gewisse Handlungsweisen, Arbeitsweisen zu hinterfragen. Beispiel dafür ist individualisierte Produkte oder Produktion, was immer mit Flexibilität einhergeht, aber auch das Thema Digitalisierung. Kommen neue Technologien auf, wie setzt man diese ein, wo sind die Vorteile dieser, sind ganz entsprechend wichtige Themen. Aber auch das Thema Arbeitsmarkt nicht zu vernachlässigen. Gerade auch die letzte Zeit hat uns gezeigt, hier großer Umbruch, große Veränderungen auf dem Arbeitsmarkt, aber die Herausforderungen bleiben die gleichen oder werden teilweise sogar mehr. Und last but not least, es geht natürlich darum, seine Wettbewerbsposition zu halten, auszubauen und sich entsprechend auf dem Markt zu positionieren. Ja, soweit mal die Herleitung. Blue Automation, mit was beschäftigt ihr euch denn so?
Ja, wir, die Firma Blue Automation, haben ganz klassisch 2013 als One-Man-Show in der kleinen Garage in Renneroth gestartet, konnten uns von da aus in den letzten 9 Jahren zu einem der innovativsten Dienstleister in der industriellen Automatisierungstechnik entwickeln. Wir haben hier bei uns in Deutschland nunmehr 30 Spezialisten und liefern als Siemens Solutions Partner im Bereich der Simulation das komplette elektrische Engineering für den Anlagen- und Maschinenbau, angefangen bei der Hardwareplanung über SPS, Softwareentwicklung, Roboterprogrammierung und mittlerweile auch die Inbetriebnahme am digitalen Zwilling.
Ja. Gutes Schlagwort, virtuelle Inbetriebnahme, Simulation, digitaler Zwilling. Ein Thema, was uns an vielen Stellen umtreibt und wo immer wieder viel diskutiert wird. Gerade digitale Zwilling, denke ich, auch hier auf der Messe in aller Munde. Man sieht es an vielen Stellen. Wie seid ihr denn das Thema angegangen?
Ja, wir sind es ein bisschen unkonventionell angegangen. Wir haben zunächst die Inbetriebnahme am digitalen Zwilling genutzt, um die Qualität unserer eigenen Software zu erhöhen. Ja? Und die Zufriedenheit unserer Mitarbeiter, unserer Programmierer zu steigern. Das hat allerdings sehr schnell das Interesse der Maschinenbauer auf sich gezogen, mit denen wir sehr eng zusammenarbeiten. Und zusammen im Dialog mit unseren Maschinenbauern konnten wir die Top-Schwierigkeiten unserer Kunden herausarbeiten. Wir haben mittlerweile ganz andere Herausforderungen. Wir müssen es schaffen, die Projektierungs- und Inbetriebnahmezeiten, ganz speziell im Ausland, so gering wie nur möglich zu halten. Dabei haben wir nicht nur damit zu kämpfen, dass es immer weniger Fachkräfte gibt, sondern die Fachkräfte, die wir haben, sind auch immer weniger reisebereit. Im Maschinenbau liegen die Herausforderungen ein bisschen anders. Wir wollen natürlich ungewolltes Maschinenverhalten vermeiden und zusätzlich die Anlage auch noch schneller und mit weniger Präsenzzeiten in Betrieb nehmen. Damit sinken natürlich die Kosten bei der Inbetriebnahme und im Idealfall werden Softwarefehler schon erkannt, bevor die Maschine auf dem Hallenboden steht.
Guter Punkt.
Genau. Um das zu erreichen, nehmen wir die Software und die Anlagen vorab am digitalen Zwilling in Betrieb. Unsere Programmierer testen ihre Software vorab, direkt in der Simulation und können ganz entspannt zum Kunden fahren. Ja, man muss nicht mehr wie früher im Flugzeug noch die letzten Software-Bugs beseitigen, sondern macht das vorher im Büro am Schreibtisch. Wir können Kollisionen erkennen im Zwilling, können damit Softwarefehler finden und die mechanischen Prozesse komplett durchoptimieren. Das alles führt dazu, dass wir vor Ort die Inbetriebnahmezeit verkürzen. Ja, wir lassen die Simulationen mehrere Tage laufen, können so Kinderkrankheiten der Maschine entdecken und das alles, bevor die Maschine zusammengebaut wird. Der Programmierer fliegt oder fährt mit seinen getesteten Automatikschrittketten auf die Baustelle und kann der Inbetriebnahme ganz gelassen entgegensehen. Das sind keine leeren Worte.
Genau, ihr habt ein konkretes Beispiel auch mitgebracht. Wirklich mal so von der Praxis für die Praxis.
Genau, das sind keine leeren Worte. Man kann das sehen. In dem linken Bild sieht man ein Tray, was abgestapelt wird von einem Roboter. Wenn man sich den Robotergreifer anschaut, so wie er links ursprünglich konstruiert wurde, sieht man gleich zwei Schwächen. A, ist die Anordnung der Greifer, passt nicht zur Anordnung der Bauteile im Tray. Wo die Unstimmigkeit herkam, damals wussten wir nicht. Das kann einfach passieren, das wisst ihr alle. Was man noch sieht, ist, wenn wir ein Bauteil in der vorderen Reihe mit diesem Greifer abnehmen würden, würde dieser Greifer bei einem vollen Tray die Bauteile, die dahinter liegen, direkt zerstören. Das haben wir im digitalen Zwilling herausgefunden, haben dann im Zwilling den Greifer so umkonstruiert, dass wir das Tray sauber abstapeln können. Das sieht man auf der mittleren Abbildung. Das haben wir alles getestet, virtuell, haben den Greifer am Ende so fertigen lassen und konnten die Maschine sauber in Betrieb nehmen. Hätten wir das Ganze am Hallenboden erst gehabt, wäre das aufgefallen, hätte uns das circa 8 Wochen zurückgeworfen.
Ja, guter Punkt. Und dann würde ich auch noch mal gerne auf die Eingangsfrage eben zurückkommen, die auch Christine bereits aufgeworfen hat. Ist jetzt Simulation wirklich nur Spielerei oder steckt da wirklich was dahinter, von dem ihr wirklich profitieren könnt?
Sinnvoll oder Spielerei? Wir von Blue Automation sagen ganz klar, sinnvoll. Ja? Wir sichern die mechanische Konstruktion ab am virtuellen Modell. Wir können die Inbetriebnahmezeit vor Ort deutlich verkürzen. Die SPS- und Roboterprogramme sind vorher getestet. interagieren im digitalen Zwilling miteinander. Wir wissen, dass die Kommunikation funktioniert. Wir wissen aber auch, dass die mechanischen Prozesse mit der Software interagieren. Kostspielige und zeitaufwendige Umbauten vor Ort entfallen dadurch zum großen Teil. Und der ganze Prozess der Inbetriebnahme, es läuft flüssiger, es sieht sauber aus. Ja, das sind die großen Benefits.
Ich denke, sehr eindrucksvoll, wenn man es wirklich mal aus der Praxis auch wirklich sieht, wo die Mehrwerte drin stecken, auch gerade mit den 8 Wochen. Ich denke, sehr, sehr anschaulich, nachvollziehbar, wenn man es auf dem Hallenboden erst erkennt, der Stress, der da entsteht, die Extrakosten, die entstehen. Ich glaube, sehr plakativ und ja, sehr gut nachvollziehbar. Jetzt haben wir natürlich hier nur einen kurzen Einblick gegeben, einen kurzen Umriss um das Thema. Wir sind ja hier auf der Messe auch vertreten mit dem ganzen Thema Virtual Commissioning und Simulation, wo wir an mehreren Stationen auch wirklich Simulationen auf unterschiedlichen Ebenen, auf unterschiedlichen Levels nochmal abdecken und auch eben Blue Automation spielt hier eine entsprechende Rolle, hat hier die Dialogstation und wenn Sie Lust auf mehr haben zum Thema Simulation, was wir da anbieten können, aber auch nochmal wirklich die Erfahrungen aus der Praxis und was Blue Automation anbieten kann, sind Sie herzlich eingeladen. Sie finden uns hier auf der rechten Seite, wo vorne der Roboterarm steht, die Reihe nach hinten durch, ist das ganze Thema Simulation und am Ende, ich glaube auch schön mit der Fahne gekennzeichnet, finden wir auch Blue Automation, wenn es wirklich nochmal um die reale Praxiserfahrung geht. Ich denke, ihr seid mit den Experten da, seid herzlich eingeladen, zu unserem Stand zu kommen.
Was gibt es bei uns zu sehen? Wir können die Anlage, den Use Case, den wir eben gezeigt haben, den kann man bei uns im digitalen Zwilling sehen. Wir haben mit PLC Sim Advanced unser reales SPS-Programm im Hintergrund laufen, was auch beim Kunden auf dem Hallenboden läuft. Das interagiert direkt mit der Simulation. Da sind 2 Roboter mit drin und das Komplettzusammenspiel aus allen Bereichen, die wir abdecken, kann man da im Zwilling sehen. Man kann mit dem Zwilling interagieren. Wir haben die Spezialisten vor Ort, die gerne mit euch in den Dialog treten.
Genau, damit von uns kurz und knackig Überblick, wo Sie uns finden und damit auch zurück an dich, Christine.
Kurz und knackig ist super. Ich bin hier bei Mr. Simulation und ich bin hier bei Mr. Digital Enterprise. Den bringe ich nämlich gleich mit auf die Bühne, weil hier kommt das Thema zusammen. Ohne Simulation wird der gute Magnus seine ganzen Themen gar nicht so toll auf die Bühne bringen können.
Servus.
Vielen Dank an euch beide.
Danke,
großen Applaus. Sehr cool uns eingeführt ins Thema, dass Simulation definitiv benötigt wird. Und Magnus, du bist seit Tagen hier unterwegs auf dem Stand, um zu berichten, was das Digital Enterprise kann. Digital Enterprise ohne Simulation wäre eigentlich gar nichts, ne?
Nee, da wäre der digitale Zwilling nicht da. Das ist in der Tat so. Und die Simulation, was die Jungs gezeigt hat, das haben wir hier auf dem Stand auch auf verschiedene unterschiedliche Komponenten. Zum Beispiel, was hier gerade geladen wird, das wird ja auch natürlich simuliert und optimiert. Aber mehr dazu in ein paar Minuten. Definitiv,
genau.
definitiv.
Wir haben jetzt nur ein bisschen Zeit und können darüber sprechen, was Magnus schon die ganzen Tage über auf Englisch präsentiert hat. Jetzt haben wir hier hoffentlich ganz, ganz viele Zuschauer auf Deutsch und du kannst deine Digital Enterprise Story mit unserem Fun Car auch kurz auf Deutsch einfach ein bisschen erklären. Wir haben hier ein tolles Simulationsmodell, was richtig gebaut wurde.
Genau,
Magnus,
genau.
Ne?
Das ist unser Fun Car, als du sagst, das heißt Simrod und das ist in der Tat ein Auto, den man auf die Straßen fahren darf. So, habt ihr Bock? Können wir vielleicht nachher einen Sonderpreis...
Ich glaube, heute ganz zum Schluss nehme ich mir dieses Auto und fahre einfach mal übers Messegelände, weil ich habe noch nichts gesehen außer der Bühne. Du
Ich auch nicht. Aber der Auto ist cool, voll cool. Da wird alles simuliert und da wird er mehr darüber erzählen. Aber man hat die Möglichkeit, auch ein Virtual Reality Besuch zu machen in unserer Anlage in Leuven in Belgien. Und da haben wir diesen Auto, da sind wir über so eine Schotterpiste gefahren und Simulation aufgenommen. Und jetzt haben wir einen Butt-Kicker, so heißt es, Hintertreter.
Weiß ich nicht, ob ich den brauche, aber gut.
Da kann man sich hinsetzen und dann kriegst du auch so ein immersive Gefühl, wenn du dann über die Schotterpiste fährst. Das ist voll cool. Aber durch halt viel, viel mehr. Digitales Produkt, digitales Produktion, eine komplette Fertigungsanlage, wo wir wirklich unsere Automatisierungslösungen spielen lässt. Viel über Daten.
Du hast ja mittlerweile eine ganze Familie von Digital Twins. Wir haben Design, Produkt, Produktion.
Performance. Gibt es unterschiedliche Arten, dieser Digital Zwilling-Methodik zu benutzen. Das ist ein spannendes Thema.
Was ist das Feedback von unseren Kunden? Sind die schon bereit, dass sie wirklich sagen, ich mache jetzt erstmal alles digital und dann setze ich es erst um?
Ich würde sagen, ja. Den Feedback, den wir bekommen, wir erzählen ja vor allem, du hast ja vorher gesagt, Use Cases. Matthias hat es auch gezeigt mit Use Cases. Und ich glaube, das ist ganz wichtig, dass man mit Digitalisieren kann man das Ganze vergrößern. Weil es geht hier um Value zu erzeugen. Es geht um nachhaltiger zu werden. Und dafür hilft Daten und Simulationslösungen ganz gut.
Diese Menge an Daten, ist sie überhaupt noch zu kontrollieren und zu analysieren?
Ich würde sagen, ja. Du musst natürlich wissen, welche Daten du aufsagen sollst. Und ich meine, nachher um 12.10 Uhr kommt Margarita und Simon von Senseye. Und da geht es genau um solche Themen. Mit so, ich schätze, 120 Prüfpunkte auf einen Motor, können die Daten einsammeln und gucken, wenn diese Maschine dann vielleicht Wartung braucht. Das ist eine Art, Daten ist eine Kristallkugel, man kann in die Zukunft gucken.
Wenn man sie richtig analysieren kann. Wir sind bei 0 Uhr angelangt. Liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, wir müssen uns leider auf Deutsch verabschieden, aber ich kann Ihnen so viel versprechen. Wenn Sie Englisch sprechen, bleiben Sie dran. Jetzt geht's richtig ins Eingemachte.
Ich mag auf Schwedisch.
Ich habe es noch nicht im Programm aufgenommen, aber go for it.
Ja,
Hoi.
Alright. Hey.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, Magnus Edholm presenting the digital enterprise and the advantages which come along with it.
We put something in place that no one has ever done before.
But how? I know the change going from German to English on stage is a challenge, but I do my very best. The question is, but how? How do you achieve those goals that you saw in the movie, where also Carson was a part of? But there's more to that. It's also a what do we need to do to achieve those goals, to take advantage of what digitalization is offering us. And the answer from our side is fairly simple. You need to keep on combining the real and the digital world and looking at the life cycle of both the product and, of course, also production as design, realize, and optimize. And this goes for the product as well for production. Ever so often, those two are separated from each other. In some cases, this makes perfect sense. But having them interacting, so you have the life cycle, the developers of the product working with the production planners and the production, will enable you to have a flow of data from product development to production. And the data that's flowing here would be an engineering bill of material into a bill of process, and then you have an as-built data. So you constantly have a flow of data on which you can make decisions in confidence. Because essentially, you want to be in a situation to make the right decision, to build the best product, and develop the best production. And it's all based on data. And you may ask why this is so important. If you look around you, Frank, for example, is now probably posting something on LinkedIn about me, but we're all more or less everybody connected with each other. And so there's a lot of data out there. So we know what you like, and then we can take this information and by that also control how our products are being developed. And we need to do the following. We need to collect data, understand data, and use data. And that is what a true digital enterprise is doing. In addition, I believe that a digital enterprise also needs to work with others. We need to grow through collaboration. You need to have data flowing between your company, your suppliers, the logistics, and everybody involved. And that is what makes the basis of a powerful ecosystem. And when you see this, you may think, a lot of data floating around. How can I be sure that I'm protecting my intellectual property? Because that's important. My know-how is important. But for that, also we at Siemens, as you probably are aware of, are producing a lot of products in our factories around the globe. And we are drinking our own champagne in this matter. So cybersecurity on a multi-level or layered approach is important for us, and also what we call a zero trust policy, meaning that you will get access to data that you need to access, but the data that you don't need, we can control. So it's a very secure approach. And that will be a digital enterprise. And it is basically all based on data. We have the solutions. And what we need now is actually speed. And speed is something you can gain by looking into our very cool cubicle on that side of the wall, the Siemens Xcelerator cubicle. Because with Xcelerator, we are able to drive sustainability, and we are able to grow as a company thanks to collaboration with other players, be it suppliers, be it our customers, service consultants, etc. It's all part of Xcelerator. So I strongly suggest that you go over there when the presentation is over and look at Xcelerator, because it's a very cool thing and it definitely drives speed in the industry. And it is an open industry or digital business platform with different types of business models that will definitely support the industry. So that was the introduction part, the theoretical part. Now I'm going to move over to what we spoke about previously with Christina in German, the SIMROD. It's a very practical example, and I really, really like it. This car, I'm using it as a technology carrier in my presentation. It is the representative for more or less any given product or industry. And if you have an electrical car, what becomes extremely important is the range. How far can I drive before I need to charge it? And that is the story I will tell today. How we, with our simulation and digitalization solutions, are able to improve the range of, in this case, the SIMROD. We will do that by simulating it. We will reduce the aerodynamics. We will perhaps put some more batteries in there, everything. And to do this, I need a digital twin, or perhaps several different facets of the digital twin. And I'm going to start with a digital twin for product, because this will allow us to look into the car. I mean, when you're optimizing a car, it's just not the mechanical parts that needs to be optimized. The electrical systems may have to be designed. Perhaps you can optimize that. The chassis is definitely playing also an important role. When you're driving this car, you want to have the agility and joy by driving. So you can tune and tweak the chassis so it gets stable enough for the turns that you are making. Aerodynamics, obviously also very important, as Kurt probably can tell me. We can simulate the flow of air over the car. The bubbles are coming here. They travel with about 80 kilometers per hour. And when the color is changing, it means that the speed is also changing. And the people in the left car, they are very red because they don't have a windshield. There's a lot of pressure on their torso, and around them you have blue coloring. And that's areas where turbulence is occurring. So not very comfortable. Whereas the people in the right car are blue, but they have a red forehead. And there you see how the flow of air is changing. They have a very cold forehead, but they can also wear a cap or a hat or whatever to drive this car. So here you can do the simulation. Instead of going to a true wind tunnel, you do it all digitally. For range, power plays a very important role. Battery packs. How much battery power can I pack into my car before the car gets unstable? How much heat will be developed from those batteries? And so on and so forth. Everything is being simulated. And I could go on for hours talking about all the things we are simulating with our SimCenter solution. Perhaps some of you are thinking that, how on earth do they make sure that the digital twin of the SIMROD is acting at the real deal? Well, one way to go there is to actually calibrate the car. And this is something Kurt and his brother John did on a cold day in Leuven. Leuven is outside Belgium. They drive on this cobblestone road, and here it's all about collecting the data and then trying to understand the data in order to use the data. And this is what we did. We took this information, we put it into our SimCenter solution, and if you look up in the left corner now, SimCenter pointed us to a part, this one. A steering knuckle. We call it the steering knuckle here in the presentation. It is rather heavy, I think 4.2, 4.5 kilos. So SimCenter or simulation, digital twin, showed us that here there are some optimization potential. So we took a scan of this particular part, opened it up in NX, and using what we're calling topology optimization and generative design, essentially mimicking nature's way of creating bone structures and trees. So it's a very organic part as you can see here. And this particular part is actually 30% lighter than the original one. Less weight means better range. And this is how you can work yourself through the whole car. So 30% reduced weight thanks to simulation. Then when you have this kind of organic part, looking at it, you want to make sure that it also actually takes the stress and pressure from driving around. So we have the data we collected, we put this new part in the car, and run the same simulation data that we collected on the cobblestone road in Leuven to make sure it actually meets the requirements. Very cool. By that, I'm going to close the digital twin for products, and I'm going to move over to digital twin for production. So now we have this part. I'm not sure how many of you have been working in tooling. To create this kind of device is rather difficult, but we have some very cool technology, and we chose to go with additive manufacturing. And it's a really, really cool technology. To me, one of the coolest technologies out there, definitely, because this offers flexibility like nothing else. You're able to layer by layer create this type of organic part. So when we say, if you can dream it, you can make it, this is definitely up there among that. So being able to print this part, obviously, is extremely efficient for all of us. However, when the part is done, we need to do some post-processing. We take it out, we want to remove material that we do not need. We want to cut the thread. So we're talking about a traditional CAD, CAM, CNC process chain. We're working with a real G-code, which controls the tooling machines, and a virtual controller to make sure that the part actually turns out as pretty as this one at the end. So, part manufacturing is definitely part of the complete story, but now we need to make sure we can actually assemble this particular steering knuckle. And for that, we're using a digital twin of the production facility. And in here, there are endless possibilities to simulate and optimize. Material flow through the facility, offline programming of robots, planning of logistics, etc., etc. Everything can be in there, as you can see in this animation. Also, the manual labor is being checked. This is done by Jack and his partner Jill. Basically, digital human beings that will tell you if they're lifting too heavy things that you have in the fourth and fifth vertebra, the Hexenschuss, as we say in Germany, that's what it occurs. And they will tell you how long they can work before they need to go for a break. Everything is being analyzed because we want to make sure that no work-related injuries actually occur. For machine builders, also having access to this type of line is of utmost importance because this will allow you to get your machine in there. You know what conveyor belts are actually talking to my machine. I can virtually commission the machine. Matthias and his colleague spoke about this just previously. Also here, using the real PLC code with a virtual controller enables the virtual commissioning of a machine, which means when the real commissioning is coming, you have a very quick ramp up and you have checked a lot of failures and reduced that for the real deal. That is the first part of the product and the production. I'm not sure if I mentioned it in the beginning, but we need to look at all aspects of the car. And this also includes the electronics. Autonomous driving is coming our way. And to get a car certified for autonomous driving, a lot of testing needs to be done. And we're working very hard in this direction by creating a digital twin of the chip, which we will put on a digital twin of the PCB, the printed circuit board. And why is this important? To certify a car for autonomous driving requires a load of use cases and a load of kilometers, essentially going from Frankenhalle, where we are today, to the moon and all the way back here. It's going to be a long drive, a lot of kilometers, millions of kilometers. But what if we can take this chip that we're creating, put it on a PCB, which we put in a digital twin of the car, which we have produced a digital twin of the factory, and now we drive it around in a digital twin of a city. That allows us to test those use cases, the scenarios, without burning any resources. It's all computer-based, and this world is actually reacting in the same way as the real world. So essentially going from chip and all the way to city. Keep your eyes open for this, because there's going to be a lot of things happening exactly in this area. And now we're going to leave the virtual or digital world, and we're going to move over to the real production. Because if you look around, you have all types of automation components that you could ever dream on in this hall. It is an area we've been working for a long time. If you remember that part, we need to produce it, and we chose to do it on a selective laser melting machine, SLM. It is big like a one family villa in its original shape. We have a very smaller version over there. It has got 12 laser heads that are printing parts, so it's extremely flexible and really, really fast. So that drives flexibility, but also the AGVs, automated guided vehicles in production, drives flexibility. So when you are ordering a product, it doesn't make sense that this product of yours goes to every station in the factory, but it only needs to go to a selected few, optimizing the flow, making things faster. That's something we can see here. And also in the use case, on the other side of the wall, you have one AGV doing the marriage between battery and chassis, and one AGV with a cobot on top doing some assembly work. Automation, obviously we at Siemens been in the game for a very, very long time. And I said, there's a lot of automation in here. You have the controllers, you have the sensors, you have the edge devices, you have collaboration networks. Everything is in here, and that is important in order to establish communication and this horizontal connection. And obviously also the vertical integration, convergence of IT and OT, making sure that top floor and shop floor are in constant exchange. Making sure you have transparency in the factory. I'm a bit behind, but I'm going to give my best. Everything is in there to increase transparency. And this is exactly what Kent Viitanen from SKF did. They had a factory with old machines, and they were pimping those machines with edge device and controller to collect data, and by so reaching the quality targets they had set up for themselves. Data in energy, collect, analyze, and use data, understanding data. Also here, huge potential to save energy. You need to measure it first. This is what we do with the energy manager. And by doing that, we can pinpoint the areas where energy is being consumed, needless consumed perhaps. Cutting the cost of electricity 14% and gas consumption with all the way up to 40%. Needless to say, in this day and age, that is of utmost importance for all of us. The same goes for the CO2 footprint. With our Sea Green approach, we're able to track the footprint of CO2 within our own company, but also in the supply chains to offer a complete package in this area. Bang. Now, sun is shining, spring has come to Leuven, everybody's happy, Kurt is out driving this car, and believe me, the optimization continues. We keep on collecting the data, making sure that the products get better, the production gets more effective, and we are driving sustainability in our world. And that is all possible thanks to the digital enterprise. And with that, Melissa, if you can dream it, you can make it. And if you need help with this, go over the wall and talk to the digital enterprise service specialist, because they will take you on a journey across this area.
And you're still going to hang around.
I am.
I do dream it.
Yeah.
Do you see we are on the right track, right?
We are definitely on the right track, Melissa.
Super. That's Magnus. Thank you so much.
Madness or Magnus?
Magnus, go away.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So obviously the journey does continue. And as we take that step to further digitalize everything and become more digital, we do realize that sustainability and profitability is part of that journey. But how do we get there? We just take those steps step by step through partnership. But now let's discuss transformation from the manufacturer to providers of outcomes. So I'd like to give a very, very warm welcome to digital partnership owner at Grundfos, Rasmus Overbay. Also, a very warm welcome to Senior Customer Success Manager at Siemens Software, Jan Berghout. I can't see Jan.
I'll sit a little bit back here.
Rasmus, welcome. Thanks
you.
for being with us. Jan, I see you brought another team from Denmark.
What can I say? I love bringing success to Denmark. And I love my partners there.
That's awesome. So I do understand this is a long partnership. I mean, we're talking something like 4 decades?
Yes.
Rasmus.
We have actually been using Siemens products for the last 7 years, I think.
Wow, that is quite long. And I think that's when we come to the time of watching a short video, because before we go into the topic, we'd like to understand what's behind that. So please stay tuned and watch this video because it's cool. Wow, right? Is that power?
That's
Could you feel the pressure?
Do you feel it?
Maybe it's just me who have a thing for pumps, but when they kick off, that's hitting the sweet spot. For
Yeah.
me. That's
We got the sweet spot. So you see, right? That's how you get 40 years of partnership.
yes,
What is the key word there? Is it trust?
definitely. So I think when we started this, we needed to move into digital, we needed to think it in another way, right? So we needed to see each other as partners. So we sat together for a couple of days together with Grundfos Legal and Siemens Legals, and we decided how are we going to play, right? Because some things we bring to the table, some things Jan and the powertrain guys bring to the table. How do we actually do this? So we made a playbook and actually decided what we could do. And I think that, and then trust, that's the key things.
Trust. I love that. So let's take this one step level. Let's go into complexity. So looking alone at your slides, I see that is complexity at its best. So how do you make this work and how do you create value? Jan.
Well, the good thing is about Grundfos and Siemens, we have a very aligned vision on sustainability. Just based already on that actually allows on building on another's strengths to allow focusing on the sustainability metrics to actually put that into a plan and putting that into action. So again, coming from customer success management, you actually want to have measurable goals. So put things there into action.
Right, so Rasmus, how does Grundfos actually deal with the challenge of becoming, let's say, known for more than just the manufacturer for pumps?
Well, it is a good question and it's very challenging. But for many years, we have been very innovative in actually making pumps, making them even more energy efficient. But now, where we want to move into the more digital era, we need new business model as well. So we needed to think, how could we actually do pumping as a service or outcome as a service? But that also requires a need for ecosystems. So the further we move to the right, the more the need for ecosystems and digital solutions. So that's really the key.
So what have you actually done until now?
Well, actually, let's look a bit on actually ecosystems.
Oh, yeah.
What does that look?
Good point
I mean, we have payment providers, we have suppliers. You have to look at the whole landscape and what are the strengths of each one of them in there. So again, we have two big, strong partners here playing, but within our ecosystem, we have even more parties that play a key role. So instead of producing everything yourself, see, hey, what do you have at the table? What can we do together? Maybe your supplier can help us on this one out, and maybe we have something on our end where we can leverage the strengths. So again, we foster co-creation and drive faster time to value by working together.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this, yes, we are started this, but there's no one saying that the partnership couldn't involve, more stakeholders.
Yeah.
Large and small companies, definitely.
Oh, well, I love the sound of that. And I believe if we look at the timeline of all the different stuff you've been doing, I don't know, it's pumps, it's software, it's sensors and MindSphere.
Yeah, that's one of the key things about this. That's MindSphere, and one of our key components is also the SE400, where the Siemens Digital Powertrain guys have made.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Wow. Anything to add on that before I continue into the future?
Again, it's just adding to how strong we are as partners. We leverage the strengths of all of Siemens in that to combine a stronger value towards our customers. So more towards sustainability, more outcome for the future, a better CO2 footprint for our kids to come. So this is something we work on.
Magnus said, right? It's about profitability. So we are there. So what does the future actually look like, Jan?
Well, again, the beauty is we make things real. We are just at the beginning. We can do so much more. And the sky is the limit. So again, we're just plugging into the data now, and we should not be afraid.
We're definitely not afraid, but I'm sensing something coming out of Rasmus as well there on the topic of future.
Yeah, well, I think we mentioned trust, but it's actually hard for two big companies to work together on a steady level all the time. But trust and good relationship, I think that's the key, and then we can do magic.
And the whole thing is, it's a journey. Sometimes you learn, sometimes you fall. You learn from that, hopefully, and then you make 2 steps forward. And again, in a good relationship, this all works.
Yeah, okay, so now we looked at relationships, we looked at the ecosystem, and I think we could go on the whole day about ecosystems, but one thing I think we shouldn't forget, definitely not, is that security, right? So it plays a big role wherever. So how does that come into the manufacturing of pumps and stuff like that?
Well, I actually see a change the last year or so since the whole situation in the world. Now it's not only the IT manager that demands security, safety, ownership of data. It's actually the normal maintenance manager, service technician, who actually are asking these questions today. So it's on everyone's agenda today.
Yeah.
So, and that's where we are really relying on Siemens to help us by building this setup.
Oh, that's totally magnificent. I don't know why, but I seem to come to partnership over and over again. But before I go, you wanted to mention something about security as well.
Of course. Security is not only within our, again, let's say it again, ecosystem, but also to us, actually the normal consumer. What's all out there? I want to have my clean drinking water. Can I be secured of actually getting it? Knowing working with Grundfos, yes, we can. So what comes next?
Well, we're just gonna keep developing. It's fun.
But maybe we want to have a look at what actually we have built together already. So let's make things real and show that.
Yeah.
There we have a video. Then let's watch that.
What we have done is basically we have created a platform with fairly basic functions here in the beginning, and then we're going to build it up, add more and more functionalities, increase the need for the end customer to actually, so they want the system. One of the key components, as I said before, the SC400, who is doing condition monitoring on motors. Then we have connectivity to our own pumps. I think we're also making a switch also in Grundfos to be real agile. So we have been more outcome produced. So trying to find a real business value and actually say, well, the feature is not solved until the business logic behind it, and then just move from there. So
wow.
I think we're off to a good start. And what do you say?
Well, I think also want to highlight, I think now jumping to the strengths again of our partnership, how long it has been lasted, and so much to come. That's why I'm so grateful that to be here back at SPS after so many years live in person, us being on stage several times. So it's a complete different vibe. So happy to do that again and again. Rasmus.
Well, that sounds super amazing, and I'm really impressed that we carry through a real thread here on partnership and ecosystems. So I'm really thankful that you've brought that out. And yeah, just thank you very much for your time. And if you don't have any further conversation.
Well, if I can just say, well, if you want to hear more about the solution, write to us, connect with us, and we're happy to share our learnings.
And Jan, do you stay around? Do you have a booth?
Well, you can find us at Optimize or just close by here at the stage.
Okay, so these guys will be hanging around. So if you want to visit them, please go and ask them more questions. Make manufacturing of pump much more significant and known, right? So there we go. That's Jan and Rasmus. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
All right, so we'll move over smoothly into the next topic. Technology and innovation works hand in hand. I know when I say the word hand, there must be something to it. So let's ask a senior key expert for technology management at Siemens, what kind of magic are we talking about? Let's welcome Oliver. No, what's your name?
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. I forgot to say your name, but please, your name, please.
First, I have to correct one small but an important thing here. It's not about magic touch. Yeah? Here we are talking about touchless interaction with your HMI. Maybe you already have heard, or maybe you know already, our speech assistant for machines named Sam. With that one, you can already interact with your machine, with your HMI, via voice. That's really already a very cool.
So now I'm getting it. It's gestures.
Yeah.
There we go.
So, but sometimes it may not be easy to use your voice to interact with your machine, for example, in noisy environments. And for that, we have now implemented a gesture control where you can interact contactless with your machine. Yeah. But let me just show you an example. So here in this application, a WinCC Unified application, on the top right, you see me, where I give commands to the machine with my hands. And the use case here behind is that the operator has to check, in that example, the E-rod manually with his hand. And without the need to go to the HMI, he can immediately give feedback to the system if the check was good or not, just by giving a hand sign. Yeah? And then the system protocols the result and it is stored in the database. So how do I do that? I simply first do show this sign, and this is like, hey, listen to me. It's very similar what you do at home, maybe with your Alexa. You say, hey, Alexa, or hey, Google, or hey, Siri. This is listen to me, and then I just give the sign, oh, check was good or check was not good. Yeah? And also additionally, in this WinCC Unified application, on the left top, you also see a 3D model where we indicate what the operator has to check. also a nice feature. So, how it works? Well, we just need a normal 2D camera. No stereo cameras, no 3D cameras are needed. Normal cameras, affordable, cheap. We just connect it to our system, and then we take the video stream. It went into our gesture detection application, and then via openness mechanism, we transfer the result, the detected gesture, to the WinCC Unified Runtime. And then you can do whatever you need to do in your specific application with that detected gesture. So it is not somehow bounded or restricted to a set of actions. And also, let me highlight here one more brand new, very great feature in WinCC Unified version 18. It's the GraphQL server. Maybe you have heard it about the talk about WinCC Unified. That's really a really great interface now for the IT guys to get data in and out from WinCC Unified. Because this is more or less, let's say, based on HTTP, web-based, similar to REST. So if your IT department can handle REST calls, then it can also already handle or deal with our new GraphQL server. And GraphQL gives you additional benefits. What do we use for that? For this gesture control? Yeah, computer vision on the one hand, Posé estimation, we take both, we put one more deep neural network on top of that, and then we detect the gesture and bring it to the factory, to the human-machine interface, in that case to our WinCC Unified. What kind of gestures can be detected? Well, that's up to you. You can train your own gestures, what you need for your specific use case. How do we do that? We have a so-called teachable machine. So all what you have to do, you have to give samples to the machine, what gestures you want to detect. For example, this one, then you just do a little bit of variation so that we can grab some samples, and then you record the next gesture, and so on and so on. And then a deep neural network got trained, and the result is then applied to this application which will detect the hand signs. And also, this kind of training does not need a long time. Yeah, it's not a training for some hours or so. No, this is done in a few minutes. And also the amount of samples. You don't need to give thousands of samples. No, some of them are enough. And also, of course, it will not only then detect my hand, it will also detect other hands as well, for sure. And again, then the result is transferred to the unified runtime where you can execute your business logic. But let me show you also some more use cases which are somehow related. So swipe to change the screen. For example, imagine you have a big screen in your factory hall where you display specific information of your process, and then you walk on by and then you want to change the screen because you also have other information there. Then it may be an option to just do it like this, to swap the screen from one to another. Change the screen depending on the distance. Another option, so if the operator is very close to the screen, then of course he can read a lot of information in a small font, that's okay. But when I move a little bit more away from the screen, then of course maybe it gets hard to read the small fonts. And then the system can automatically change, for example, the screen resolution, reduce the amount of displayed information, but make it bigger. Focused screen areas. Yes, we can also detect the eyes where the operator is looking at, as an example, and then it depends where he is looking at. We check that, and then we can display more information about that area where the user is really looking at. Or maybe also we can combine it with the hand sign detection. So I'm looking at the machine in my screen on the top left, and then I give a hand sign, and then this action, for example, can be applied and executed to that focused area. So, well, why this makes the difference? well, touchless operations. I don't need to touch anything. That also includes that you don't need to clean the touch screens anymore. It's flexible. It's a natural way of an interaction with your machine. We are all humans. We all talk together every time with our body language. Yeah, and it can bridge the distance to the HMI, as I have shown in the example application before. Yeah? And now it's time for you. We have this application here at the fair, behind this big wall, very next to the E-Rod, so feel free to go to there and try it out by yourself. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't run away with a clicker.
Yeah.
All right, so that was the magic touch. And while we were speaking of the magic touch, we'd like to know what's happening in manufacturing. So please welcome solution expert Oliver Scham.
Hi.
Hi. And also, please welcome principal key expert for agile manufacturing Jens Schnittger.
Thank you.
So guys, I was talking about magic, so I would just like to ask you before you continue, do you have a special magic wand that enables optimization of production and transport? Think about it.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Welcome to our presentation about flexible manufacturing. My name is Oliver Scham, and together with my colleague Jens Schnittger, we want to introduce the new Siemens solution for flexible production control. We call this Dynamic Production Process Management. To start off our presentation, I want to show you a short introduction video about current market trends and our motivation, why we developed such kind of system. As you have just seen in the video, solving the challenges of a multi-variant production in a frequently changing market and production environment was our mission to develop the Dynamic Production Process Management, or short DPPM. So how can you benefit in such an environment from our system? With DPPM, you will be able to handle a lot of product variants, so high product variants with low effort, and accelerate the time between engineering a new product variant and executing this variant in production. Secondly, we will smooth your workflow by exploiting flexibility degrees of freedom in choosing machines, but also in choosing flexible workflows for each different product variant. By jointly planning and optimizing workstations and transportations, we will increase equipment utilization and boost productivity. And last but not least, our intelligent autonomous planning approaches will plan and execute your production processes automatically without any manual interference, but of course with full transparency on decision taken for subsequent analysis. So far so good about the benefits of our system. Let's now have a closer look about the system itself and its features. In this picture, we try to visualize how we envision a flexible production setup. We have AGV-based intra-plant logistics, we have alternative machines, redundant machines for load balancing. We have manual workstations and robotic assembly stations. And of course, also in a flexible production scenario, not everything goes according to plan. That's why we have a dynamic and adaptive schedule on board. What does it mean? So when we initially planned that our AGVs goes to the robotic assembly station, and for any reason this station is not available, for instance because of quality issues or delays, machine failures, what so on, our schedule recognizes this and replans the plan without any manual interference, and this automatically. Besides that reactive error scenario, our algorithmics also proactively leverages the opportunities of choosing alternative machines and also alternatives in the workflow for every single product variant. In doing so, we will boost productivity by avoiding bottlenecks. How this is technically implemented and how our skill-based execution approach, which is underlying this concept, looks like, will be now explained by Jens in more detail.
Thank you very much, Oliver. So to understand how this works, we have to briefly return to the conventional approach to production planning. What do you have to do there? Well, you have to manually configure for every element of your bill of process, that is, for every production operation and every product, what machine or manual workplace you want to execute it on. And also you have to determine the operation sequence, the order in which you perform operations for every product. That's manual configuration effort, and it can be quite time consuming, especially if you have large product families, high variant production, and if you want to frequently introduce new products or new product variants. Moreover, in a flexible approach, there may be more than one possibility for assigning machines or workplaces or for the order of operations. Now, in the classic approach, you are bound to that one choice that you made, and you cannot so easily change it at production time. However, whether that choice is good or bad will depend on your current product mix and your current order situation. So sometimes it will be quite suboptimal, leading to bottlenecks, leading to delays. So wouldn't it be much, much better if your production control system could autonomously and automatically analyze all the different possibilities and decide on the ones which are most suited for your current production situation? Now, that's exactly what we're doing with the DPPM algorithmics. Based on a formalization of the process requirements, bill of process, bill of materials on the one hand, and the machine self-description on the other hand, in terms of so-called capability ontologies, we are able to automatically determine all the possible production execution workflows and choose the optimal ones for your current production situation. We have tried to illustrate at least one of the optimization aspects in the following small animated scenario. It has a very simple production setup, just a few machines here symbolically represented, just 3 products, which happen to have to all go through this one big machine in the middle. And what you see, a queue develops, a bottleneck effect occurs, production is slowed down, and your make span, your total production time, is more than optimal. However, let's suppose that at least product P3 has flexibility. It can first do the production step on the light blue machine before it goes to the big machine. What do you see? Well, the queue dissolves. There is no more delay, and therefore the overall make span is improved. And your equipment usage, of course, is also enhanced. DPPM is able to detect, among other things, this flexibility degree of freedom automatically and make use of it for optimization. Now let me come to the third pillar of our DPPM system algorithmics, and that's related to the joint planning and optimization of production and transport tasks. Here on the left-hand side, you see a real-life production area at one of our Siemens electronic works. what do you have? You have a number of machines, lasers, robotic assembly, manual workstations, and you also have AGV, automatic guided vehicles, for doing the transports. So you have to plan both types of resources for your production scheduling. Now, the conventional planning approach is such that you first set up a machine plan, machine and workplace plan, and then afterwards you try to satisfy it by a suitable transport plan. So, sequential approach. Now, in the case of high variant, very flexible, dynamic production, that is not really a very good approach. It very often leads in practice to bottleneck situations. Your transport equipment, your AGVs, will very often not be at the right place at the right time when you need them. They will be perhaps doing other things, or they will be in some faraway corner of your production area. And if you think about this problem more profoundly, you realize that there is only one fundamental remedy to the problem. You have to consider machine, workplace planning, and transport planning together from the start, not sequentially. Now, that is very easily said, but not so easily done. Otherwise, people would have done that before. It leads to very complex algorithmics. But we have tackled that task, and we have designed DPPM in such a way that it can do that. And we have proved for this particular production scenario that it brings substantial productivity improvements. And this you see on the right-hand side in this simple diagram. On the y-axis, you see the improvement in the throughput or production time, and on the x-axis, you see the lot size. And what you observe is that for small lot sizes, small scale factors, the effect is more pronounced. And that is important for us because we are addressing multivariant production where you typically have small lot sizes. So really, there our algorithmics displays its power. And also, of course, the effect becomes more pronounced the more critical your transport resources are. If you have less AGVs, the effect, of course, is more important than if you have more AGVs. And that's the difference between the light blue and the orange curve. And with that, I'd like to hand back to Oliver for the last part.
Thanks. So all the things you've just seen and we presented, so all the features, benefits, and so on, are not just our vision or the future. We actually implemented this system in internal as well as external applications. First of all, you've just seen on the previous slide our implementation in one of our Siemens factories, where we steer a multivariant production almost fully autonomously with AGVs and workstations. Here we have the closed-loop schedule approach, which I initially explained, where we evaluate feedback from the shop floor in the schedule and adapt accordingly. Secondly, we are currently implementing our system in the Catena-X project environment together with an industrial partner for additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing itself is a multivariant production, small lot sizes up to lot size 1, so almost fully customized. And here our system helps to optimize the way how products are planned and produced throughout this production scenario. We give work instructions for operators, evaluate the feedback from the shop floor, and adapt our plan accordingly. Also here we have the closed-loop schedule approach in place. And of course, as we're in the Catena-X environment, we provide all the necessary connectors and services in this architecture. I want to close our presentation with a request to you. So if you also see these challenges in your production environment of multivariance, frequently changing supply dates, frequently changing market demands, DPPM could be a suitable solution for you. And we're currently at a state where we proactively search for external partners to co-create this approach and bring this new way of steering a flexible production to life. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, just feel free to contact us later on in the course of this fair. We will hear. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. That was Oliver and Jens. And that's how you surely ensure higher productivity. And I like to hand over to Christine for SenseEye now to see how we can get AI-based solutions in action.
Exactly. Thank you, Melissa. But you can remain a bit here. We got a bit of time left because we need to dial in time. So 1.5 minutes to cover. Melissa, it's your first SPS.
Indeed.
What is your impression of all the things which we are showcasing here?
I'm really, really very impressed, first of all, that we have the opportunity to bring through all these amazing product solutions right here in one booth. Amazing also to see that everyone here are so interested in the content and everything that is happening. So for me, that is mind-blowing.
And mind-blowing is a good cue for me to hand over to our next presentation.
Great.
Thank you. Mind-blowing will be more topics coming up. Thanks, Melissa. On this stage, we have another 2 hours, 3 hours actually, on this stage here with great topics, presentations, solutions, product demos, and customer success stories to share. I'm going to say welcome to the LinkedIn Live community, which is joining us now. Hello, ladies and gents, joining us from the home offices, the office, from wherever you're sitting. Great you're here with us. And of course, hello to everybody here at the fair booth in Hall 11 in the Frankenhalle at the SPS Smart Production Solutions. That's the motto of the fair. Our motto is make it real. Yeah. Don't you sometimes wish that you could look into the future, that you have this crystal ball and you can imagine what's going to happen before it happens, so you can foresee the hurdles in your plant operations? Would be nice, huh? Yeah. The solution is artificial intelligence. And the next presentation, we will be focusing on the smart use of artificial intelligence, and that crystal ball can come to you with the help of using all the data created and analyzed in artificial intelligence. So digital enterprise services, that's the presentation topic, great news, and the colleagues acquired just a new company, and the next experts on stage will be bringing more light into this topic of artificial intelligence, looking into machines, whole plants. Without further ado, I'm happy to welcome Margarita Adranya and Simon Kampa. Welcome on stage.
Hello.
Hi, Margarita. Great you're here. Simon, happy to have you here. This is wonderful. Wow, you got a great audience. Everybody's curious to
Hello, everyone.
Get some news and secrets on this crystal ball work. So, Margarita, just to introduce you, you are the CEO of Customer Services at Digital Industries. And Simon, you're the new kid in the family, so to say. You're the CEO and co-founder of SenseEye, and we're going to deep dive on SenseEye in detail a bit later, because before, in regards of the predictive maintenance, that's an exciting topic, which we definitely cover in the consulting services. Would you like to tell us more about the story behind the acquisition of SenseEye?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much. It's just a pleasure to be here with all of you. Folks here and folks everywhere. It's just a pleasure for me to be here on stage with Simon to talk about exactly the crystal ball in the future. So for us, looking at an acquisition into predictive maintenance is key for our digital transformation strategy. So the digital transformation is an imperative for any manufacturing or process facility, including our own as Siemens. And so as we were looking, we said, what is the biggest negative impact on production? It's unplanned downtime, right? So it's all about efficiency, flexibility, availability, and having agile factories. And what kills you is unplanned downtime. And what is one of the things that helps you to avoid unplanned downtime is, to your point, is to be able to look into the future and know when you might have a problem so you fix it before you have that downtime, because it can be very expensive. And there's research that says on average in any year, a production facility can suffer up to 20% of productivity losses due to unplanned downtime.
Which you don't want to have.
Which you don't want to have. And so it impacts yourself, it impacts your customers. So it's just anything you can do to avoid it is good. So when we were looking at the acquisition of SenseEye, we actually had several of our plants who were piloting it, not knowing that we were looking at the acquisition. So it's, so what we always say is, drink your own champagne, eat your own dog food. We were looking at it ourselves because we wanted that help. So when we decided to make the acquisition, it was just great news for everybody. So we're super excited.
Okay, so we're excited now, Simon. I mean, the pressure is high. Margareta set the bar quite high to explain who is Senseye, what are you doing, why is it so cool that you're part of the family?
Absolutely, and look, thanks for having me. And I have to say, we've been here now in Siemens, part of the Siemens family for 5 months, and every day I'm still impressed by the professionalism, integrity, and the spirit at Siemens. So it makes me so proud and happy, and I think I speak on the whole of Senseye to be part of the Siemens family. What is Senseye? Well, we are headquartered in the UK. We're an AI analytics software company, and our exclusive focus is on the predictive maintenance domain, that topic. And in particular, how can we do that on a plant-wide basis? So not just looking at single machines or single use cases, doing on a plant-wide basis. And once you achieve being able to do predictive maintenance across an entire plant, thousands of machines, you can really measure some very tangible benefits. We've got customers where they've reduced unplanned downtime by over 50%, like really increasing their OE levels. We've got customers where they've reduced their maintenance costs, such as consumables, or reducing preventative maintenance schedules by up to 50% as well. And some of these customers can also really extend the lifetime of their machines. So once you get that plant-wide, that predictive maintenance on a plant-wide basis, you really do drive those benefits. And what makes us so excited to be part of the Siemens family is, if I may say so, Senseye is the best in breed for predictive maintenance across a plant, and Siemens is best of breed in connecting in the IT-OT convergence. And if you just walk around the fair at the moment, you've got digital twins, you've got Xcelerator, you've got MindSphere, you've got Industrial Edge, you've got the Industrial Information Hub, all these great technologies to provide that infrastructure and IT-OT convergence to feed a system like Senseye.
Yeah, and Simon said something that I don't know if you caught. It's a great addition to why we've added them to the family. He mentioned extending the lifetime, the life cycle of the product. And that's not just good for factory agility, but it's also sustainable. So it helps our customers on digital transformation, but also in their sustainability initiative. So it's very impactful.
And sustainability more important than ever before, rising energy costs in addition to kind of saving CO2 definitely comes into play here. So may you tell us more, Simon, about the offering and how it works and how it can deliver value at scale?
Sure. So first of all, it is a software as a service solution. It's hosted in the cloud. We are cloud agnostic, so it can be any cloud. What we realized when we started the journey with Senseye over 8 years ago is that to get true scalability, we would have to look at the problem in a new way. If you look at it in a traditional sort of pure data science approach, it's very costly to expand. So we had to develop our own proprietary, from the ground up, machine learning AI technology. We had to have a fundamentally different philosophy on how we actually scale that problem, leveraging our deep experience in condition monitoring, going back to the aerospace days when we were there. And that really allowed us to create a solution that actually scales across an entire plant, not just 1 or 2 machines.
This is what kind of really knocked me off. An entire plant. We're not talking about few motors, few assets.
No, you're looking at thousands of machines over a plant, diverse machines, everything from motors to pumps to large drives, robots, any mechanical machine.
Vendor agnostic, anybody's equipment.
It's going to be a big server. A big cloud.
That's why it's in the cloud.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it definitely does sound like a perfect addition to what we already had at Siemens. So how does Senseye complement our digital services portfolio, Margareta?
Yeah, I think it kind of helps us come full circle. It allows us to provide a holistic approach to digitalization for our customers. So we were able to work on connecting assets. We have several offerings on connecting assets to be able to have data, whether it's on the edge or in the cloud. And we started with predictive maintenance in our own factories. So what Senseye does, it helps us really scale to the next level of predictive maintenance across full plants, multiple applications. And the benefit is, I think the marriage of the two companies is that, honestly, and you can see it here at the fair, we're experts in automation technology and automation services. So with our experts, and our process knowledge, our customer process manufacturing knowledge with Sensei's AI capabilities, I mean, it's really unstoppable. It's huge, and it's starting to be available. We love it. Our initial impact questions and comments from our customers at this fair have been just absolutely wonderful. To your point, I believe that this is a step in predicting the future, the crystal ball.
Okay, I still have to come back to kind of a whole plant being in access, and we have a lot of use cases here which we show, so real examples. I want to have a real example from you now too.
Yeah, so one place where Sensei is deployed is at a well-known automotive manufacturer across many sites across the globe. And if you zoom in onto a particular manufacturing plant, they'll typically have about 3,500 machines connected. So it's most of the plant. It's everything from press stamping in the automotive side, all the way through body, where you got the robots. You got paint, you got powertrain, EV, alternatively, all the way down to trim and chassis. You know, in one site, we're even monitoring the wind turbines outside the factory. So it's literally, it's all the machines. And once you get that connectivity, and to be fair, they have invested in getting that connectivity, you can really drive those plant-wide benefits.
How challenging is it to deploy Sensei at the sites?
I think that's a really good question, because I think too many people focus on the technology. Technology is super hard, but actually getting it adopted at scale is even harder. You're needing to get people to culturally change how they think about their workflow and their processes. You also need to make the product simple enough to scale. We all know there's a skill shortage. Experienced people who could just walk by a machine and lose their ear and they could hear what was wrong with it, they're retiring. So we need to have a system, a solution that can be used by your average maintenance operator, your maintenance engineer. Keep it simple. They can't rely on diagnostic specialists or data scientists. It has to be a tool that can be used at scale in a really simple way that doesn't interrupt with their really busy workflow. It just complements them and gives them new superpowers.
I mean, of course, you're the expert. You've been working on that for many, many years. But thinking of, you talk to a customer approaches you, says, I have this and that, that's my idea. How long does it take in regards of consulting? I guess it's not a plug and play thingy, what we are doing here. So maybe we start with you and then Margareta.
Go ahead.
That's it. I mean, Sensei itself is a turnkey solution. What's not turnkey is getting all that data to that digital transformation, that data into Sensei. That's the struggle. So whenever we talk first with customers, and it's so much better now that we've got Siemens to help us, it's what data have you got? Because generally we can reuse existing data on the shop floor. It can be from drives, it can be from MES systems or SCADA systems. So the actual data availability is not normally the problem. It's how do we get the data from A to the cloud? And that's where Siemens connectivity services and customer services comes in.
Yeah, but I think that's what made the acquisition much more interesting for us, because it isn't plug and play. You don't just turn it on, and it doesn't just take the spec of any asset and monitor that, because you'd get tons of false alarms. It actually is AI learning, and it actually integrates with the plant and the plant's maintenance team. So it's a lot easier to get accepted, because you're not trying to replace them. You're trying to actually make their job easier. And you're trying to put some of the learnings as people retire into the learning, the machine learning, so that the trending will come out by itself. So what it does is it learns. So you work with the maintenance staff, and an alarm will go off, and the maintenance staff will go check, and they'll tell you, is that a real alarm? No, something happened. It wasn't a real alarm. So it learns from it. Or yes, it was a real alarm. So then when the trending is independent, when the alarm goes off, you know that it's something serious. And so this way, the maintenance team can only intervene when it's a real alarm, and it's much more efficient, and they're part of the process.
I mean, talking about maintenance, usually it was like skilled workers, 20 years in the company, they knew that machine B on a very humid day or a very cold day is going to react weird, because they had like a personal connection. Now, you need to bring all that data and know-how into some other systems. So I guess it's going to take a while.
Well, that's right. And I think the point you make is these systems, they will never replace maintenance people. They cannot. You always need, think of it as it supports their decision making. The actual maintenance person will always be complemented by Sensei. They know their machines best. They know the processes within their factory on what maintenance activities they need to perform. So you need to create a solution and work with them to complement them, not replace them.
I love it as you say, because through the course of these days, we hear more often it's the partnership, it's the teamwork, it's the ecosystem.
Absolutely.
We need to have everybody on board, be transparent so that everybody can look into it and can analyze it and get the things done. So I want to go back to the customer and the implementation. What are the reactions of our customers during implementation phase?
Yeah, so you've got to think of when you deploy predictive maintenance as a sort of very much a multi-level approach. You've got the end user who's a maintenance operator. They can be an interesting collection of people. Some like the new technology, others like to use their experience. So you need to really find a way to promote and integrate Sensei into their workflow while respecting them, what they're doing. But at a higher level, I mean, management and, with our customers, when we have global rollouts, plant manager in site A can look at what's happening in plant B on the other side of the world, and they can learn from each other as well. So you get that great transparency across all their sites. You get transparency on performances, where downtime is being saved, where labor is being saved, where spare parts are being saved, and you can really get that cross-learning between different sites as well.
It sounds great. And I think there is one thing for us, as you said in the beginning, we were looking into some help for us to have predictive maintenance as we are using this at our self-sites.
Sure, you were using it at our own plants, but it also helps us, like several customers ask us to take control over their maintenance. So we do these life cycle service contracts where we will handle the customer offering through the entire product and manufacturing life cycle. So this is something also that allows us as Siemens Services to offer more value to our customers, because we could use Sensei in our monitoring phase. So we can help the customer be more efficient. We can have our teams be more efficient. We can have centers of excellence that go out to multiple different customers. It opens up a whole new world of lifecycle service offerings with this ability to do the prediction.
That's great. There's one more thing which we need to tell the audience here. Where can we find you or the colleagues at the fair booth so you can get more details and deep dive into predictive maintenance?
There we are.
There we are. This is where Sensei is. It's just over there for those here in front of the stage. Just turn right and follow the crystal ball. It's actually there. I'm not joking. And this is where the colleagues from Sensei, you're part of the team already, big family, and Margarita's team will be informing you in regards of consulting, predictive maintenance, and you got to know what you got to know. I say thank you, great session, big applause to you, Margarita and Simon.
Thank you.
And LinkedIn Live community.
Thank you.
This was a wonderful session. Thank you that you've been here. Do use the chance, talk to these guys there for 2 more hours. You can catch them and get the details. Thank you.
Thank you.
LinkedIn Live community, one more important information. If you like this, what we just had here, short sessions, crisp information, don't forget that we have another virtual event coming up next week. It's Tuesday and Wednesday, all day long from 8 to 8. We have the virtual tech days where experts go in tech meetups with you. You can ask questions, and further on you have nice presentations as well. So don't miss the chance to get more information and feel the future of automation and the heartbeat of automation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of people standing here. Hey guys, it's super interesting. You've just seen what's being informed on predictive maintenance. We have a research scientist coming up now. Research scientist for robotics. I mean, all over the place. We have a lot of robots. They just move when we tell them to move. So somebody has to work on that, has to plan that, has to program that. A robot path had to be programmed manually so far for every possible robot cell layout. Now here, with the help of digitalization, automation motion planning is a game changer. And Philipp Schmidt will talk about that. Welcome him on stage.
Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Philipp Schmidt, and today I'm going to present you how automatic, collision-free, and online motion planning can help you improve the speed, efficiency, and ease of use of your robotic systems. The challenge that we want to address here is how we can simplify robot programming in scenarios where we have low volume and high mix production. So let's say we want to manufacture a few hundred items of one product, then switch over to the next one. The robot makes the next few hundred products, and we don't want to do any programming in between whatsoever. Let's take a look at the challenges that this poses when we want to do this with today's robot programming. First, there's a lack of flexibility in today's robot programming paradigms. You need a lot of training for your staff to be able to program robots. There's a quite large integration effort between your robot system and your surrounding automation equipment. And then there's finally a lack of standards. Let's take a look at the lack of flexibility. When you want to program a robot today, essentially what you do is you move your robot through all the steps of the motions that it has to perform and record these motions to be replayed later on. Essentially what that means is you're taking your digital machine of the robot and treat it as an analog device, which means that nothing that you program here can be reused in any other application or even any other hardware setup that might resemble very much the one that you're dealing with right now. All of this needs then to be done for different robots and even robot brands, and your staff needs to be trained for different human-machine interfaces, different programming environments, and even different programming languages in which these robots operate. Then, afterwards, you need to integrate your robot with your remaining automation system, which means that you have at least 2 programming environments that you need to use, maintain, and synchronize during operation, for which standards are also lacking at the moment. The solution that we present to these challenges rests on 2 pillars. On the one hand, there's the SIMATIC robot library, and on the other hand, we use online automatic collision-free motion planning. The SIMATIC robot library is one interface for all different or many different brands of robots and takes care also of the integration effort. So instead of programming in 2 devices, your robot and your PLC, and using multiple different human-machine interfaces, you have one integrated programming interface with one way of talking to all kinds of robot brands. The automatic motion planning, on the other hand, takes care of intermediate via points that you would otherwise have to program, takes care with collision avoidance, optimizes the motions for your particular system, and also lifts programming from a low-level kind of analog type of teaching to a task-level motion programming where you tell the robot, move from a piece from here to here and figure out the rest yourself. So instead of doing this kind of analog teaching, we use digital models of our system that we want to control. There's digital models of our workpieces, the products that we want to manipulate, the tools that we use. There's digital models of the robot and the immediate environment that the robot operates in. We feed this into our motion planning software along with a high-level target description, which then computes a path with no need for intermediate via points and which optimizes the path for your particular setup on the fly as you execute the motions. This has a couple of key benefits. There's reduced programming effort, because there's also no need to program the via points. There's reduced risk of collisions, because the collision-free motion planning takes care of avoiding collisions, and there's also no need to validate the motions, because the collision-free motion planner, as it is, validates motions for you. And then finally, every single motion is optimized on the fly for the particular target that you want the robot to move to. All of this is integrated in the Siemens ecosystem, most importantly with the SIMATIC robot library as one generic backend to execute motions on your robot, and also with the SIMATIC programming environment and human-machine interfaces that you have there. So does this work on your robot? And the answer is most likely yes. As of now, the list of partners that is supported by the SIMATIC robot library is quite extensive. On this list here, you can see roughly 75% of the robotic market, which is either already supporting the SIMATIC robot library today or planning to release the support in the next coming months. In the lower section of this video, of the slide, you can see a couple of videos of different robots executing the same high-level task description that we gave it, move around this block, but figure out the motion on your own, optimize the motion on your own. And you can see that the SIMATIC robot library abstracts away the low-level interaction with your robot and acts as the backbone for our solution, whereas the motion planning gives you the opportunity to do high-level task programming and abstracts away robot kinematics and geometry. So what that means is you can take your application and run it on any robot that you like. Let's take a look at an example from practice. Not far from here, in Fürth, there's the Siemens electronics factory with this particular use case that we addressed. The Siemens factory in Fürth has the particular challenge that it manufactures products at the end of their life cycle. So these little electronics components that you can see here, they are assembled in small batches. A few hundred of one product are made, but many hundred different products have to be assembled in the same factory. So this robot cell that we designed here is to address this challenge of assembling many different product variants. So what you see here is we're assembling these little servo drives in this case, small electronics components with housings and PCBs, and the different products set up to be assembled share some structure. But they're still different, and for every one you need different robot motions. Also, if you want to have a flexible assembly cell like this one, you need to take care of the logistics. Parts need to come in, parts need to move out of the robot cell, and this needs to be organized with the surrounding system. So the robots here need to deal with the fact that parts can arrive at all kinds of different in-feed locations and go away at different out-feed stations. And finally, parts need to be detected by cameras and shift in position and have different orientations. And if we were to address this with state-of-the-art motion programming techniques, we would have to teach thousands of different motions here, and not just teach them, but also validate them, that they're within the kinematic limits of the robots, that they do not collide with the environment, and this is just not feasible at all. Now imagine something changes in the setup. Let's say, due to space constraints, you want to move one of these in-feed buffers to a different position. What that means with classical robot programming is, well, you have this analog way of programming, teaching one motion after the other. All of that is gone. You need to restart again, reteach all of these positions. With online collision-free motion planning, instead, you adapt your model, you shift the position of the in-feed station in your model, and the motion planner takes care of the rest. It will compute new motions, it will validate those motions for your setup, and it will make sure that they're optimal for your given setup. To summarize this, the combination of the SIMATIC robot library and automatic collision-free motion planning is a tool to reduce the complexity of programming robots in quite complex scenarios like the one that you've seen here above. This is achieved by an easy-to-use tool that abstracts away from the low-level motion programming to a higher-level task-level programming of robot motions that also later on the fly optimizes your motions for your particular system. You can use this with all the robots that are supported by the SIMATIC robot library, which is an extensive backbone for our application. And this gives you also the opportunity to reduce the project costs and also the manufacturing costs of your solution. All of this comes with the added benefit of reduced training for your staff, even when using different kinds of robots. To summarize, the SIMATIC robot library combined with automatic, collision-free online motion planning is your shortcut to robotics. So if this struck a nerve with you, or if you're interested in doing a pilot application with us, please contact me or my colleague Dimitri Lomakin. And thank you very much.
All right. Philip, thank you. It's always cool to have these guys here who are working on like really figuring out to solve problems to get it better. You're not at the fair booth, that I know, because you will be walking around, not just at our booth, probably also in the other halls to see what's the latest tech stacks and so on. Do you have any favorites where you say this is really like in the future a project for you, or where you say this is where technology can even make it better?
So if you were looking for a use case like the one that we're doing here, we're not showing the motion planning on the Siemens booth here, but an application would be the AI-driven piece picking and piece placing, which also integrates with the SIMATIC robot library.
The Supata machine. The Supata machine over there.
This is also an application, very, very similar in technology, and also a use case for this, also using the SIMATIC robot library, but also over a bit more in the back, you can see the blue Yaskawa robot doing the exact same thing. And this gives us really a preview of how we can use one standardized interface with AI on top to create more value in our robotic applications.
Can you tell how passionate this guy is for our robots and how to move them and make them clever to move? Thank you so much. I really enjoyed having you on stage, Philip. Think people can talk to you here right next to the stage if you're interested, want to deep dive for a few minutes. He's around, but then he's going to look for an even better solution for next time. Thank you, Philip. Big hand of applause to you. And with that, I'm handing over to my lovely colleague, Melissa. She's at the X-Cube.
Indeed, Christine. Thank you so much for that segue. And I tell you, it is packed here right now. We're standing right here at the X-Cube with Sebastian. We're going to check out why you need to combine the virtual and the real world. So Sebastian, tell me, why is the Xcelerator the next big thing?
Sure. So first of all, the Siemens Xcelerator is comprising three core elements of digitalization. It's curated portfolio, not only from the industry, but also from infrastructure, mobility, services, consulting. Basically, all the knowledge that we built for 175 years is coming into the curated portfolio when it's smart, when it's interoperable, when it's delivered as a service. So that's the first cool part. The second cool part is it's forming an ecosystem of like-minded people, startups, companies, our partners, customers, everyone who's in the position of contributing, but at the same time consuming cool solutions that are built in an ecosystem. And then third, it's a marketplace where then these solutions will be distributed to other customers, to other partners, where they get the chance to collaborate in one environment and then continue to build these cool solutions really to the next level. So all in all, it's a one place where everything comes together, where everything can grow. And that's why we call it Xcelerator, because it will accelerate the digital transformation of our customers. And especially here today, with the focus of IT-OT convergence in industry, which is the starting point. And what I like the most, it's really like all these bits and pieces here, they are there yet, right? So our customers can benefit from it. They can just take it and they can move on, and we help them to make it great.
So you telling me that we help our customers with their greatest challenges and take them to the next level too. Speaking of next level, let's talk about 5G. You know I burn for 5G, so let's hand over to Christine on stage. I believe Sander's there.
Not yet, but he will be there in a few seconds. Make it real is our motto at SPS. Making the factory of tomorrow is a reality is the topic of the 5G expert coming on stage, Sander Rotmanson. Woo!
Hello, thank you. So welcome here last afternoon. Let's just start. Industrial 5G, why do we need this? Mobile robots, emergency stops and augmented workforce. Sounds amazing, right? Good. So with 5G, what does it have to do with it? I have this on my cell phone, right? Have you ever thought about a mobile robot in a factory being connected by a wire? Have you ever used a vacuum cleaner where you're trying to get in the corner of the room and cable wasn't long enough? Imagine this happens with AGVs or mobile robots. This can work, right? So therefore, wireless communications is key for industrial applications such as AGVs and FTSs or mobile robots. And then these needs to be secure as well. And I mean secure in terms of an emergency stop. If I hit an emergency stop, I need to make sure this AGV stops exactly where I want it to stop. at the moment I want it to stop. Because otherwise, things could go wrong. And for that, I need a reliable network. Because if the network isn't working, the vehicle stops as well. So reliable wireless communication is a solution for that as well. And then when we talk about exciting applications of the future, we maybe talk about an augmented workforce, where we talk about maybe a technician in the field who knows a lot about a lot of stuff, but he has this one specific problem going on right now, where he says, I don't know exactly what's happening. So he goes to a key expert. He dials in with an iPad. He's looking over his shoulder or through the camera, and he says exactly, you need to push this button 3 times for 5 seconds, and then everything works again. So this is what an augmented workforce could do. And for this, you need to be flexible and have wireless communications as well. So this is why we need modern next generation wireless technologies such as 5G. So how do we do this with 5G? We do this with a triangle. It's that simple, right? Not entirely. Because when we talk about this triangle, we talk about enhanced mobile broadband. Enhanced mobile broadband means a lot of bandwidth. It's what I like when I'm out and about and I want to watch a YouTube movie, or I want to stream Netflix, Disney Plus, or Amazon Prime, or whatever you'd like to watch. But my robots in the factory, they don't have a break. They don't get to watch live streaming video in their lunch breaks. They need to continue working. And they work with many robots and sensors and things together on the factory floor. And they need to do this reliably with a very low latency. And there we're not talking about gigabits to be transferred. We're talking about a couple kilobytes and bits. And I need to make sure that my message is there in as quickly as possible, and I need to ensure this is always the case. So I need to make sure this is ultra reliable. So all of this is impossible with 5G. So I have a high bandwidth, up to 20 gigabits per second, massive machine type communications. I have 1 million devices per square kilometer. If you have so many devices in your plant, call me. We have some end devices for that. And I have the demand for less than 10 milliseconds round-trip delay time with a reliability of 99.999%. So I have high bandwidth, many devices, low latency, and that reliable as ever more reliable as ever before. Sounds like magic. Yeah, this is, of course, not what we're doing. We need to keep it real. With 5G, you need to point your network in the right direction. You can't have the highest bandwidth with the lowest latency and the massive machine type communication with millions of devices connected. So you really need to make sure your network is set up the way that it works for your industrial requirements. And therefore, we need to set up a network the way we want it and not the way it's there. Because if I talk about the mobile network operator network, where you're using today, if you're from Germany, Telecom, Vodafone, Telefonica, or O2, and there's many others around the world, Verizon, AT&T, you name them, they are great for what we do, but they're not great in the factory. In the factory, I need to have a dedicated network, ensuring that I can do whatever I want. And this is something we can do with 5G. So, and what is 5G? Is 5G there today? If you'd look at your cell phone, I would say, yes, it's there. There's 5G logo on my phone. Let's use it. But it's not entirely true. When we talk about 5G, we talk about different releases. And it started with release 15. You'd say, oh, 15, that sounds mature already. This is the 3GPP releasing different standards. 3GPP, 3G, 1 to 7. Then release 8 to 14 is 4G. And with 15, we started with 5G, the 5th generation. So we weren't completely starting from scratch, but it was a whole new setup with a whole new structure behind it. And to do that, we need new technology. And the technology we need for that is an infrastructure, which we have here live on the trade show. You're sitting in a private 5G network right now. Who knew? More about that later. And you need end devices. And I'm not talking about your smartphones. I'm talking about real industrial devices designed to be mounted on an AGV or a robot, or on whatever industrial application you could think about. And you'd say, okay, so Sander, you said release 15, we're now at release 17, released in June 2022. If I would ask you, which release version do you buy products for today? Many of you would guess release 17. I'm here to tell you we're still buying release 15 devices because the technology is not yet there for release 16 on 17. It's not available on the market. So to get to market with an industrial product, we need to start with a standard, a stack of paper, which describes exactly what it could potentially do. Then we get a chip. The chip is put on a module. This module is put into an industrial device. That industrial device needs to be approved and for country approval, so I can actually turn it officially on inside a country. And then we are ready to sell this product. This takes industry about 2.5 to 3.5 years on average. So looking at that, release 16 devices are to be expected next year. Just to give you an outlook on the future, this is when release 16 devices and devices are expected to hit the market. And this goes with every continuous standard as well. And I was talking about how does this look in real life, because we of course have our devices already at Siemens. We have our Scaleless MUM 856-1 and MUM 853-1. And you see the 856-1 here in its natural habitat, mounted on an AGV inside the factory facility. This is where they need to be, and you see, it's the same chip, it's the same technology as in your cell phone, but it looks completely different because it's made and designed for industry. Talking about designing for industry, if we want to do a 5G network, this sounds very complicated and difficult. We talk about easy handling, compact solutions with industrial design, which can be used in industrial environments. Something really exciting, we're bringing a telecom technology inside the OT, inside the industry for different verticals, and we are currently working on making this possible. Structure looks like this. We have a 5G core, a radio access network consisting of a central unit, a distributed unit, and a radio unit. And they connect 5G end devices. And not just Siemens end devices, we are here to connect the world. We're here to connect every single 5G device supporting private networks out there starting next year. And to make sure you know this is real, it's here on the picture, and on the right side of the booth you can see it live. I'll take you there after the show. You just follow me in a parade. And this is something where we're showing the future. So 2023, we're coming out of to market with this. It's a system based on our SIMATIC IPCs, proven technology on the market, and a dedicated radio unit. And the radio unit is designed to be used in the industrial spectrum we have available here in Germany and many other countries as well. So over 15 countries in the world now support a setup of private 5G networks. In Germany, for example, we have 100 megahertz available to us to set up these kind of networks. And in such a network, you can do whatever you want with 5G. You can connect as many devices as you want. You can ensure that you have the right setup of your network, you know, from the beginning where I said you need to point your network in the right direction. And this is something we do here live, so we can show this to you live at the trade show. You might be saying, Sander, trade show, it's all nice. But we're talking about industry, harsh environments, lots of metal, many devices connected, changing environments, high temperatures. What are you doing about this? We have brought this already into our own manufacturing solution in manufacturing plant in Karlsruhe. So live in Karlsruhe, started in October, you can see our private 5G standalone network running based on this private spectrum in Germany, where we have an intralogistics application based on an autonomous mobile robot running in the factory, bringing goods and tools and such things from place A to place B. So we are testing the future today to ensure we have the answer for the factory of tomorrow for you in 2023. So Christine, what do you think?
Handbag is full of energy and latest technology, and it's real. We are using it. Sander, time's over. I have to send you over there. And as you said, everybody who is interested in 5G and more about that topic, walking in a parade over there to the 5G station. No, hold on. But that's only those who do not speak German. The German guys stay here because we're having a presentation in German talking about bringing that onto the road and planning it, what you just presented. So all those who want to deep dive into 5G, first of all, a big hand of applause for Sander, please. And then if you're interested, follow him in the parade over to 5G. Whereas I'm switching over to German now, so sorry, we'll be back after 15 minutes in English again. So, liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, jetzt geht's weiter im 5G-Thema. Nämlich all das, was Sander gerade präsentiert hat, damit das auch realisiert wird und auf die Straße oder auf den Masten gebracht wird, mehr oder weniger, haben wir auch einen Spezialisten. Partnerschaften sind hier wichtig. Wir arbeiten zusammen, egal ob Simulation oder Messung vor Ort. Unser Solution-Partner Wireless Consulting weiß, wie es geht. Und dazu begrüße ich ganz herzlich CEO von Wireless Consulting, Alexander Bender.
Dankeschön. Ich habe eine ganz dankbare Aufgabe. Ich soll jetzt erklären, wie man das ins Feld bringt, was der Kollege gerade vorher erzählt hat. Vielen Dank nochmal dafür, dass wir das alles machen können. Bevor ich kurz mit meinem Vortrag starte, wollte ich einmal ein ganz herzliches Dankeschön sagen, und zwar an die Partnerbetreuung der Siemens. Wir als Siemens Solution Partner sind hier eingeladen worden, haben die Chance bekommen, uns auf einem kleinen Stand hier mit darzustellen. Wir als Wireless Consulting zeigen Planungsleistungen, alles rund um die Wireless Ecosystems, die die Siemens so bietet, natürlich auch 5G. Und das ist eine super organisierte Veranstaltung, super professionell, und ich bin stolz, dass ich hier mitreden darf, gerade auch hinter so einem Sander Rottmansen. Ich möchte heute ein bisschen was dazu sagen, was wir eigentlich so brauchen, was sich ändert, wenn wir in industriellen Umgebungen 5G-Netze planen wollen. Weil 5G-Netze sind eigentlich Mobilfunktechniken und wir wollen die ja jetzt abwandeln und wollen die in industriellen Applikationen einsetzen. Bevor ich starte, damit man so ein bisschen den Hintergrund mitbekommt und auch weiß, was wir als Solution Partner so machen, der Michael sitzt direkt in Front. Herzliches Dankeschön für die Organisation, super. Erzähle ich noch ein bisschen was wir tun, weil dann wird auch klar, warum wir das in der Industrie tun. Wir selber heißen Wireless Consulting und wir machen exakt das, was draufsteht, drahtlos und Beratung. Natürlich machen wir nicht nur Beratungen und Consulting-Leistungen, sondern auch die Installation, die Integration, viel Fehleranalysen. Das ist eigentlich das Hauptthema, was wir haben. Wireless wird immer mehr und mehr genutzt, es gibt immer mehr und mehr Fehler und wir finden auch immer mehr und mehr Fehler und optimieren eigentlich die Wireless-Netze, wo es nur irgendwie geht. Wir sind 2002 gegründet, das heißt, wir haben dieses Jahr unser 20-jähriges Jubiläum. Schon gefeiert, schon vorbei die Feier, ich brauche keinen mehr einladen. Wir sind Siemens Solution Partner seit 2007. Das heißt jetzt roundabout 15 Jahre Erfahrungen in Partnerschaften mit der Siemens zusammen. Und wir als Unternehmen, was 20 Mann stark ist, mit einem Unternehmen, was, ich keine Ahnung, wie viele Mitarbeiter da laufen, aber allein die Partnerbetreuung hat, glaube ich, mehr Mitarbeiter als wir in der Firma. Und dann die Chance zu haben, hier mitzustehen und sowas zu erzählen, das ist schon eine große Ehre für uns. Klassische Themenfelder von uns muss man verstehen. Wir sind in der IT zu Hause, wir haben die Enterprise Networks, das heißt, die kümmert sich um klassische IT-Infrastrukturen, 4 IT-Applikationen. Und auf der anderen Seite sind wir dann eben Siemens Solution Partner, wo wir eben klassisch für die Industrie, für die Profinet-Protokolle, für Industrie, für alle IP-basierten Protokolle, wo irgendwelche Steuerungen kommunizieren, dann tatsächlich Infrastrukturen bauen, eben vom UWB angefangen mit ein bisschen WLAN und auch ein 5G hinten drauf. Klassisch für die industriellen Applikationen. Und da ändert sich so ein bisschen was. Viele von den Themen wachsen momentan zusammen. Wir müssen gemeinschaftlich Infrastrukturen nutzen, aber haben einen unterschiedlichen Fokus auf diese Infrastrukturen. Das, was wir getan haben in dem Bereich, um 5G wirklich planen zu können, ist, wir mussten erstmal eine sauteure neue große Simulationssoftware kaufen. Egal in welchem Bereich wir kommen, wenn wir irgendwo ein Plant haben, irgendwo eine Fabrik haben, irgendwo ein Gelände haben, was in Zukunft mit Wireless abgedeckt werden soll, dann haben wir bei vielen Neuplanungen jetzt schon die Möglichkeit, auf digitale Daten zurückzugreifen. Das heißt, es gibt Digital Twin, es gibt Informationen zu Gebäuden, zu Infrastrukturen, zu Materialien, die bewegt oder gebaut werden, und die nehmen wir aus dem digitalen Zwilling heraus, importieren die in neue Softwaren und können dann eben genau das Coverage, was wir brauchen, simulieren. Das Thema Simulation wird in vielen anderen Bereichen auch benutzt. Es dient immer dazu, um im Vorfeld schon mal zu sehen, wie beschissen funktioniert das eigentlich am Ende. Ja, und kann ich vielleicht im Vorfeld schon irgendwas retten, damit es nicht ganz so doof wird. Und genau so ist das. Je mehr detaillierte Informationen wir im Vorfeld bekommen, können wir dann wirklich genaue Simulationen machen von, wie wird sich das Wireless-Netzwerk auswirken. Und man sieht es so ein bisschen angedeutet, auch mit den kleinen Strichen. Das ist nicht nur das Radionetz, was wir planen, also welcher Sender, mit welcher Antenne, an welcher Ecke installiert, egal ob Indoor oder Outdoor. Wir planen auch das Backend-Netzwerk dahinter. Also welche Netzwerktopologie muss ich einbauen, welche Kabel muss ich irgendwo hinziehen, welche Business Units, alles was da in dem Schrank ist, wird dann irgendwo verteilt, im Campusnetz untergebracht und wir planen eben auch die Kabel. Die Planungssoftware dient am Ende sogar dazu, dass wir eben mit so ein paar Devices auch durch das Netz durchgehen, am Ende eine Messung machen. Nicht nur Signalpegel, sondern auch so Parameter, die vorher definiert wurden, also welche Datenrate, welche Kapazität wird erreicht, in welchem Netz. Ist es wirklich das Netz, was in jeder Ecke irgendwo zu empfangen ist? Das weisen wir im Endeffekt nach und es dient auch zur Dokumentation von diesem Netz, was dann gebaut wird. Das heißt, nicht nur die S-Bild-Planung am Ende, sondern schon von Anfang von der Simulation versuchen wir alles in möglichst einer Software abzubilden, die wir dann zugekauft haben, um tatsächlich da zu jedem Planungsstand immer einen dokumentierten Stand der Netze zu haben. Das heißt, Simulation immer gekoppelt, also die virtuelle Vorhersage, wie es mal sein wird, immer gekoppelt mit einer Messung fort, wie ist es denn tatsächlich am Ende. Wenn wir jetzt da hingehen und sagen, wir sind in dem industriellen Bereich, dann haben wir die Möglichkeit tatsächlich ein eigenes Frequenzband dazu zu kaufen. Wir haben die Möglichkeit, eine Lizenz zu erwerben, uns auf unserem Campus also eine Infrastruktur aufzubauen, die eben nicht mehr durch andere Nutzer gestört wird, sondern tatsächlich diese Frequenz allein nutzt. Das ist ein Riesenvorteil gegenüber den Wi-Fi-6-Netzen. Mein Stand ist übrigens da direkt bei Wi-Fi 6 und 5G dahinter. Die meisten Fragen sind noch Wi-Fi 6, die meisten Netze sind auch noch Wi-Fi 6, aber das 5G kommt da direkt daneben. Und es hat halt eben diesen Riesen-Benefit, dass man eine Infrastruktur, eine Funkinfrastruktur aufbauen kann, die mit keinem anderen um das Medium Luft konkurriert. Das heißt, wir dokumentieren das, wir können das der Bundesnetzagentur zeigen, wir wissen genau, wo unser Coverage ist. Das ist auch dann der Grund, wie viel man für die Lizenz bezahlt. Also mit wie viel Megahertz in welcher Fläche funke ich tatsächlich. Und das von der Antragstellung der Frequenz bis hin später zur Abnahmemessung ist tatsächlich eine Leistung, die wir dann anbieten. Diese Software haben wir aus verschiedenen Gründen angeschafft. Einmal, weil es in Forschungsprojekten enorm wichtig ist, Messergebnisse zu dokumentieren. Und auch, komme ich jetzt ein bisschen in die Praxis rein, in einem echten Projekt tatsächlich mal nicht nur zu kalkulieren, wie soll so ein Coverage passieren, sondern am Ende auch nachzuweisen, ist es auch so passiert, wie wir es mal kalkuliert hatten. Ich darf heute erstmalig auf einer Bühne offiziell nennen, dass es die TKE, also die Xcelerator, dass wir da eine Kooperation haben. Wir sind seit einigen Jahren, ich weiß gar nicht wie lange, machen wir schon Kommunikationskonzepte für Aufzüge. Das war früher ganz einfach. Das war entweder ein Sender oben und ein Empfänger unten mit Funk oder halt ein Kabel dazwischen. Und die Xcelerator hat ein Konzept gebaut, das nennt sich Multi. Das kann auch jeder googeln, jeder mal bei YouTube gucken, was das so macht und wie das funktioniert. Auf dem Bild ist es ein bisschen so Chaos, aber man kann erkennen, da ist eine Kabine, ist ein offener Schacht, wir können da mal reingucken. Und in diesem Schacht, die Kabine fährt Menschen durch die Gegend. Das ist ein klassischer Aufzug, der wird aber nicht vom Seil gezogen, sondern der fährt auf einem Schienensystem mit Magnetschwebetechnik. Und jetzt ist in diesem Schacht auch noch die Möglichkeit, dass da bis zu 128 Kabinen durcheinander fahren. Der eine fährt gerade hoch, der andere kommt gerade runter. Und jetzt hätten wir eventuell einen Konflikt, wenn die das auf der gleichen Schiene tun. Deswegen müssen die sich irgendwie miteinander unterhalten und sagen, du, ich fahre links vorbei und du rechts und du nimmst bitte deinen links und ich meinen rechts. Und dann treffen wir uns am Ende auch nicht. Also klassische Safety-Kommunikation im Schacht für individuell fahrende Aufzugssysteme. Und natürlich, weil kein Kabel hinten dran hängt, ein Funksystem dazwischen, was kommuniziert. Momentan ist ein System drin, was auch funktioniert, was eine TÜV-Abnahme hat. Und wir erforschen nicht, wir erproben gerade, nennt sich Proof of Concept, was eine 5G-Infrastruktur an Benefits eigentlich da reinbringt. Und wenn wir jetzt gerade sehen, wie die Router aussehen oder wie die Radio-Units, die da oben hängen, aussehen, dann sehen wir, die haben externe Antennenkonnektoren. Im Mobilfunk sind es oftmals große Sektorantennen, die man aufbaut, um große Flächen zu verfunken. Und wir haben tatsächlich hier in dem Fall eine Leckwellenleiterinstallation in diese Schächte gebracht. Das heißt, wir nehmen ein sehr definiertes Funkfeld, über das viele lästern immer das WLAN-Kabel, das ist so ein Antennenkabel, was es gar nicht gibt, aber es ist tatsächlich ein Koax-Kabel mit Schlitzen drin, was über ein sehr definiertes Feld, wo ich es entlang lege, eine gleichmäßige Funkausleuchtung schafft. Wenn ich mir vorstelle, dass dort Kabinen fahren und dann im Staufall oder in einem Abbiegefall mal ein paar Kabinen hintereinander stehen, und wir haben nicht viel Lichtraumprofil um so eine Kabine. Das heißt, ich kann nicht dran vorbeifunken, wenn ich einen Sender habe, der einfach dann für mich abstrahlt. Deswegen brauche ich diese Leckwellenleiter, das Kabel entlanggelegt im Schacht, sowohl horizontal als auch vertikal, einmal nach hinten abgebogen und kann damit sehr genau bestimmen, dass ich an jeder Stelle in diesem Schacht, egal wie viele Kabinen hintereinander folgen, tatsächlich einen Funkempfang habe. Und jetzt geht es eigentlich darum zu sagen, wie kombinieren wir Antennentechnik, die so aus Untertage, aus dem Tunnelbau ja eigentlich kommen, mit einer neuesten 5G-Technik, also mit wie viel Sendeleistung, kann ich bei wie viel längst und wie viel Koppeldämpfung, komme ich am Ende noch tatsächlich am Ende des Schachts zu einem vernünftigen Signalpegel, um verschiedenste Applikationen zu übertragen. Die Applikationen muss man sehen, klassisch Steuerung, immer Safety obendrauf, damit das Zeug erstmal fährt. Und dann kommen immer so Extrawünsche, so Kleinigkeiten. Ja, Passenger Information brauchen wir. Wir müssen also Videos reinladen, wir müssen dem Fahrgast ja auch noch eine Information geben. Wenn der demnächst 2 Kilometer in die Höhe fahren soll, dann dauert es auch ein paar Minuten. Also er muss auch irgendein Entertainment da drin kriegen. Eine Voice-over-IP-Schnittstelle ist immer angebracht, weil wir müssen einen Security-Call absetzen können, wenn das Ding mal stehen bleibt. Also haben wir auch noch eine Voice-over-IP-Applikation oben drauf. Im Management müssen wir immer sehen, wie sind so die Zustände von allen Klimaanlagen, von allen Türen, ist alles zu. Das wollen wir immer sehen. Wir wollen unsere eigenen Komponenten monitoren und überwachen können. Und ganz am Ende, wenn der Fahrgast da jetzt 3 Minuten drin steht und muss da hochfahren und hat dann kein Facebook, kein Internet, dann das geht nicht. Also müssen wir auch noch einen mobilen Hotspot quasi in diese Kabine reinbringen. Und all diese Access Layer, die wir brauchen in der Kabine, müssen wir dann über ein Backend-System tatsächlich kommunizieren lassen. Das heißt, das 5G-System dient in dem Fall tatsächlich, um die Schächte auszuleuchten. Jede dieser Kabinen mit einem Router versehen, einmal Backbone-mäßig anzubinden und dann im Innenraum verschiedene Applikationen zu connecten, die dann tatsächlich nach außen in die Welt oder halt auch für die Steuerung hochsicher in einem eigenen VLAN, in einem eigenen Slice vielleicht sogar dann kommunizieren können. Es ist jetzt so, dass wir physikalisch die Kabel schon installiert haben. Wir haben auch physikalisch schon Radio-Units und Digital-Units vor Ort. Wir haben eine komplette Simulation davon gemacht, die darf ich leider nicht zeigen. Also ganz so viel detaillierte Information darf ich leider nicht rausgeben. Es ist aber so, dass wir jetzt momentan in die Vergleiche kommen, dass wir die ersten Radio-Units wirklich testen können. Mit den Clients dann wirklich die Authentifizierungen testen können, so die ersten Signalpegel, die ersten Güte-, Qualitätsmerkmale wirklich testen können. Und dann sind wir auch immer diejenigen, die sehr gern ein Feedback aus dem Field heraus an den Sander und an alle seine Kollegen, die da dahinter stehen, immer zurückgeben und sagen, pass auf, das läuft gut, da wünschen wir uns vielleicht noch was und das vielleicht läuft noch nicht so gut. Ne? Und das ist das, was auch so eine Partnerschaft mit der Siemens ausmacht. Ja? Wir sind ein sehr kleines Unternehmen und wir sind in sehr vielen, sehr dynamischen Projekten unterwegs. Und wir haben auf der Gegenseite, ich sage nicht Gegenseite, eigentlich stehen wir auf der gleichen Seite mit der Siemens, haben wir einen Hersteller, der sehr groß ist, der eine sehr große Kraft und ein großes Produktportfolio hat. Aber trotzdem ist er darauf angewiesen, dass er eben gerade im Produktmanagement, in der Entwicklung immer wieder Informationen aus dem Feld zurückbekommt. Und wenn ich dann wirklich Messungen habe und ich kann es belegen und ich kann es auch wirklich dokumentiert darstellen, dass wir mit dem Antennensystem, mit der Technik, in der Frequenz etc. Tatsächlich solche Ergebnisse im Feld erbracht haben, dann kann das intern mal verglichen werden, was war eigentlich im Labor, warum war das im Labor so viel besser, was könnte man da tun. Und deswegen geben wir sehr gerne Feedback und sagen da immer, was wir tatsächlich im Feld feststellen. So ein bisschen der Ausblick in die Richtung ist, dass wir uns nächstes Jahr eigentlich gut vorstellen können, dass wir ein Echtsystem aufbauen können, dass das System komplett dauerhaft fährt, in Dauertests reingehen kann und dann vielleicht so gegen 24, vielleicht irgendwann tatsächlich in eine TÜV-Abnahme sogar reingehen kann. Weil das ist dann immer das, was wir ja machen als Automatisierer. Wenn da auch noch Menschen drin sitzen, ja, dann ist es immer entweder Amusement Ride oder hier wirklich Personenbeförderung. Am Ende muss der TÜV drauf gucken, muss sowohl die Kommunikation abnehmen, als auch die Sicherheitsfunktionen abnehmen, sodass dann am Ende tatsächlich jemand stehen darf oder drin sitzen darf in der Kabine und dann da durch so ein System gefahren wird. Dann bin ich fast fertig und würde sagen,
ein herzliches Dankeschön an dich, lieber Alex. Und ich finde, für das, dass du nach Rockstar Thunder hier auf der Bühne dran warst, hast du dich ganz tapfer geschlagen.
Also der ist für dich Rockstar, ich nicht, okay?
Alles klar. Nee, bevor du hier von der Bühne runtergehst, kriegst du erstmal einen ganz, ganz dicken Applaus von unseren Besucherinnen und Besuchern hier. Danke. Das ist deiner und den darfst du genießen. Also, danke. Ihr findet den lieben Partner 5G gleich hier nebenan, wenn es zu weiteren Gesprächen kommen soll. Und ansonsten, for our English-speaking audience, we'll be back in English. Und ich verabschiede mich jetzt erstmal von unseren deutschsprachigen Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauern. Wir sind in 10 Minuten wieder zurück auf Deutsch. So halten wir Sie ein bisschen fit. Haben Sie Zeit, kurz zur Kaffeemaschine zu gehen, um dann wieder hier einzuchecken. Das nächste Panel in 10 Minuten wird wieder auf Deutsch sein. And now I'm gonna welcome my colleague Melissa on board.
Yes, but don't go. Please stay. I know you speak English.
No. I'm going to leave you with the next presenter here up on stage.
All right, so now that we know the status of technology and its usability for industry, let's move a step into data-driven X. Companies are experiencing a shift from one-time sales to meeting customer needs. The main challenge here is how do we know what is required for now and the future? It's a great pleasure for me to welcome Data-Driven X Head, Timo Mühlhausen.
Yeah, welcome. What a spirit. And I think after 2 years of absence, also a nice feeling, at least on my side, to see you here in person, meeting you in person after all this crazy years now in the past. My name is Timo Mühlhausen. I'm heading Data-Driven X, and together with my team, we are doing something quite maybe strange seen from a Siemens perspective, but this is exactly what we are trying to do now, extending our activities and also build up new business models and also access new markets. And we enable dynamic financing solutions with IoT data directly from the machine. And as this sounds probably a little bit weird to you, if you're not by sudden from the financial institutions, I would like to give you a short insight. How does this work? I mean, you know that a lot happened, in the last years. We were talking about Industry 4.0. We were intensively talking about digitalization. We were talking also a lot about COVID. And all our world changed tremendously. The way how we work, how we met. Well, now we meet in person, but you all still continue working in a hybrid mode. And what did not change is that emerging search for new business models based on data. And this is exactly where we are coming in. Because, I mean, you see all that buzzwords here on the slides. I mean, I could extend that slide by even more, ESG conformity. And I mean, at the end, there are so many things which you could ideate based on data. So I would say infinite opportunities. But the one thing which is the key differentiating factor is that you have an optimized cash flow and that you have the freedom to invest ad hoc or instantly where you need. So really going quick into markets where your business emerges. This is the crucial thing. So in other words, we'll not talk about automation components. I will not talk about hardware. I will not talk about wiring. I will just talk about how can you maybe ideate and come with me on that journey, how to ideate and use data for dynamic financing solutions. I remember 5 years ago, I was here on the fair, and there was a huge delegation of machine builders that day visiting us, and we were talking about new business models and so. But there was one question which still kept me thinking. That was, how can Siemens help with this huge demand of CapEx OpEx shift? And I would say just a few of us really knew how to answer solidly that question, because it's a question coming from the financial to engineers. But it makes sense. It makes pure sense when you think about this even further. And you can also quickly come with our portfolio. And yes, here's a solution. A lot of proof of concepts have been conducted. So all these breakthroughs to get data from the machine and using it at least for a first proof of concept for a pay-per-use case. To use the machine in a pay-per-use, for you, I think nothing new. You know all that storage marketing material, that a lot of pay-per-use approaches are conducted, but I would say there's still too little, and there can be more. So the question which kept me thinking and my team was, why is that so? What is the problem that this breakthrough for pay-per-use is not yet there? Broadly in our industry yet. And when you think about all these wordings which I have so far used, especially this CapEx OpEx thing, I've never used that wording when I was working as an engineer. It's a typical financial wording. And when you think about this, it makes sense. You have to think as finance a little bit. We have to come out of our domain and think about finance, because when you have a new product or a new business model that scales, what do you need? You need an investor. You need someone who takes over the risk. And I'm not talking about the technical risk. I would say with Siemens, you have the right partner on your side for that. I'm talking about the financial risk. And who's taking over the financial risk since years, since decades? The one on the top of this triangle. So you see the machine builder and the machine user on the bottom, our ecosystem of producing industry. And now we have to more intensively work together with the ecosystem of financing industry. And this is exactly where the investor comes from. This is the one who takes over the risk, the financial risk. And from a technical perspective, I would really take your doubts and like to swipe them away. I mean, when you've been here on the fair now, we have, after lunch, I hope you could see a lot what is exhibited here. I think you have seen that picture here already. I mean, the portfolio is there. The portfolio to really break through technically from the financing systems down to the machine, seamlessly with the Siemens portfolio, get trustworthy data streams, also where data is located, where it's stored, how is it pre-processed, everything is already there. So there is no doubt that technically pay-per-use is possible. But as I said, the business unit, the business model itself was still not yet really breaking through. And I think this is exactly where we have to work together between the financing industry. Oh, this was the wrong click. Between the financing industry and the producing industry, because I mean this huge amount of data which we currently have in the machine also includes performance critical information, production critical information, intellectual property, probably, which you will not share. For sure you will not share. And this is not needed. When you think about use cases like dynamic leasing or dynamic insurance, there's that little information needed that, I mean, the technical solutions are already there, and that's also not a pricing thing when you give you an insight about IoT-based insurance, for instance, which is one use case we are working on. Think about an autonomous factory. In the autonomous factory, the machine, in a case of an incident, will automatically report the situation to the insurance system. So claim settlement will be conducted fully automatically. That sounds so simple, at least from a technical perspective, but what is the business impact? In today's insurance business, in the case of an incident, you're not allowed to repair the machine unless the auditor or the inspector was not on site. By having this automatic claim settlement, you can directly start with repairing. So that means you can quicker restart your production again. Think about how long it takes to get an auditor or your repair team on site. They're quickly 5 days until the real crash is repaired. 5 days not able to produce? I mean, you're better than me calculating that through. So the positive business impact is more than obvious by having a full dynamic insurance which allows an instant claim management. For leasing, it's a similar case. I mean, we were talking about pay-per-use and pay-by-piece and pay-by-consumption. But what is the financial product? I mean, at the end, the machine builder wants to sell a machine to someone. But the machine user just wants to sell in maybe monthly pieces. So who is financing that business? In that case, could be a leasing company, for instance, or it could also be a bank. But leasing is interesting because it allows you to operate a contract, a leasing contract, which is kind of just, for the machine user, just pay for what is consumed. So there are enough industries where only in seasons can, I don't know, in spring or in autumn will be produced. Think about in farming, yeah, they have machines standing there not used for nearly 9 months. They use it 3 months a year. But they want to have the flexibility to maybe also use it, maybe not starting from August until October. Maybe they want to start maybe already in July and use it until November. So this flexibility you will get with IoT-based leasing, for instance. This is how we call it. And there's, again, very little information needed. It's maybe the operating hours, maybe the piece counts, maybe the geolocation. So I'm not talking about intellectual property or production critical information, right? And with leasing, there is a special thing also which is coming on top, which guides me to the machine logbook. The machine logbook is a kind of flight recorder. You can consider it like this. You only get access if you have the right keys, so maybe the leasing company, who is the asset owner, will probably get access to it and will see how that machine was really used. Why is that so, and what kind of sense does it make? A leasing contract usually ends after 2, maybe 3 years. And then the machine goes into a secondary market. And this is the crucial moment when everybody starts negotiating about the price of the machine. Yeah? So based on facts, based on data, you can make a right decision. What is the residual value of that machine? And this gives a more accuracy and more certainty, and maybe also a quicker negotiation when it's about the price. So I would like to invite you to think with us about more use cases. We are here at booth panel 60, just from your perspective on the right. Come join us and let's talk about further ideas. I mean, and keep one thing in mind. I mean, worldwide, every 1 out of 3 controllers is a Siemens controller. So think about this huge potential for new business model based on that solid foundation. With this, I would like to end because, I mean, some of you will probably ask me also, and how do we monetize it? What is the platform to run through? I mean, in that case, I would just refer to our Xcelerator, and which is the perfect platform for such kind of data-driven businesses. And with this, thank you so much, and hope to see you on our panel.
Thank you, dear Timo. Great presentation, really cool, great solutions. And if you want to talk to him, as said, over there at the booth, or you walk to the X-Cube, the center of the storm, the eye of the storm, I call it. This is where you can get more information. Timo, hope you enjoyed it up here. I always love your presentations on our stage. Always cool information and new stuff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have to switch to German again. We wanted to keep you a bit busy, your synapses in action. Liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, wir sind jetzt für 15 Minuten wieder auf Deutsch im Programm. And for all those who do not understand German, 15 minutes and you can come back again. So take the time to stroll across our booth. Es geht um Partnerschaften. Heute ist der WM-Kader verkündet worden. In 10 Tagen geht's los. Auch da ist es wichtig, dass das Team gut zusammenspielt. Und die 3 Gentlemen, die jetzt zu mir auf die Bühne kommen, die wissen, wie gut das Zusammenspiel funktioniert und was daraus entstehen kann. Bitte begrüßen Sie ganz herzlich auf der Bühne Ralf Wagner, Andreas Jamm und Bernd Ullmann. Hallo, Gentlemen, nehmt Platz.
Hi, hallo.
Schön, dass ihr hier seid. Ich stelle mal ganz kurz vor, damit Sie alle wissen, mit wem Sie es zu tun haben. Wir haben, ich fange rechts an, Bernd Ullmann, er ist Director Marketing for Digital Industries World. Wir haben den Ralf Wagner, der Senior Vice President von Siemens Digital Industries Software, und Andreas Jamm, CEO von Boldly Go Industries. Be bold, that's important. So, der Titel hier, wir sehen es an der Wand, Accelerating Digital Transformation, und zwar Digital Industries World ist hier ein Thema. Bernd, die Frage geht an dich. Wieso ist es Digital Industries World und nicht mehr? Normalerweise, wenn du auf einer Bühne warst, stand da immer Mindsphere.
Richtig, da hat sich was geändert. Und was soll ich sagen? Es macht uns unheimlich stolz, dass sich da was ändert. Wir sind seit 2018 als Mindsphere-User-Community auf dem Markt am Start. Und die Gründungsidee, was wir damals mit auf den Weg gekriegt haben, die nehmen wir uns stark zu Herzen. Die haben wir weiterentwickelt. Da haben wir ganz viele Impulse von unseren Members bekommen, von unseren Sponsoren bekommen. Und es hat uns auf eine Reise gebracht. Und die Reise wurde immer stärker gefüllt mit immer vielen Terminen, wo wir uns organisiert haben. Desto mehr Termine, desto mehr Leute haben wir mit dazu gebracht. Desto mehr Leute, desto mehr Topics haben wir gekriegt. Und auf einmal ging es nicht mehr bloß um Technologie, sondern dann ging es auf Change Management hinaus oder Innovationsprozesse im radikalen Kontext. Was mache ich damit? Wie fange ich sowas an? Ökosysteme, Orchestrierung von Ökosystemen. Wie gehen wir da drauf zu? Und das sind dann so Themen, wo wir immer wieder den Scope erweitert haben, hat uns zu dem Thema gebracht, dass wir uns da auch weiter ausrichten müssen. Das macht unseren Erfolg aus und es bringt uns auch dann irgendwann einen Punkt, wo wir gesagt haben, sowas darf man vielleicht auch neu benennen. Et voilà, Digital Industries World.
So sind wir hier. So, der Titel zum Sport angepasst, passt auch. Ich habe das mit der WM erwähnt, aber wir haben noch ein ganz anderes Sportthema hier, wo es wichtig ist, dass das Zusammenspiel passt.
Letztendlich ist es, glaube ich, egal. Man muss eins verstehen, Teams ist der Faktor, was eigentlich die Gewinne produziert, ob es jetzt auf dem Fußballfeld oder wie es hier bei unserem Beispiel in der Formel 1 ist. Und dieses Teamplay ist auch für uns in der Community wahnsinnig wichtig. Sprich, wir haben bei uns auf unseren Meetings, wo wir uns treffen, C-Level genauso wie Entwickler und Bankenchefs etc. mit dabei und alle arbeiten auf ein gewisses Ziel hin. Also das heißt, was fordert uns die Digitalisierung ab? Und da ist Teamplay einfach ein ganz, ganz großer Punkt und was man immer erweitert und offen eben mit betrachten muss. Aber nicht nur bei uns im Unternehmen oder bei uns in der Community ist es wichtig, sondern auch für jedes einzelne Unternehmen. Und es bringt uns zu dem Punkt, dass wir sagen, wir betrachten dieses Teamplay mittlerweile eigentlich aus zwei Perspektiven. Einmal den internen Blick. Das heißt, wie muss ich ein Unternehmen aufstellen, wenn ich heute meine Digital Journey angehe? Welche Kompetenzen brauche ich mit an Bord? Und die Leute muss ich intern auch mit an den Tisch holen. Fängt bei Technologie an, geht bis hin zu den Finanzen, geht bis ins Marketing, Entwicklung, ganz viele Bereiche, die da mitspielen. Und wenn wir es schaffen, uns dafür in der Community ein Netzwerk aufzubauen, dass sich da jede Kompetenz wohlfühlt und sein Wissen mehr oder weniger einsammeln kann, dann schaffen wir es auch, den richtigen Grundstein zu legen, um dann, wenn wir in die externe Betrachtung gehen, wenn ich irgendwann mal ins Business Modeling gehe und ich will mir ein Ökosystem aufbauen, dann kann ich von diesem Netzwerk stark profitieren. Weil dann geht es darum, welches Unternehmen will ich für mich gewinnen. Ich habe einen gewissen Trust-Base schon aufgebaut und das ist dann eben, wo wir sagen, das ist unser Teamplay. Einerseits in der Community, im Unternehmen und dann darüber hinaus gedacht mit externen Partnern. Da haben wir jetzt gleich noch eine erweiterte Gesprächsrunde. Wie gehen wir das Ganze an?
Ja, also du hast jetzt sehr viele Teams genannt und die Teams funktionieren sicher alle, aber irgendwie müssen sie zusammenkommen. Das braucht Technologie. Und da kommen wir bei dir ins Spiel, Ralf. Es braucht vernetzte Geräte und Intelligenz. Nur Geräte und viele Daten haben, bringt uns nichts, wenn man nicht damit umgehen kann. Wie helft ihr da beim Versprechen, was wir als Motto ganz am Anfang auf der Slide hatten, Accelerate your Digital Transformation, also die digitale Transformation beschleunigen?
Ganz genau, Christina, wie du sagst. Und ihr hört, meine Stimme ist etwas angekratzt nach 2,5 Tagen SPS.
Ich glaube, du hattest viele Fragen bekommen die letzten 2 Tage dazu.
Wunderbar, war hervorragend. In der Tat, digitale Transformation zu beschleunigen, es geht nicht nur um Technologie. Es ist viel breiter. Wenn man Gartner liest, einer der größten IT-Analysten, die wir auf der Welt haben, die sagen, es bedarf zum Enablement einer digitalen Transformation, einer sogenannten digitalen Business-Plattform. Und genau das sehen wir als Siemens auch aus der eigenen Erfahrung und aus vielen Erfahrungen, die wir gemeinsam mit Ihnen, unseren Kunden, unseren Partnern gemacht haben. Und deswegen haben wir Xcelerator, Siemens Xcelerator ins Leben gerufen, eine digitale Business-Plattform. Und typischerweise, wenn wir über Xcelerator reden, Christina, dann reden wir über 3 Elemente. Einmal Portfolio, das ist genau Technologie. Dann reden wir über Marketplace, wie bringen wir diese Technologie denn an den Markt? Und zwar nicht nur Siemens-Technologie, sondern dann auch Partner- und Ökosystemtechnologie. Und dann last but not least, als ganz wesentliches Element, das Ökosystem an sich. Wenn wir also über Portfolio und Technologie reden, dann reden wir einmal von der Automatisierung, über Edge, über Cloud, IoT und Low-Code. Das sehen wir hier am Stand ziemlich beeindruckend präsentiert in den letzten Tagen, dass wir sagen, wir haben die Automatisierung, wir haben SIMATIC S7-4100, sammeln das ein, verarbeiten in Industrial Edge vor, geben es in die Cloud, meins für IoT, und wenn es da Lösungen und Applikationen gibt, die man sofort out of the box nutzen kann, hervorragend. Wenn nicht, kann ich mir mit Mendix Low-Code meine eigenen bauen. Das ist die vertikale und dann in die horizontale rüber zum digitalen Zwilling, was wir direkt hier auf der anderen Seite der Wand ja auch physikalisch
eigentlich überall
und virtuell sehen. Ja. Das ist Technologie. Diese Applikationen kann man dann auf dem Marktplatz kaufen, sehen, lernen, ausprobieren, stöbern, einfach erkunden, wie man das auf einem Marktplatz einfach mal in der realen Welt auch kennt, drüber schlendern und Sachen mal anfassen, ausprobieren. Das ist das, was wir als Marktplatz jetzt an den Start gebracht haben und jetzt über die nächsten Quartale und Jahre kontinuierlich weiterentwickeln. Und da findet man beileibe nicht nur Siemens-Anwendungen, sondern ganz im Gegenteil. Ein Marktplatz zeichnet sich dadurch aus, dass er Content von vielen Beteiligten, nämlich vom Ökosystem, das ist der dritte Bestandteil, dann findet. Ein Ökosystem reden wir typischerweise auch über 3 unterschiedliche Bestandteile. Das sind die IT- und die Technologie-Companies, mit denen wir Ökosystem partnern. Das sind die Microsofts, die SAPs, die Nvidias dieser Welt. Der zweite Block im Ökosystem sind die IT-Consultants und Systemintegratoren, wie in Accenture, Atos, aber auch viele der kleinen regionaleren Companies, die das machen. Und last but not least die Softwareentwickler und Softwarehäuser, die spezifische Lösungen für gewisse Problemstellungen oder Industrien entwickeln, wie zum Beispiel Boldly Go Industry.
Ich kann bei deiner Passion hier ganz gut verstehen, dass du deine Stimme verloren hast. Es ist wirklich super, wie du es anschaulich beschrieben hast. Ich glaube, wir haben jetzt alle verstanden, was mit diesem Ökosystem und dem Xcelerator bei Siemens möglich ist und das Zusammenspiel so wichtig ist. Du hast Zusammenspiel, Ökosystem genannt und da kommen wir jetzt auch wirklich zu unserem Partner, in dem Fall Andreas. Was steckt genau dahinter? Wo kommst du ins Spiel? Bringst den Ball vorwärts.
Muss ich den Begriff Ökosystem noch weiter strapazieren? Wir haben ihn jetzt schon ein paar Mal gehört und wenn du einfach mal kurz weiterklickst, Ökosystem haben wir natürlich vor vielen Jahren verstanden, auch als technologiegetrieben, etwas, was zusammengesetzt ist von Dienstleistern, Kunden, Plattformen und so weiter. Aber was wir ein bisschen vergessen haben auf der Reise, ist den Menschen mitzunehmen und mit in den Mittelpunkt zu nehmen. Und Professor Süsker hat das schon vor vielen Jahren, 2018, in seinem Buch beschrieben. Unsere Innovation hört irgendwo am Fabriktor auf und uns muss es eben gelingen, Vertrauen in das Thema zu bringen und Menschen mitzunehmen. Und deswegen hier Ökonomie 4.0 nur als Stichwort an der Stelle. So, warum ist es so wichtig? Eine Community kann genau das leisten und kann nämlich den Menschen uns mitnehmen und so eine Community, wie wir sie jetzt hier aufgebaut haben, kann genau den Gegenpol zur Technik liefern. Und ich habe es mal als Schaumgebilde mitgebracht. Das sind Themen, über die wir sprechen müssen in einem Ökosystem. Nur dann wird es gelingen am Ende des Tages. Und als kleiner Partner der Siemens kann ich nur bestätigen, wie wichtig es ist, in diesem Netzwerk dabei zu sein und auf Augenhöhe mit einem großen Partner wie Siemens zu diskutieren und genau solche Dinge auch zu adressieren, wie den Menschen auch mit in die Technik zu holen. Und das verstehe ich als Ökosystem und ja, und dann wird auch Digitalisierung gelingen.
Ich hätte sogar als Zahnräder noch symbolisiert, denn wirklich, hier greift ja alles ineinander.
Aber es ist atmet. Wir müssen Organisationen als eher Schaumgebilde, dreidimensionale Badeschaum verstehen, weil heute sind wir in einer Dynamik unterwegs. Organisation muss atmen, muss sich bewegen, ist eben nicht eine starre Struktur, wie wir es vielleicht vor Jahren gedacht haben, Hierarchie und klare Strukturen, sondern wir müssen dynamisch auf die Herausforderungen reagieren und deswegen ist es eher als Schaum, was sich mehr und hin und her bewegen kann, zu sehen.
Organische Formen, die sich aneinander bewegen. Okay, sehr gut. Ja, jetzt haben wir es schön beschrieben bekommen, aber wie geht diese Reise weiter? Wir haben die Partner, wir haben die Technologien, wir haben die Ideen.
Ich glaube, man spürt schon, dass es ein gewisses Momentum gibt, gerade hierfür, und dass man sich weiterentwickeln muss, auf neue Horizonte einlassen muss, den Menschen in den Mittelpunkt stellen. Und das ist genau das, was wir bei der Community-Arbeit gemerkt haben, 5 Jahre jetzt mittlerweile, dass wir uns auf andere Themen konzentrieren müssen. Wir müssen die Leute besser verstehen, zu befähigen. Und es ist nicht nur Internet, Connectivity und Daten, sondern vielmehr einen digitalen Mindset aufzubauen. Und das sind so Themen, wo wir sehr stark adressieren, wo wir sehr erfolgreiche Lesungen mittlerweile haben mit unterschiedlichen Partnern. Und wir haben es jetzt hier auch nochmal aufgelistet. Schlussendlich geht es immer irgendwann, Daten zusammenzuführen, Technologie zusammenzuführen und auch Menschen zusammenzuführen. Aber das Kunstvolle wird daran sein, wenn sich jemand wirklich auf eine digitale Transformation einlassen wird, dann würde es verstehen müssen, genau diese Teile zu synchronisieren, parallel hochzufahren, zu betreiben, am Leben zu halten. Und das sind so die Aussichten, die wir bei uns in der Community anstreben und wo wir nur jeden willkommen heißen können, mit dabei zu sein. Es ist eine sehr lebendige Community mit einem sehr regen Austausch. Es gibt keine großen Einstiegshürden. Von der Seite einfach mit uns in Kontakt kommen, mitmachen, probiert es, dann spürt es.
Schön
einen mutigen Schritt machen, einen mutigen Schritt nach vorne.
Mutig, das ist nämlich genau das, was ich jetzt gerade fragen wollte. Was ist denn, wenn jetzt jemand kommt und sagt, ja, interessieren wird es mich schon, aber ich traue mich nicht. Mit meinen Daten sind lieber bei mir zu Hause und ich will da keinen anderen reinschauen lassen, schon gar nicht den Wettbewerber. Was machen wir dann?
Also typischerweise, wenn wir von Connected-Daten reden und wir legen die ja zuerst in ein Edge-Device, dann sind die Daten ja immer noch im Umfeld der Maschine und im Umfeld der Fabrik zum Beispiel. Erst wenn wir sie in die Cloud geben, dann hat man vielleicht gefühlt ein bisschen Kontrolle verloren, aber wenn man mal mit Sicherheitsexperten redet, dann sind die Daten in der Cloud in vielen, vielen Fällen deutlich sicherer, als wenn man die bei sich im eigenen Unternehmensnetzwerk hält.
Wir haben die Angewohnheit, solche Dinge immer aus der Chancenbrille zu betrachten und denken, was bringt uns diese neue Technologie an Chance? An der Stelle müssen wir tatsächlich mal die Risikobrille aufsetzen und sagen, wenn wir es nicht tun, was passiert dann? Also wir müssen schauen, wenn wir jetzt hadern, den Schritt zu gehen und sagen, wir müssen es richtig machen und warten ab, was passiert dann, wenn wir es nicht tun? Also da müssen wir Risiko schauen. Ansonsten sind wir immer so getriggert, immer in Chancen zu denken. Und da verliert diese neue Technologie immer, weil der ROI nie funktionieren wird. Also gegen etablierte Dinge. Also wir müssen schauen, was passiert, wenn wir es nicht tun und wie kommen wir Schritt für Schritt einfach auf den Weg.
Und da möchte ich mir auch nochmal die Community-Brille aufsetzen. Jetzt
Ja,
haben wir die Technologie
ja, sehr gern.
Und das Schöne bei so einer Community, man muss keine Ängste haben. Also das heißt, wir sind sehr offen organisiert, wir sind sehr breit organisiert und es geht noch nicht um den Sales-Pitch und um irgendwelchen großen Austausch, sondern hier geht es darum, ein Gefühl zu arbeiten, Gleichgesinnte zu treffen, sich langsam an die Themen heranzuarbeiten und es baut Hürden ab. Und mit den abgebauten Hürden wird man auch merken, wie man sich als Unternehmen entwickeln kann und dann genau auf solche Sachen zielführend zulauft. Und das ist, denke ich mal, das Zusammenspiel. Die richtigen Partner technologisch zu haben, die richtigen Partner vom Consulting zu haben, die richtigen Ideen mit ranbringen und eine Community, die befeuern kann und einen ein Stück weit auffängt, bemut oder mit Befähigung versorgt.
Besser hätte ich das jetzt nicht abschließen können. Super. Eine kurze Frage noch, wo finden wir euch? Wo kann man euch sprechen jetzt im Anschluss?
Sehr gerne. Wir haben hier vorne eine Stele, wo man uns unter Digital Industries World findet. Da haben wir auch unseren Partner Boldly Go mit dabei stehen. Ja, und da sind wir für Ansprechungen oder für viel Dialog, viel Austausch gerne erreichbar.
Dann würde ich sagen, nutzen Sie die Chance, liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, sprechen Sie mit den Kollegen, vielleicht nicht mit dem Ralf, den müssen wir ein bisschen schonen, aber ansonsten ein herzliches Dankeschön an euch, sehr inspirierend, in 15 Minuten wirklich die Welt erklärt, wie das Zusammenspiel klappen kann. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Schönen Applaus an euch und noch eine gute Zeit. Und liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, jetzt geht's wieder auf Englisch weiter, aber um 2:30 sind wir noch mal mit einer deutschen Session dabei. Und ich würde sagen, bis dahin, gute Zeit. Die Deutschsprechenden, um 2:30 geht's wieder weiter. And I'll keep talking to you guys now in English, presenting our next expert here on stage. We talked about digitalization all day long, all 3 days long so far. Without digitalization, no connectivity, no digital transformation. The next expert is Mr. Digital Twin, I would say, because I think he created this guy. So let's welcome him on stage, Daniel Klein. Viel Spaß, Daniel.
Danke. Hello and welcome to my presentation, which is about a digital twin of production. And the title says Digital Twin from the Cradle to the Grave. And the purpose of this title, which is, well, honestly, is very provocative, is we want to highlight that the digital twin is not a single solution. It is more a concept that joins a production from the cradle, so at the very early stages, to the grave, to the final end of a production of a factory, of a line, or whatever. And to show you that this is a holistic concept, because if you take a look at all the different stations here at the Siemens booth, you will find different applications, different digital twins. However, those digital twins, they can be put into an order and can follow or join a production from the planning over the engineering to the ramp up into the operation. And of course, I have limited time, so I could tell you for the next 90 minutes about digital twin applications, so I had to pick 3 use cases. And I want to show you how the different solutions, they are based on each other, that we take a model in the first step, in the simulation-driven optimization, where we analyze what's happening on the shop floor, how does everything interact with each other. Then we take this model, we also connect it with control systems, AGV control systems, MES systems, whatever we need, because it's not just the muscle of the line, it's also the brain that is relevant. And then in the last step, we take the model we generated in the first 2 steps and use it, well, on a daily basis to optimize continuously our production. And the cool thing, make it available for a worker on the shop floor. So let's start. Simulation-driven optimization. And well, one of the, I would say, the big things at Siemens is that we drink our own champagne. So this is an example from one of our electronics productions. In this case, it was about redesigning a production line. So what you can see is an assembly line for our products, Cinematics, Cinemax, C-Motion. And in the middle, you can see the assembly of the product. So in the end, our final product is screwed together. Circuit boards are screwed into the casing and things like that. In orange, you can see the logistics paths for the AGVs. And at the bottom, you can see 2 prefabrication stations. And the question was, what happens if we redesign the line? How does, for example, how does this have an affect logistics? How does it affect prefabrication stations? How does everything interact with each other? And interestingly, we asked them also, well, what are we allowed to change? And take a look at the number of variables. So without simulation, without a digital twin, you will never be able to handle all those variables and parameters, because 36 variables, when you do all the combinations, you end up with billions of different solutions, different scenarios. So we don't just build a digital twin. What we also do is we connect it with other optimization algorithms. And to show you what it looks like when an algorithm takes over the digital control of the digital twin and can automatically change variables in the simulation, evaluate the results, and then redesign the production line in a highly automated way. This is what you can see on the video. And whenever it turns black, the algorithm starts a new iteration. And step by step by step, the algorithm learns to control the line. And I think the outcomes speak for themselves. So based on this concept, with a digital twin connected to an optimization algorithm, we could show that there is a concept that helps you to reduce the material requirements at peak times by 17%, that the number of containers which have to be filled, transported, stored beside the line can be reduced by 42%, and we could save production time. 20 minutes a day doesn't sound like a lot, but if we take a look at a highly automated electronics production line, 20 minutes a day adds up to 1 or 1.5 weeks of additional production a year. So this is significant. But now we've redesigned the line. We found new concepts, new controls, new strategies. Now we want to control the line. So we can take the model that we generated in the first step and connect it with systems like HEV control, MES system, because we don't want to stop production when we develop such a code. So we don't want to slow it down, interfere in an existing production. We want to do this in the digital world using the models that we already have. So, and this is an example where we have an HEV control system interacting with the simulation. You can see the small HEVs driving on the predefined paths. Whenever an HEV passes one of the points, we have a signal to the control system, so saying in the end, hey, I'm here. And the control system then says, okay, please do that. Make a waiting loop, take order number 17. And the purpose is, before we physically implement this solution in a production, slow down the production, implement it, redesign it. That's what we don't want to do. So before we do that, we test it in the physical, in the virtual world. We check system interactions. We validate the code. We go through various scenarios. We make security analysis. Huge topic, because in the virtual world, nobody is in danger. So we can make security analysis. We can crash HEVs into each other and see how the system reacts. And we can also use this for operator training, because how would you train an operator on a production line that doesn't exist? And the next step is, so what I showed you is, we take the simulation digital twin to have a simulation-driven optimization, redesign of the line. We build the muscle of the line. Step 2, we make the brain, we design the brain and connect it with the simulation. And the last step is now we take the model and make it available for workers on the shop floor to use it on a continuous basis. Because how much does a simulation help if it's not used? Not at all. That's the thing. And so what we want to do is, we have the real world, we have the simulation model, the digital world, and we continuously send data into the simulation model from the shop floor, and then in an app, we make the data and the results of the simulation available. And we have a use case. As I said, we drink our own champagne, so we implemented this in several other factories. Example shown here is from one of our Lighthouse factories in Amberg. And in Amberg, we have an X-ray area. So we produce our S7-4100 in Amberg, and the circuit boards within this control, they are security critical. So we really have to make sure that all the soldering joints have the quality we want it to have. So they go through an X-ray process, 9 machines, highly automated X-ray testing. And the thing is, this is a small area of the production, But sometimes, especially at peak times, this becomes the bottleneck of the production. And one reason is that the scheduling and also the definition which order goes to which machine, it's done manually. And you can imagine how complicated this is for a human being. 9 machines, hundreds of orders, different prioritizations, maintenance windows, null areas. So it's very difficult for a human being to do this. So we said we can overcome this issue by taking a digital twin, connecting it with the shop floor, and then continuously sending up data into the simulation model and make it available from the worker in a very simple app. And this is what I'm going to show you here. So when the worker needs a new schedule in the forecast, he logs into an app. Then he gets a strict 3-step process to gather all the data. First step, we define the shifts. So today we have an early shift, we have a late shift. And in the background, we also know which resources are available. Then second step, when we have the shifts, we have to define machine failures and also maintenance windows. So in this case, machine number 9 is not available for 3 hours. We have to do a maintenance for machine number 1. Next step, we connect with the order management system in the production. So when we press the button, we get the data from the order management system, and then we can go through the data, including prioritization, number of parts to be tested, how many parts have already been tested, and all this kind of information. Then we select the orders, and that's it. Now we have everything to make a forecast and make also a suggestion for the worker how to move on. Then data goes now into a simulation model and optimization, and it takes around 30 seconds until we get a feedback. And once we have a feedback, the system tells us, you're going to process 31 orders in the 2 shifts, you're going to test 1900 panels per hour on average, and a predicted machine utilization for all the 9 machines. And the crucial thing is on the widget on the right side, because the system also tells us which order goes to which machine, when to do maintenance, and you can imagine whenever something changes in production, and that happens continuously, it takes you 2 minutes to have a new schedule, to know you can do this in the most efficient way. And we measured also the results, so how much does such a system bring for a production, and we could show that we can significantly reduce the setup times, and the most important part, we get more products over this area. So depending on the production day, up to 15%. And whenever something changes, we reschedule, make a new forecast, and everything happens through this app with a worker who doesn't know what a simulation in the end is, who is just a new end user, and the complicated things are happening in the background. And this is, I think, a complete next step for the scheduling and also the forecasting of an area. And if you want to learn more about the solutions, about how we use simulation in the production, for example, for redesign, how we then connect the systems, so the control systems, the brain of the production, and use the models on a continuous basis, that's where you can find me. Booth number 85. This is over there in the optimization area, so come to booth number 5. I'm very happy to talk with you, and then we can also discuss this in a more detail. So I would hand over now. Thank you very much.
It's all about data, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
Data-driven world.
Absolutely. This is the gold, the black gold.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, all right.
No borders, no limits. But if we collaborate, we get there. So next up, please welcome Ramin Ganipana, Digital Transformation Consultant at Siemens.
Thanks. Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. Feeling good. A little bit tired after 3 days,
Oh,
but
yeah.
all in all, good.
Check this out. Check this out.
Yeah.
We are rocking.
Couldn't imagine, yeah.
So wait, Ramin, I believe you were active at the Hanover Fair this year, right?
Absolutely.
And you spoke about, let's look at this, trusted traceability and a recall scenario. So this time you want to talk about the same offering, but maybe a different focus.
Absolutely.
So what are you going to show us?
So again, I will talk about trusted traceability, but this time about a different use case. Last time we talked about the recall scenario, as you said, and this time about a product lifecycle history. Because trust accompanies us along the whole lifetime, and what would be alive without trust?
Nothing. The stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. So when we look back at our lives and the life of our parents, there have been particular events which have been very important for us. On the one hand side, our birth date, first day in school, then maybe also first apartment. And all of these important events play a very important role for us. But on the other side, there might have been also events which were not so pleasant for us. For example, when you're sick or illness. And when you're sick, normally you go to the doctor, and the first thing a doctor is doing, he's looking at your medical records. And he's doing that to grab the important information. What is important for you? How have been your medical records to determine the best treatment for you? And what we do there in our private life, this is exactly what we also do in our business life with our machines, with our production lines. So we want to make evidence-based decisions. So we want to look at the data and grab the important information and make evidence-based decisions. And this is exactly where trusted traceability comes into play. So we span this genealogy tree, or how do you might say, the family tree of your product, along this whole life cycle history of the product. And we're not only doing that, for example, in case of a recall scenario. So some mistakes maybe had happened, and you want to have this forward traceability to understand which batches have been affected, what do I need to recall? This would be the forward traceability, but also the backward traceability, proof claims that you can say, maybe from the ingredients, from the raw materials, from the components, up to the manufacturing, and then putting that into operation, what has happened, like this kind of backward traceability. And what we also do within this product lifecycle history is that we grab the important information which you have and compile them together. For example, when was this machine produced? So what has been the manufacturing date? When has it been commissioned? Where do I find this factory acceptance certificate? Or what was the firmware status when I delivered this machine? So these are kind of important information. And that might sound a little bit abstract right now, but to make it a little bit more concrete, let's have a look at this kind of genealogy tree from a trusted traceability point of view. So maybe we start from certain components, or we start from certain ingredients, in this case components, or maybe also raw materials. And then we want to see, okay, where have certain raw materials or components been delivered from? Of course, especially when we talk about circular economy, and if we grab this information, that's a very important indicator. And then on the other side, we have also manufacturing dates, because the manufacturing date also determines, for example, if you talk about warranty. So you calculate from the warranty, or if you have to schedule some maintenance topics, then it's very important to know, okay, when the machine has been produced. And then further on, if the machine is going to be sent into commissioning, so you put the machine really into your production lines, and then it goes into operation. Of course, there have been some installation, commissioning on site, and you would like to know what was the factory acceptance protocol or other important information which have been determined during operations. And then we move forward, for example, in case of an inspection, and maybe within the inspection you would like to know, okay, this is the first inspection, when will the next maintenance schedule be like? What or which parts have been put into that machine? So you want to grab exactly these kind of details. And last but not least, for example, in case there was damage, you have to exchange some of the parts. You would like to determine where do these parts come from? Because these parts also have a genealogy tree. They also have a life cycle history. And these two life cycle histories of the component, but also of the machine itself, they cross at a certain point. And in the end, you can span this genealogy tree along the life cycle history of this product. Normally, when we do a project together with our customers, we are starting with a simulation. And the simulation helps us to determine, okay, what are the important steps? How does the value chain look like? And that could be the complete value chain, but that could also be a part, for example, within your production area, that you can see what are the split and merge processes within your factory, how was your machine put into operation, and what are, for example, change of ownerships, especially when we talk about spare parts and other topics. But the important thing about the simulation is also that we generate these kind of transactions, so we understand what has happened, and we feed them back into trusted traceability to create this genealogy tree. So first of all, in the virtual world, like we heard from Daniel Klein before in his speech, and then we go into integration in the next step. So we are working now with the emulated data, and here, for example, we put in the serial number of the machine itself to exactly then find this kind of genealogy tree and get the right information. And here you can see the important information like the firmware status, hardware status, when was the last maintenance, when is the next maintenance. And you might have also components, which you can see in here, which were put into the machine and which have the life cycle and the life cycle history on their own. And also split and merge or like change of ownerships, because spare parts are maybe distributed or being put in from distributors or other manufacturers, and there has been a certain point in time where exactly these different kind of life cycle histories are going to cross and come together. So to grab this important information, to put together this whole genealogy tree, this is what we are targeting with trusted traceability. So which kind of use cases can we now enable? First of all, the digital product passport. So there have been different kind of names around that, digital nameplate, digital product passport, and this is a very important topic also for us. So the digital product passport is one of the topics which shows exactly this extract of the product lifecycle history. Second, if you will go a little bit one level deeper, so that might be the service booklet for your machines. So you can have exactly this kind of information, when was the last maintenance, next maintenance, what has been the hardware or firmware status during commissioning, or maybe also factory acceptance test. And then, of course, we can enable also further scenarios, talking about audits, recalls. So the recall, we talked about that last time. Maybe at the next Hannover Fair, we will have the next use case we'll talk about, maybe proof claims or counterfeit. So this is exactly what we're targeting there. And in the end, you might have your complete overview over your product, over this genealogy tree, and that might be something like an autobiography of your machine. So what are the benefits? So first of all, retracing data. We want to make decisions based on evidence and data which we are collecting across this product lifecycle of a product, first of all. Second, transformation of business models, especially if you have the right information and if you, for example, not only buy a machine but lease a machine, in the end you want to know, okay, how has it been performed? How was, for example, the maintenance being done? Was it done according to the manual or not? So it's like when your personal car. When you sell your personal car with a service booklet, you might get a higher price for that. Also, insights about your products, so you can understand through this genealogy tree better how the production looks like, how the value chain looks like, and which kind of components are coming together. And of course, also certification of products and processes. There are certain rules and regulations which manufacturers have to fulfill. So that's also one of the parts we're targeting here. Optimizing the use and reuse of machines. Of course, if we have this transparency, we can better use and utilize the machines. And of course, boosting sustainability, because we want to be cautious and make use of the precious resources we are having in there. So this is what we are targeting with the whole solution. Normally, when we start with the customer, we're looking at, from a consulting perspective, what are your use cases? Which kind of data is required to fulfill that use case? And then also, where is this data in which kind of systems? Where do we find that? Which kind of connectors do we need? And how to extract that? Then we go into the simulation and hook it up to the evaluation system. So we can first try it in the virtual world before we go into implementation and integration into the real world. And then, last but not least, operation and optimization. So using trusted traceability in the whole environment in a productive environment. So this is how we as Siemens want to accompany you as a trusted advisor along this whole topic of the value chain. So we are here, so today's Thursday, but we still have 2-3 hours, and I would be very happy to see you here on the booth. I'm standing over there, booth number 55, and I would be happy to discuss with you either be it recall scenarios, be it audits, be it life cycle history, so the topic we introduced today. And Yeah, I would be happy just to get more customer interactions. So if you don't have the time to visit us here at the booth, we'll be also there.
Thank you.
Whenever, contact me whenever you have any topics around that.
I will contact you. You contact him too, right? So it's about trust.
Absolutely.
Throughout the life cycle. That's what you said, and that ensures us to get safer and secure. Thank you. Ramin, guys.
Thanks a lot.
All right, so what is the future and what's the latest news on process automation? The journey continues with Senya. Please welcome Senya. The stage is yours.
Today, we will talk about the continuation of the best-known controller line, SIMATIC S7-4100. And for quick introduction, we prepared a short video for you.
The future is not something far away. It's already being decided today. It's in your hands, because the future begins right now. Discover the new generation of controllers for process control systems. SIMATIC S7-4100, sustainably developed to meet the highest demands. The compact design frees up space in the control cabinet. The new controller consumes very little power, is maintenance-free, and operates at temperatures from -25 to +70 degrees Celsius. It offers extended communication options with up to 6 Profinet or Profibus interfaces. Here's the controller that's perfectly tailored to the completely web-based SIMATIC PCS Neo process control system. It's ready for the future and is based on the proven automation platform from Siemens. The new SIMATIC S7-4100, so you're always ahead. Ignite the potential of process control.
Our guest today is someone who's had bits for process automation. During the last 25 years, he gained a great experience in project execution, sales, product management, and R&D. During this time, he spent over 7 years abroad within 3 continents and knows exactly what our customers' needs are. He holds a PhD in physics and is currently our head of hardware and process automation. Welcome on stage, Dr. Friedhelm Geiger, nickname Fritz.
What an introduction. I mean, thanks so much.
Welcome.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real pleasure for me to be here today. All right.
Thank you for joining us. Before we start, I have a question. Where actually your nickname comes from?
Okay. Well, my nickname, Fritz, is very simple. I was in the US, delegated from 2005 to 2008. And then people said, what, Friedhelm? What kind of name is that? Yeah, peace helmet? And nobody could ever pronounce my name. So I simply said, call me Fritz. And they're like, oh, yeah, Fritz. Oh, man, yeah, that's great. We call you Fritz. And since then, everybody knows me as Fritz and Siemens. Yeah? No chance to get rid of the name.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Fritz. I will start with the obvious question. Everyone knows SIMATIC S7-1500 and SIMATIC S7-400, but 4100, what is the story behind this new product? What is about this 400 number?
I was expecting this, because we're here now, of course, with our factory automation friends as process automation. And we inherited a lot from the S7-1500 with the 4100, for example, the backplane. We share the same backplane structure. That's why the 4 digits, and also because new means 4 digits. Now, the previous controller, or the current controller, is the S7-410 for process industry. So we simply added a 0 to actually comply with the 4-digit space and have the 4100. That's the simple story behind it.
Okay. Now we know where the name comes from.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the new controller in detail. What are the major new features and innovations?
Yeah. So there are actually 3 things. The first is, if you look at the outside, this is the current controller for process control, the 410 controller. This is the 4100 controller. So what's the difference? Well, it's smaller. Yeah, so it has about 30% less space, so less cabinet space. I think that's a very big benefit for other customers. Now on the inside, okay, I cannot open this. On the inside, there's newest chip technology. Yeah? So meaning we could participate in the newest chip technology in terms of speed and in terms of power needs. Yeah? And the third one is a non-tangible requirement that every customer has is compatibility. Yeah? So this controller is compatible to our current 410 controller. That's the most important.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
The SIMATIC controller is the brain of the plant, processing over 1,000 signals from the field in real time.
Yep.
Could you say and show us a little bit more about the dimension of the change, also in terms of scalability and modularity?
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that question. See, you also see it here. This controller is very nicely modular. Meaning we have power supply, we have controller, and we have communication processors. Now, even the power supply can be put in redundantly. Yeah, I have here two power supplies. Yeah, okay. Here's connection for 24 volts. Then the controller and up to 5 Profinet or Profibus CPs. Yeah, even these communication cards can be replaced during runtime. That's also a very big requirement in process industries. You cannot simply stop your plant, so your plant has to run at all times. That's why also these communication processes can be replaced during runtime.
Okay. Could you tell us also about the technology inside the controller?
Technology inside. Of course, we have a new chipset, and the chipset consumes less power. So this controller has actually only 4 watts in heat dissipation, so it's very efficient. And also it has security inside, meaning it has a so-called TPM chip, a trusted modular platform chip, which also has an encrypted serial number. So we can be 100% sure that this is the controller as it is. It's not a fake and not a counterfeit. Yeah. So that's kind of on the inside.
I have a follow-up question about the energy consumption. Oh, yeah. What possibilities does the new controller bring in terms of sustainability?
Yeah. See, we actually found out now during our tests when we run the controller under real-life conditions with about 2,000 process objects, which is kind of a very big plant already, that this controller consumes only 4 watts. Now, this is best in class in the whole industry. 4 watts for such a controller, such a powerful controller, we could only reach because we design our own chips, our own application-specific chips. So in terms of sustainability, compared to this machine, during the lifetime of, let's say, 10 to 15 years, you save 750 kilograms of CO2. Yeah? Doesn't sound much, but in a big refinery, you have about 100 of these machines. Yeah? So the saving is quite essential. And just remember 4 watt. Somebody tells you less than 4 watt, not possible. I think we're here best in class. So we are very proud of this machine.
Thank you very much. Finally, let's talk about the future of the new controller generation.
All right.
In particular, about the secure communication. What will be your response to the growing requirements in this area, and what will be the next features and innovation which you will bring?
All right. Okay. So again, security, as I said before, there's a special module, a special chip inside, a trusted modular platform that ensures that there's secure communication between the engineering or the operator station and this controller. Yeah. So also we have a secure boot mechanism, meaning it cannot be hacked during the boot operation of this controller. There's no outside possibility to go into this controller. So we are already ready for the highest security levels with this hardware. Now coming to what's next, and everybody already sees here, yeah, we have two controllers. So in process industry, of course, redundancy is the most important requirement. And we are working on redundancy for the next version. Yeah? So this is really our top requirement that we'll have this also in PCS Neo.
Right. Thank you very much for the up-to-date information about the latest generation of controller SIMATIC S7-4100. Fritz, Dr. Geiger.
All right, all right.
Thank you for watching us live and here on stage on SPS Fair. Please visit our booth and also our website, SIMATIC S7-4100. And stay in the lead. Goodbye from Nürnberg. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much.
All right. Big hand of applause to the two of you. Great presentation. I think you all enjoyed it, right? It's always wonderful to get like the insights of the industry and the projects we are working in. And I always call these things the little smart gray devices. Very clever. They ain't so little anymore, but they do big difference. That's for sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. If you want to talk to the colleagues, they are at the booth. Either you can talk to them right here next to our desk, or where else do you sneak around for the next 2 hours? Right.
Well, right at the booth.
Okay. Okay. Super. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. We move on in the program with our next presentation. Have you guys all done your Christmas shopping yet? Done the online shopping maybe? Or thinking about the COVID times when we were all at home, could not go shopping, what did we do? We went online shopping. Have you ever thought about where all these paper and cardboards come from? How the industry had to change, that they were capable of getting all these boxes produced, that they finally arrived with our little precious which we ordered at home? Well, that for sure was a tough time for the industry, but it's not over yet because paper industry has to adapt as well. Going to be a nice presentation here. So ladies and gentlemen, use the chance. Sit down, take a seat. 15 minutes of great information on the pulp and paper industry. And I'm happy to introduce our next expert here on stage, Yusuf Gündüz. Hi, Yusuf. Great you're here.
Hi.
Please bump. Ooh.
Thank you very much.
Wow, that's a lot of energy on the third day of the fair and a good mood I see in you. Have you been talking to customers already?
Oh, yes, very, very much. And we are also very happy again to have the chance to meet the customers in person after such a long time during the COVID.
Yeah, we counted it. It's more than 1,000 days that we have not been at SPS in Nuremberg.
Yes.
And so we're super happy to be back with great exhibits. Well, I introduced the topic of pulp and paper and that there are quite a few challenges. Do you want to deep dive into that topic? Because you, as the head of pulp and paper for vertical market Siemens, you definitely have more insights than my imagination of how do I get a cardboard box.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for organizing such a great program here. And
with pleasure. I'm happy to have the experts.
With so many different topics, I followed also yesterday and the day before, and we're also very happy also to meet our customers. Coming back to the question, what are the challenges and what are the trends in the paper industry? You know, we are talking about a really very traditional industry. So paper industry is a very much mature industry and established with all the processes, standardized processes, and so on. And we as Siemens, we are having more than 100 years history in the paper. And I'm also proud to be part of this story. And we provided a lot of technology and knowledge to the market to bring the industry to the stage where we are with our products. And now as a question, 100 years history, very mature, and what is now the next? What is the future? And the future of the paper industry, normally we say never change the running system, But here in this case, now we need and we have to think about, can we continue in the production and in the technology as in the past? You would ask me, I would say no, definitely not. We have to come in the digital transformation now also in the paper industry. Why? So there are good reasons. We're having it's a demanding industry, and we're having requirements from the market coming from the environmental regulations. Partly decarbonization is a key topic in the paper industry as well, since also this industry is a very energy consuming
and also
water consuming industry, definitely. And here also the customers, they have to reduce their carbon dioxide footprints in the future. This is one thing. The second thing, if we compare our products and the capabilities in the past, and now we have enhanced our portfolio with digitalization, with a lot of additional intelligence in the product, and of course, we have to use this intelligence also now in the paper industry. I'm comparing somehow also with the cars. Yeah, if you compare a car 30 years before, so
did not have automatic parking, windscreen wipers, not
exactly
no heated seats. Oh my goodness!
Exactly. So, and the main change, I mean, the car is still the topology is the same.
You from A to B.
Exactly. 4 wheels, windows, doors, everything the same. But what's the difference? That the development was in the more efficient engines to reduce the fuel consumption, and with all the intelligence, with the sensors and the softwares to make the car smart. And we have to go the same way also in the paper industry to become smart, to ensure the future also for our customers.
So what are the implications for the trends in the industry? I mean, we are talking about old machines, as you said, and big machines. You're not going to throw it out and buy some new stuff.
Definitely
you need
not.
to use this old but still good material.
Definitely, the key would be to get these machines, this industry, this installation more smart in the future. The main implication from my point of view in this industry will be mainly to bring the more digital capabilities into this industry, into the machine operation, to get more smarter operation and smarter production on one side. The other implication, so we see nowadays also on the market, is a cybersecurity issue. That's very important also because we're talking about a huge process. And if there is any difficulty or leakages in the security, data security part, so that's going to be a big issue. And we think also, of course, to get more sustainability in the production. We are talking about machines, they are nowadays more than several hundred meters. So if there is one component or one actor is failing in that process, so then the complete process stops. So that's why sustainability is very important as well.
And it takes a long time until it's running again. I
Definitely.
guess you have a lot of
if you have, for example, breakage in the paper, so then it takes you more than several hours to ramp up the machine again to produce. And this kind of things, they are causing additional costs, of course, on the customer side. This is the time you're missing to produce.
So efficiency is a big topic here in regards of the customer needs as well, but also of the production efficiency where we need to focus on. So operation.
Definitely.
Can we deep dive in that one?
For sure. If we come to the efficiency, I think we are talking about a very energy consuming industry. So, and we are talking about a big process which is running and where the continuity is very important. And efficiency, if we're talking about an efficiency, is not only the matter of the high efficient class product to use the more, for example, motors with the IE4 or i4 efficiency. I think here we have to be much more smart if we want to get deeper in the efficiency and increase also this from the customer point of view. We need to think about power consumption. Some customers are triggering now when is the power the cheapest time, so then probably to use more energy consumption processes at that time. We are talking about the machine availability. When is the best time to run with my machine, with which kind of product I'm producing? How can I increase my shutdown times by using predictive maintenance topics, by using the digital services to avoid any kind of outages? And overall, we are talking about an overall efficiency. And for customer, as I mentioned, this is a very energy-consuming market. And nowadays, especially if we come to the energy cost, which is an extremely challenging topic. Yeah, customers are telling us in the past they were producing 1 ton paper, that the energy costs for 1 ton paper production were around $170. And today we are talking about for 1 ton paper production energy costs about $400 to $450.
Wow, this is like 3 times.
It's extremely important topic to get the machines very smart operated, to choose the best time, to combine a lots of different data that are available and able on site, to use this intelligence of the products and to combine all of this information and to get the best result, how I can use my machine, my production, which type of product, what time. So this is also giving customer a lot of increase in customer efficiency. And of course, also reducing the waste.
Of course. I mean, that's important as well. When you stop production and you run again, there is a lot of waste for sure.
Definitely.
So I see here connecting things, edge, IoT and low code. Where does that come into play?
That's a base. This is our base. I think this is also our backbone and our customers' backbone for the digitalization story. We're having products with the capabilities, having to collect the data, to provide at the first to generate this data and then collect this data, using edge technology to get intelligence out of this data, using clouds, providing services to the market, and also giving customers the opportunity to do their own applications on the low-code platform. I think this is a huge opportunity we're having in Siemens for our customers.
So simulation is the keyword here.
Yes. Simulation is very important. As I mentioned, all the stuff we see out of this IoT stack, so there are single components. And now is the question, and this is also our role as a vertical paper, to explain our customers how to bring these different digital products, digital services together and building up to a system and to use it as a system. Because the key is the system approach, especially in the project business like we have in paper. And here we are providing our customers, and we are pretty much sure so that we can ensure together with customers by using these opportunities we're having within Siemens to get more reliable, more efficient, more sustainable production.
So a lot of challenges for our customers. They need to save money. They want to be flexible. They need to compete with others. They definitely want to save energy. Where do we bring all this together? What is our big helper?
Yeah, I think our key success factor will be how to use the data, the information to be smart, to use this information to create value add of this information. And this is our task as a vertical paper, to understand the demand from customer and to bring our technical capabilities together with the customer.
Have you been talking to customers here at the booth? Well, what was their most raised question to you?
Well, most raised question is currently it's how to use our platforms to reduce really energy consumption. This is the most crucial topic, since, as I mentioned, the costs are increased very much. This is the main question where the customers are busy nowadays, and we had nearly in every discussion this question: how to reduce the costs.
Who would not want to reduce the costs and to produce more efficient, that's for sure. Yusuf, we can find you at the booth At which position? I think we covered those kind of things.
We did definitely, for sure. I will be on several parts on the left side, yes.
We have the motors, sustainable motors, the IE4.
Definitely, exactly, and also you can reach us from different platforms, social media, and also, of course, our Pulp and Paper web page we're having on Siemens side.
Okay, perfect. A big applause for you, Yusuf. And if you want to know where you get the cardboard boxes for your Christmas presents, do contact Yusuf and his colleagues at the fair booth. He will be over there at the station.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Christine.
A big hand of
Thanks
applause to you, Yusuf.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we move on with our presentations here on stage. 2 more sessions are on the agenda, and we keep in the sustainability topic, and sustainable power distribution is part of the next session of a passionate expert coming up on stage. Lots of benefits are coming along with a smart power distribution. We just heard that how important that is. Smart and safe technology, innovative planning tools, and installation apps. That's what we want to go for. And if you use Sivacon 8PS, you will be ready for tomorrow's tasks. A bold statement. We will hear how you're going to fulfill that. Let's find out how he's going to do that. Let's welcome Johan Bright. Big hand of applause to you, Johan. Awesome.
Hello, Christine.
Great you're here. Welcome.
Good to be on stage with you.
Take a seat. Yeah, I mean, nearly 3 days at the fair booth. You still have your voice, I can tell. But I've seen you've been very busy talking with our customers. Johan, you are the product manager of Sivacon 8PS busbar trunking systems, and you're responsible for digital topics, right?
Exactly.
Can you explain a bit what these digital topics are?
Exactly, Christina. And I am sure you know it already, what I am doing, because you watched the presentation before. Busbar trunking systems are the innovative alternative to cable installations. Just as a definition for low voltage power transmission and low voltage power distribution. They are well proved in many applications, and they are at home in both in digital application and in infrastructure. Actually, you can find them everywhere.
It sounds very hardware driven, I have to say, but digitalization certainly also plays a role for the busbar trunking system. So what are the secrets here?
You're right. A busbar actually or basically consists of metal sheet, copper and aluminum. This hardware has to be planned, selected, ordered, installed to precisely meet the requirements of modern buildings.
So you are referring to the individual phases of building development process.
Exactly. And here all phases are involved and included. All phases of a building life cycle and all components of a building. From pure hardware to software. From the first brick of a wall to the last screw of a bracket.
Wow, okay, that is cool. I think we have a few numbers you're going to drop here, which really, when we talked about this topic, you were dropping these, and I was like, wow, really, exactly. I can't believe it.
And these processes should not be underestimated, as the next figures you see shows. Did you know that 30% of all finished projects exceeded either the timeline or the defined budget, or both? And next number, 37% of all ordered material for a building go to waste or is scrapped.
37.
That's unbelievable.
This is in regards of sustainability and that this material costs. This is insane if
really
you don't change
insane.
it. Yeah.
Exactly. And what's about last minute changes? 10% of the overall cost of a project is caused by unplanned changes on site.
If you don't plan good enough.
Exactly. And what's the last but not least, 55% of all maintenance work is done reactively. That means it is fix it when it breaks. You see, Christina, there's a lot of room of improvement.
Definitely. I can tell this is your turf now. So all phases of the building development process have to be handled in a more sustainable way, that's for sure. And more structured.
Yeah, And all these individual phases are already defined in the so-called BIM model, the Building Information Modeling. Basically, the modeling or the model defines how all the building data are generated, are enriched, are shared and used across all phases. And not only for the electrical trade, but also for all other trades.
So that means that everyone from architects to builders and technical building equipment suppliers, they use the same data model.
The digital twin of the entire building is born, and everyone speaks the same language.
Which is a good start for everything. It makes life so much easier if we all start at the same page in the same language, that's for sure.
It's almost heaven, yeah?
So, do we offer some tools to the planner to make that job easier?
Exactly. We offer the planner a tool, a three-dimensional planning tool called SIMATIC S7-4100, which meets exactly the requirements of a planner to get an error-free planning easily, quickly, and without a deep knowledge about the busbar trunking system. On top, collision tests and buildability is already checked in this phase. For the busbar, the challenge is to go along the busbar structure. That means you have to adapt the busbar run to the layout of the building. And the second one is to be compliant to every regulation, depending on which country you are.
Also important. So we have a lot of data. We have a planner who needs to work on that. How is that moving on?
We are using the Revit platform, the AutoCAD Revit platform, to be BIM compliant. Yeah, that's the basis of the tool. After you planned the geometrical layout of the bus run, the next step is SIMATIC project. SIMATIC project is using the same data, and with SIMATIC project you generate functional part lists, you get the budget price, and you get also the tendering specification text, which is used in the next phase in the tendering process.
So, but the data which is generated in SIMATIC busbar plan, does not only have an advantage for the planning phase. There is even more coming along, right?
Yes. As I already mentioned, we are using the same data from the first idea of a building to the operation of the building. Let's take a closer look to the order execution phase. The designer is now creating orderable part lists. He's triggering the purchase. He's managing the delivery dates and the installation. For this purpose, he uses SIMATIC busbar plan advanced. He takes over the planning phase of the planner. He's doing some adjustments, and he's splitting the bus run into single components, which can be ordered. The current status of the project, also of the engineered project, can be retrieved at any time from the project manager. For instance, is the component already ordered? Is it delivered? Is it installed? Because all these data are part of the digital twin.
So it all sounds like a great help in project management. It's all structured and ordered. But what happens then?
Then a very exciting phase begins, the installation phase of the busbar on site. Now it becomes clear if whether the digital twin is matching the situation on site. For this, also all documentation has to be available on site, and it has to be easily accessible to the installer or for the installer. For instance, this includes instructions, three-dimensional mounting plans, and so on. And all these are provided from SIMATIC busbar plan and our new app, busbar check. SIMATIC busbar plan is transferring all the data to busbar check, and with the help of the app, the installer has got easily access to all this information via his tablet or his mobile phone. But we are going one step further. The installer is also able to create a so-called bold report with important information for the project manager and the customer. And this is also done via the app. He is only reading in the unique identifier of the component in the real world. It's a so-called I-based code. And he's taking picture of the proper installation for documentation.
Okay. And how are all this data? We're talking about a lot, I guess. The data assigned to the right component in the digital twin. How do you work on that?
A good question. But he's also using for this the passport check app, because in the app is already, or is also displayed the digital twin. That means the bus run as a three-dimensional construct is shown, and he selects the right component which is assigned to the currently installed component. And after installing the whole bus run, all the data are transferred back to Simaris Passplan. And the project manager is able to check the status of each component at every time. Is it installed? When was it installed? Who installed? And how is it installed? Because of the pictures.
Okay, it definitely sounds good. In regards of all the pictures, a big step toward increasing transparency for sure in all project phases. How is that going on?
Exactly. Our target is to have more transparency in all the phases, as you said. So? And with the digitalization and with the new possibilities, our target is to offer a real value add to all people involved to get an error-free result, faster, easier, and more cost-efficient. That's the important thing. And all this is already reality with Sivacon HPS.
And who would not want that? Faster, more efficient, and more cost efficiently. So definitely great words which you want to consider when producing and using technology. Johann, where can we find you and your Simaris busbar plan?
It's in this direction. I didn't count the steps, but I think it's in the other side of the hall. It's about 60 steps maybe. And I would be glad if you come to the booth and I show you it in reality.
In reality, you do not count the steps, you have to count the people which you have to move away, that you can move on that path towards your station, which is always very crowded, I have to say. Definitely, this exhibit and the solutions you're showing there tackles the needs of our customers. They're very interested in that. With that, Johann, many, many thanks. A big hand of applause to you.
Thank you.
You've got a big fan base here, I can tell. All right, thanks, Johann. And if you're interested and want to deep dive into the topic, do follow him now. Now is your chance. You got another 2.5 hours, to be honest. Not much time left, but I have great news. We do have a virtual event next week coming up. On Tuesday and Wednesday, 15th and 16th, we will have the virtual tech days at Siemens, an online event where you can dial in from 8 until 8. 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, and you can talk to our experts in 30-minute sessions, the so-called tech talks. We have presenters on stage again. We will have quick Q&A sessions. So if you haven't had the time to talk here to our colleagues because they were so busy, do use the chance to visit us at the virtual tech days. But I'm switching over now to German again. So sorry for all of you guys who do not understand German. That's another 15-minute session in German before we switch back again to English for the final Bye-Bye session up here. Liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, ich freue mich jetzt auf die nächste Session hier, unsere letzte Präsentatorenrunde auf dieser Bühne zur SPS, wo es um ein tolles Thema geht. 15 Minuten auf Deutsch werden wir über die Erfolgsgeschichte von WinCC V7 sprechen, denn die setzt sich fort. Im nächsten Beitrag dreht sich alles um Datenerfassung, Analyse und Visualisierung von Anlagen. Ich freue mich auf unseren nächsten Presenter hier, Christoph Hagen. Er ist der Produktmanager für WinCC Version 7 und Jürgen Kulzinger, Marketing Manager WinCC Version 7 as well. Welcome, gentlemen, and have fun.
Okay, so welcome. So, da sich natürlich nicht jeder im Publikum sich etwas unter dem Namen SCADA vorstellen kann, kurz eine Begriffserklärung. Was ist SCADA und wie funktioniert es? SCADA steht für Supervisory, Control and Data Acquisition. Es handelt sich dabei um eine Art von Steuerungssystem, mit dem Sie Daten von Industrieanlagen erfassen, visualisieren und bedient werden können. So, um es etwas anschaulicher darzustellen, stellen Sie sich vor, Sie sitzen in der Leitwarte eines Großstadtwasserwerks mit, sagen wir mal, 250.000 Einwohnern. Sie wollen in nahezu Echtzeit wissen, wie der aktuelle Zustand Ihrer Anlage ist. Sie haben, sagen wir mal, 100 Tiefbrunnen, viele Wasserbehälter und wollen sehen, wie der Zustand ist. Über grafische Anzeigen am Bildschirm sehen Sie, was gerade aktuell passiert und können sofort aktiv in den Prozess eingreifen, Pumpen, Ventile, Anlageteile ein- und ausschalten. So, und mit welchem Siemens-Produkt Sie genau solche Aufgaben realisieren können, wollen wir Ihnen jetzt vorstellen.
Ja, danke Jürgen. Wir sehen schon, WinCC ist seit 25 Jahren das Standardprodukt, um genau diese SCADA-Aufgaben zu erledigen. Von der kleineren Leitwarte bis zum großen Kontrollstand, dort überall ist WinCC im Einsatz. Wir sehen einige Beispiele, von der Verpackung eines Schokoriegels bis zur Abfüllung von Softdrinks oder Bier. Von der Logistikanlage bis zum Versorgungssystem auf einem Kreuzfahrtschiff. Aber auch in Großanlagen, ein ganzes Stahlwerk, eine Kupfermine, Hunderte von Kränen in einigen der größten Containerhäfen der Welt. Überall dort geht es um die Aufgaben, den beteiligten Personen die Informationen, die sie brauchen, so schnell und so einfach zugänglich zu machen wie nur möglich. Und das können Sie mit WinCC tun. Dem Operator die Daten, die er braucht, um den Prozess zu überwachen und zu bedienen, zur Verfügung stellen. Dem Servicetechniker die Analysemöglichkeiten zu geben, um einen Fehler schnell zu finden und zu beheben. Der Qualitätssicherung, die die Reports der Daten braucht, um sicherzustellen, dass das, was produziert wurde, auch den Qualitätsanforderungen entspricht. All diese Aufgaben können Sie mit WinCC realisieren. Aber wie kommen wir jetzt von einem Standardprodukt zu einer individuellen Kundenlösung? Wie entstehen all diese Beispiele, die bei unseren Kunden diese Aufgaben erfüllen? Dafür haben wir ein großes Netzwerk an WinCC-Experten und Solution-Partnern. Und Jürgen, so einen haben wir heute hier.
Genau, um Ihnen ein konkretes Beispiel zu geben, wie die Zusammenarbeit mit Solution-Partnern funktioniert, freue ich mich sehr, Mike Hoffmann von Focus Automation hier auf die Bühne zu bitten.
Willkommen.
So, hallo Herr Gulzinger.
Nehmen Sie Platz.
Hallo Herr Gulzinger, hallo Herr Hagen. Erstmal von unserer Seite auch vielen Dank für die Einladung und die Chance, uns und unsere Projekte und die Lösungen, die wir mit Ihnen gemeinsam natürlich auch schon etabliert haben, hier auch vorzustellen.
Nee. So, Herr Hoffmann, wir arbeiten schon lange zusammen und haben bereits mehrere Anlagen zusammen als Referenzen gehabt, haben schon zusammen die SCADA Launch 2018 zusammen aufgebaut. Bitte erklären Sie unseren Zuschauern, was die Firma Focus so macht.
Ja, das ist relativ einfach erklärt. Die Firma Focus beschäftigt sich natürlich mit Automatisierung. Deswegen sind wir natürlich auch hier. Unser Leistungsspektrum ist da relativ einfach aufgebaut. Wir fangen an bei einfachen S7-Anwendungen, gehen dann natürlich weiter über komplette SCADA-Systeme bis zu einem vollständigen Leitsystem auf Basis von PCS7. Wir sind natürlich auch unterwegs mittlerweile in neuen Technologien, sprich Edge und MindSphere. Und aus aktuellem Anlass werden wir natürlich auch immer weiter in dem OT-Security-Bereich unterwegs sein. Das heißt OT-Security Consulting und Umsetzung im Bereich IEC 62443. Auch da sind wir unterwegs und haben eigene ausgebildete Leute. Wir sind seit etwa 2005 mittlerweile Solution Partner für Factory Automation und HMI. Später kam dann noch Mainz 4 und Edge dazu, PCS 7. Aktuell sind wir auch noch Partner für Industrie im Bereich Wasser und Abwasser. Genau. Zu Hause sind wir in verschiedensten Branchen. Wir fangen an bei Stahlwerken, Wasser, Abwasser, eigentlich in allen Branchen unterwegs, in denen man auch wirklich eine SPS und ein WinCC auch findet. Das heißt, wir haben an der Stelle sehr viele Anknüpfungspunkte. Ein paar Leuchtturmprojekte zu nennen wäre zum Beispiel, haben wir in Miami Beach den Porsche Design Tower ausgestattet, die gesamte Aufzugstechnik. Damit sind wir auch tatsächlich auf Pro7 bei Galileo zu sehen, das größte Parkhaus der Welt. Hier haben wir den ersten Aufzug gebaut, der, wo man inklusive Person sich auf sein Apartment fahren lassen kann. Ein großes Projekt, das wir auch gemeinsam als Referenz gestartet haben, war die ThyssenKrupp Stiel Edelstahl. Das heißt, wir haben in Duisburg im laufenden Betrieb ein Altsystem abgelöst. Das finden wir auch hinter uns an der Wand, unten in der Mitte der Screenshot, genau. Hier haben wir im laufenden Betrieb ein Altsystem, ein Fremdsystem ausgebaut und durch WinCC ersetzt, komplett im laufenden Betrieb. Wir sind auch unterwegs in der Pharma, zum Beispiel Fresenius ist ein Kunde von uns. Für Fresenius machen wir die komplette Schlauchbeutelabfüllung für Infusionsbeutel. Das Ganze machen wir auch weltweit. Und zu guter Letzt, auch das sehen wir hier gerade auf den Folien noch, oben links in der Ecke. Wir haben mit WinCC ein eigenes kleines Batch-System für kleinere und mittlere Chemiekunden entwickelt, das wir auch regelmäßig im Einsatz haben und auch als eigenes Produkt mit WinCC gemeinsam auf die Beine gestellt haben.
Perfekt. Oh. Vielen Dank für den Überblick. Was würden Sie sagen, welche Anforderungen sind für Sie und Ihre Kunden am wichtigsten, damit WinCC für die Zukunft gerüstet ist?
Gut, was wir natürlich bei WinCC immer brauchen, unsere Kunden planen natürlich sehr langfristig. Das heißt, das oberste Ziel ist eine Kontinuität. Wir brauchen natürlich Produkte, die aus der Vergangenheit auch in die Zukunft überführt werden können. Also sprich Abwärtskompatibilität, aber auch genauso dann natürlich die Aufwärtskompatibilität. Das ist das allergrößte Gut unserer Kunden, auf das wir Rücksicht nehmen wollen. Um das zu realisieren, ist natürlich die Grundlage weltweiter Support immer wichtig. Langfristige Verfügbarkeit, das heißt, ich brauche einen Ausblick, wie lange ist unser Produkt denn überhaupt noch verfügbar oder setze ich hier auf ein totes Pferd für unsere Kunden, das wollen wir alle nicht. Was in Zukunft immer wichtiger werden wird, ist das Thema Security, das heißt, wir haben Security by Default, das heißt, unsere Produkte müssen Verschlüsselungsmechanismen und Security-Mechanismen von Anfang an aus dem Bauch im Produkt unterstützen. Wichtig für den Kunden im Betrieb sind natürlich noch viele Diagnosemöglichkeiten aus dem Prozess und auch den Anlagen, um hier entsprechende Maintenance zu unterstützen. Modernes Look and Feel ist aber auch nett.
Das sind gute, wichtige Punkte, die Sie ansprechen. Das Erste, was Sie genannt haben, Fortsetzung dessen, was Sie heute schon haben, zur Planungssicherheit für Ihre Kunden. Das ist genau das, was wir mit WinCC V8 bieten wollen. Sie haben es schon hinter uns gesehen, die Geschichte mit WinCC geht weiter. Anfang nächsten Jahres geben wir die neue Version V8 frei und neben neuen Funktionen werden dort auch genau die Themen adressiert werden, die Sie auch angesprochen haben. Wie schaffen wir es, das System sicher zu machen? Es ist schon lange im Markt und trotzdem mit jeder Version setzen wir die Möglichkeiten fort, was brauchen wir an Sicherheitsmechanismen, neue Verschlüsselungstechnologien, aber auch die Software an sich auf dem aktuellen Stand zu halten. Da gehören auch unsere Betriebssystemkompatibilitäten, die Datenbank, all diese Punkte gehören da dazu und das wird in der neuen Version auch enthalten sein. Das heißt Unterstützung der neuesten Windows-Betriebssysteme, Kompatibilität auch zur neuen Version von Tierportal, damit auch dort das Zusammenspiel den Daten der PLC bis zur Visualisierung harmonisch ineinander übergeht. Ja, damit die Planungssicherheit. Es geht weiter mit WinCC für Sie, für Ihre Kunden. Darauf können Sie auch für die nächsten Jahre setzen.
Sehr gut.
So, welche neue Herausforderungen stellen Sie Ihre Kunden in diesen Projekten? Herr Hoffmann.
Wir haben eine Folie übersprungen. von unserer Kundenseite kommen natürlich immer wieder neue Herausforderungen auf uns zu. Wichtiges Thema ist das Thema Runtime-Konnektivität. Das heißt, unsere Automatisierungslandschaft wird immer heterogener. Das heißt, wir brauchen Konnektivität zu verschiedenen Plattformen. Einmal nach unten, natürlich in die Feldebene rein, aber auch genauso nach oben. Das heißt, wir reden über Edge-Systeme, wir reden Integration von ERP und Edge-Systemen und auch Cloud-Systemen. Das heißt, wir wachsen hier sehr nah in die IT mit rein. Das heißt, auch an dieser Stelle brauchen wir eine Konnektivität. Was auch immer wieder wichtiger wird und immer häufiger im Markt an uns herangetragen wird, ist die Verteilung der Arbeitsplätze. Das heißt, wir bewegen uns nicht mehr nur klassisch in einer Leitwarte, sondern wir haben natürlich auch noch externe Anwendungen, die auf die Anlagen draufschauen wollen. Das heißt, wir brauchen eine Möglichkeit, um von extern per Browser im Idealfall natürlich auf unsere Anlagen draufschauen zu können. Und das Ganze bitte für den Projekteur ohne Mehraufwendung.
Ja, das sind auch die Möglichkeiten, die Sie teilweise mit dem heutigen WinCC, aber auch natürlich nochmal mit zusätzlichen Funktionalitäten in der neuen Version haben. Das heißt, genau diese Zugriffsmöglichkeiten nach den unterschiedlichen Anforderungen, wie wir es vorhin in den Beispielen schon gesehen haben. Ein Multimonitor-System, um eine ganze Leitwarte auszustatten mit unseren WinCC-Standard-Clients, aber auch, wie Sie es angesprochen haben, der Bedarf von Mobilgeräten, von meinem Handy, von einem Tablet, mobil auf Daten zugreifen zu können. Der Servicetechniker, der in der Anlage unterwegs ist, braucht die Informationen vor Ort, wo liegen die Probleme, mit dem Prozess zu interagieren, Sachen ein- und ausschalten zu können, um Probleme zu lösen und zu finden. Aber eben auch die Daten weiterzugeben. Eine neue Funktion in der neuen Version wird zum Beispiel ein sehr leistungsfähiger REST, nicht nur Schnittstelle, sondern ein REST-Connector sein, also ein IT-Protokoll, mit dem Sie Daten an beliebige Applikationen im Web- und IT-Umfeld weitergeben können. Das heißt, WinCC sammelt die Daten aus der OT-Ebene und baut die Brücke, OT-to-IT-Integration, baut die Brücke, um diese Daten dann auch an IT-Applikationen weitergeben zu können. Das nur, um ein paar Beispiele zu nennen.
So, vielen Dank, Herr Hoffmann, für Ihr Kommen und für Ihre Insights. Diese Solution-Partnerschaft und die sehr gute Zusammenarbeit ist uns sehr, sehr wichtig. Wir freuen uns, für zukünftige Projekte mit Ihnen zusammen zu gestalten.
Vielen Dank. Auch wir freuen uns auf die weitere Zusammenarbeit.
Wir freuen uns, dass Sie das gemacht haben, dass Sie hierher gekommen sind, Herr Hoffmann, und uns mit Ihrem Wissen und Ihrer Begeisterung für unsere Produkte und die Lösungen, die wir anbieten, ja, ich sag mal, uns vorwärts bringen. Denn für uns ist es die beste Referenz, wenn ein Kunde kommt und sagt, ich bin echt zufrieden mit dem, was ihr macht und es macht Spaß, mit euch zu arbeiten.
Und das tut es immer weiter.
Genau. Ja. Und Herr Hoffmann wird auch noch bei uns am Stand sein. Sie finden uns gleich hier drüben. Die Kollegen stehen schon bereit und wir werden auch dort sein. Wenn Sie noch Fragen haben, einen ersten Blick auf das neue System werfen wollen, wie es aussieht, was es für Funktionen hat, kommen Sie gerne noch vorbei. Nutzen Sie die letzten 2 Stunden hier auf der Messe und schauen Sie sich's an. Und ansonsten gerne alle weiteren Informationen stellen wir Ihnen zur Verfügung mit dem Release der neuen Version.
Alles klar, wunderbar. Einen großen Applaus an euch. Schöne
Dankeschön.
weitere Projekte zusammen, gute Zusammenarbeit. Vielen Dank. Ja, liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, das war die letzte Session hier auf unserer Bühne auf Deutsch. And I'm switching over to English now. Ich wechsle jetzt wieder auf Englisch, denn jetzt bringen wir noch mal hier so die ganze Runde von unseren tollen Speakern, die wir die letzten 3 Tage über auf der Bühne hatten, hier on stage. And this is what I'm doing in English. And with this, Melissa is joining me on stage as well. She's been moderating here and being a runner reporter and being active. Melissa, how are you?
I'm feeling great. Was a real amazing experience here. And all I can say is this motto about making it real, it truly comes to life here. Because you're not just there looking at things, you're experiencing. And for me, that was the absolute amazing part of this entire 3 days.
Absolutely. And what would we be without our speakers? So we just sent an email to all of the speakers who have been joining us on stage here or at the station throughout the last 3 days Join us, you guys. Come on stage. I don't know who is still available to join us here. We're going to do a group picture. There is Rogerio, Oliver. Oh, the Italian base is here as well. Wonderful. Super. We have Emmanuel. This is so cool. Great. And I'm going to... Do we have a handheld microphone? Some can sit down on the sofa and some can go behind the sofa. So we're going to prepare for the group picture. Let's do that. Shala is here as well. This is cool. Do you want to go behind the sofa for the group picture? Thomas, Sander, awesome. Okay, all right, that is looking wonderful. We do have speakers. We have this. I'm going to squeeze in there. I'm going to give that so we pass it around. It's always good if Sebastian has one thing to say.
Christine, come and sit here.
No, I'm fine. I'm going to stand next to...
We have to be here. Sorry.
Okay, this is just a small selection of more than 100 speakers whom we have had here on stage whilst this SPS. So guys, how are you doing? Did you enjoy that? Was it cool? Thumbs up. That's the speakers, just some of them from SPS 2022. Woohoo. All right. And now I'm going to get the microphone and ask these guys how it was. Where is it?
All right. So let's go to you, Thomas. How about you? What did you think about this whole thing?
For me, it was a totally new experience, absolutely, and was a huge and great audience. For me, it was fantastic. The last 3 days was absolutely fantastic.
You still have your voice. You didn't talk enough to customers, I get.
So let's blue automation.
Yes.
let's pass it on to Philip.
Where's Philip?
Great being here and great organization. Thank you very much.
No, it's about, did you talk to customers? Did some of from after your presentation approach you?
No, sorry.
What? Okay, you guys need to talk to him. He's the robot guy. But I need to connect you to the Supata guys because I think you can develop some really good stuff. Magnus, there is always digital enterprise covered here.
Yes, it is all over the place. Everything you see is digital enterprise. And it's been great to be back after 1,000 days, I believe. And to have this digitalization piazza or plaza, I think has been totally cool. I have numerous talks, discussions, presentations, interviews, etc., etc. It's been great. It could have gone on for one more day.
No. Well, we do have 2 more days next week coming up.
Good point.
Tech days. And I need volunteers for next week to join us at the virtual tech days and bring some information and talk to our virtual guests joining in. So virtual tech days, this is the key word for you guys. Alex, your highlight.
Well, my highlight, it's been the first time having intralogistics here on stage, also at SPS. But as intralogistics becomes more and more interlinked also to manufacturing, it's about time to be here. And it's great to see that happening.
Okay.
Looking forward to coming back.
That's perfect. Shala came back after she was on stage at Hannover Messe. How was it for you, Shala?
It's always a pleasure to stay on the stage also and of course talking to customers. It's so much fun to be here, and we will also be here virtually actually next day. I have in the next week also presentation in the virtual tech days, but it's really great to talk to customers and here also on the stage. It was a pleasure for me, and my highlight was the stage presentation. I have to say that.
Yusuf was just on stage 20 minutes ago, Pulp and Paper.
Yes, that's right. I mean, after that, I still didn't have much chance to talk to the customers, so we can do that. For me, it was very first experience beyond stage on the fair. To combine this opportunity with lots of products we're having on the fair and meeting customers, even also from overseas. So that was really, really excellent, again, to stay in front of people, on real people and not on the screen.
That's right. And get the smiles and have not a virtual camera and you don't know what the reaction.
Yeah, you cannot feel the emotions virtually, so.
Sander.
Yes, so we're here connecting people. So I've been talking
5G.
about 5G a lot. So Magnus, you can't wait for this. This connects all your digital assets in the future. So, and there's still 2 hours to go, so come visit me at my shower of 5G. I'm just kidding. This is amazing to be here, seeing so many people, and I'd say we could have fit in one more day from my point of view. So next year, 5 days maybe for 5G.
Okay, if you volunteer for you to
So,
get it.
how many kilometers did you walk?
Actually, every day around about 9 to 10 kilometers. So
You measured it?
yeah, with the smartwatch. Yeah.
Seriously, Thomas is our tour guide. We have to say that. So he's
So-
doing the tours and taking you to the exhibit.
So maybe you were also on my tour. So we did a lot, and around about 1,000 people we guided over the booth. So I think this was a new record. But you saw that also. Maybe sorry also to you guys. I ask you sometimes some questions, but I want to have the best, the best performance for our customers. And it is so great to be here and see the faces from our customers. They were really happy. I think so. So thanks for all. And now it's your turn, right?
Hansi.
Oh, it's so exciting being back in reality here on the fair. And it's so exciting to be on the stage again. And thank you very much to get the opportunity, because we're the exotic one here, no? Thank you very much.
Cool. Michael, you feel exotic too?
Yeah, it was a great honor, a great pleasure to stay here, to speak on the stage, and fantastic booth. And we are already open for our DEX tours. You can book that also in the upcoming weeks. It was great, and also very, very thank you to all of preparing us for this. Was great. Thank you very much.
Michael. We have to unveil the DEX is the Digital Enterprise Experience Center in Erlangen. So you can actually walk in there and explore digitalization at its best.
And you know what is really cool? We have a photographer that also presented. His name is Ramin. Please join us and come and tell us what you're cool.
There he is.
Where's the mic? Here we go, Ramin. Come on. Tell us, what was your highlight
That was my side job here too. Take some pictures. Yeah.
The Ramin is the trusted traceability guy.
Absolutely. And thanks a lot also for having me on stage again. So hopefully looking forward on Hannover Fair. And I want to greet our development team in India, because they were all following what I was presenting here, and they're very excited that they can see also their product here live on stage.
Sure.
So thanks also to our development team over there.
That's great. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, because my talk was about gesture control.
Gesture and hand.
There are no words from my side anymore, just...
thumbs up. Okay, Andreas, that's cool.
Sebastian, I need to ask Sebastian something, because we've been highlighting the X Cube so many times. My heart has been pumping every time I went over to the X Cube. So come on, tell me, the greatest highlight, what makes your heart beat now?
You.
That's why he's sitting right next to me.
No, it's always exciting to talk about the new stuff, right? No, I'm blushing. Anyways, no, it's talking about the innovative stuff is on the one hand really cool, because you can talk whatever you want and everyone will just believe in it. Yeah, but then you have to deliver, right? And it was fun to see how customers react to Xcelerator, to get a first impression on what we intend to do there. How serious we are about the openness.
Absolutely.
Right, so that's a different language than we used to have at booths like this. So that was exciting, but it's also exhausting, and I'm actually quite happy. Coolest part still I have to mention is this awesome Siemens team that we always have here on the booth, especially you two, right?
So the whole team, that's it, what counts. This is why you guys are all up here on stage. Yeah.
Partnerships.
Exactly. Just keep on the microphone walking around.
Yes, so I'm kind of here presenting Matthias Oppelt. He's already again in customer meetings, but it was great today having the Xcelerator in an industry fair for the first time, getting our industry customers' feedback. It was great already making new connections, getting some customers into our collaborative programs. And yeah, very thank you also to Christina. She does great stage it was amazing as every year.
All of us are working together. The stage program is nothing without you guys.
That deserves a round of applause.
Emmanuel, you had fun. I could tell. You enjoyed being on stage yesterday on your topic.
That's right. Actually, I have to admit that was also one of my highlights, true, yeah. And the second highlight definitely is generally our booth, because every time I was wandering around on the fair and I came back to our booth, I was wondering like, oh, it's super crowded through all the time. So many people, I was just like, oh, can I pass, let me know? Yeah, hi. And so many customers, so many partners, so many colleagues, friends, like meeting them here, I really enjoyed.
Wonderful. Rogerio.
Yeah,
I was very excited for the stage presentation, and it was a very excited experience. And I was happy to give you some experience, but I learned a lot with all those guys here, which were doing things. So, and our motto to get OT and T integrated, get integrated with all those people here, it was amazing. Big thank you for you both, and big thank you for our booth staff that make the things then happening after we left the car here. So thank you very much. It was very nice.
Very, very welcome. And I'm giving the thank you now to Massimiliano and Christian from Italy, from Siemens in Milan, because they brought a highlight to our booth, the Supata machine.
Oh, wow.
So how was it for you joining in here into the German colleagues crowd? Did they treat you well?
Absolutely. It was fantastic. Starting from the presentation with two angels, you are always fine in presenting. You know that it goes in the right direction in any case. About these days was wonderful because I feel very good because there was a lot of contamination, of connection, of ideas are coming. And that was a huge journey inside technology. So, and that's what we want to promote. With the openness that is challenging, but always the driver for the future of our company, I think.
And that's perfect. I think, Christian, this whole thing with Supata started at SPS some years ago, correct?
Correct. I remember when Franco asked me, I really would like to have a machine to Siemens. We start to think, and then we know what's happened in the last 2 years, but now we realize that was much more exciting than we expected. It was also exciting the interaction that we did with the speech and going to see in practice what we have done. So thank you for the opportunity.
Sure. Have you met new customers, and you can come then again next year with a new machine? We hope for it. Okay, who was not speaking yet? Oliver, I think, with standardization.
Yeah, right. This was a terrific fair with beautiful customers and talks here at the booth. But my favorite actually was to have our customers here on stage, to tell our customers here on the fair how they profit from Siemens components and solutions. That was great.
Mm-hmm. Great. Christian and Leo Luca, they are still open to comment on how they felt this early morning on their presentation.
Yeah, for me it was also a very great presentation, also for the great preparation, thank you. And also to showcase a real customer use case to the audience.
It's getting hot in here.
And yeah, it was great, thanks.
Wonderful. Leo Luca?
Yeah, I have to say, for me it was the first SPS fair, and I think it's amazing, like the traction with the customer, the amount of people that are going around, the amount of colleagues, and like how diverse is Siemens in general. So you talk with the guys and it's like, yeah, what do you do? And it's always like a discovery also inside the company. And that's, yeah, I think that's what makes it extremely interesting and inspiring.
This is wonderful. I think now we've been talking a lot about that we've been on stage, but there is so much more at this booth, and we had explored so many happy customers standing around our exhibits. Melissa, you've been around at the booth more often, so what was your feeling? Did the customers and visitors here take the advantage of being at the machine?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, and I mean, we also experienced at some of the stations that there were people while we were trying to doing the reporting sessions. So it was always full. There was always crowds around each and every one of the different stations and use cases. It was incredible to see that the questions were actually running through my ears as well. And I would love to have also asked some of those as well live, but we had a rough plan, I would say. So yeah, absolutely. But all in all, this is like not even half, right, of all the presenters we had. They are all spotted around here with Florine and the partner ecosystem, the collaboration and working together and just partnering up. That was really something that lies in my heart for this entire journey that lies ahead.
Great delegation from Southeast Asia who were here on stage twice. You had the panel on Siemens Financial Solutions topics. Right. So we had a lot of topics. The good thing is if you missed one of them and if you say, oh, this sounds cool, this guy is cool, I want to see him presenting, you have the chance to either go on YouTube and watch day 1 day 2, or day 3. We will be there forever in your hearts and in the program to watch it.
How scary is that?
Just putting pressure on. Okay, I would say we go on a last final trip across the booth. You can chime in and we do the parade, as Sander was mentioning that before. We cover a few of our great exhibits, bring that one more time to our viewers here, and then I think we just go and have a fun ride in the fun car.
Yeah, that's
what I've been waiting for all time.
Wow.
Wanna join us all?
Yeah,
okay.
let's
From
do
my
this.
side, big thank you to you guys. You've been amazing, really. And also the technicians, the team which stands behind this. This is not just the speakers on stage. The speakers get the voice actually by those guys who are taking care that the slides are there, that the videos are there, that the connections are stable, that they look nice and shiny, that they have the microphone set. So thank you for that. Backstage, we never see them, but they are there and we appreciate it that they were there. So big up applause for the backstage team. We love you.
Totally, for making this actually happen.
So now we go on a cruise on the booth. There they are. And by the way,
there are our guys.
This is the eyes of the viewers, and Christian and Werner are always taking us on a trip. I'm going to do the Supata machine, and then I'm going to hand it over to you, right?
Alrighty.
Christian, maybe you want to come and there is Vincenzo. Vincenzo, I mean, you've been here in the eye of the storm. How did you enjoy it at the machine? This is the famous Supata machine.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you happy?
Exactly. I'm really happy at the moment, actually, also because I see a lot of people that is coming and said, I don't need you because I know everything about Supata, and it was like crazy, you know? So thank you so much, Christine, also for that.
Sure. You're very, very welcome, and I'm glad you enjoyed your time here in Nuremberg at the fair. Super. There will be more activities coming. So, Melissa, why don't you join me? We're moving on. So, how many kilometers did you do at the booth?
37,000. I checked it up. No, 37,000 steps.
Okay. As a matter of fact, what kept us alive during the day, and you might wonder why Melissa got so much energy, we have a wonderful coffee machine here. And this was the longest line at the fair, probably, from the morning until the late afternoon. Nice espresso, close to the Italians, of course. Wonder why? Right. We know.
Yeah, I do drink coffee and I do love coffee. So let's move over. Christine, come with me. Just in case, you know me, I'm very lost in this place. Let's go check out the machine one more time. This is the motion control system that she's been talking about, production performance and reliability. This is the real stuff. And we are looking for, let's see if our colleagues are there. All right. Sebastian. Oh, Axel.
Mr. Motion. That's Mr. Motion, Axel. How was it for you? You were on stage yesterday. How is it now? Did a lot of people come and talk to you?
It was full. It was really packed, and so happy that so many people shared us and visited us here on the booth. Very nice.
And you're happy with your exhibit? It's working well?
It's still working. No failures. Yeah? No accidents happen. Very good. Excellent.
Okay, super. So I see you're still in talks with customers. We'll leave you there. Do your job. Few more minutes until the fair closes.
Shall we move to the arm?
That's the crystal ball.
Look at this. Are you looking into the future already?
We're looking into the future right now.
How many visitors did you have?
I think you did pretty much. I would say at least, 30.
Wow, and that's a lot. So I think if you look into next year's, what do you think you're going to get in total? How many visitors are we going to get in the crystal ball there?
I mean, I was talking just to someone. There's nonstop, at least another 30, I would say.
Okay, so we'll move on.
And here is the motor on fire, or what is happening here? You tell me more.
This is our explosion-proof motor, and the fog is representing the explosive atmosphere around.
Explosive atmosphere. I have Melissa next to me.
It's getting steamy.
No, actually, do you know where we were talking about with the machine, where we wanted to show on stage the live feed? Actually, we missed that yesterday.
Right.
Exactly. So we're gonna do here, reducing risk and OPEX in water treatment solution. So who wants to tell us more about this thing here?
Come on, here we go.
Now this is your chance for 5 minutes of fame.
Okay, so
5 seconds, no, 5 minutes. Okay, so here you can see our condition monitoring system, SIMATIC Connect 400, together with our CMS 1200. It's going about condition monitoring systems. They are taking care about the condition of almost everything what is somehow producing the vibrations. SIMATIC is taking care about the vibration and temperature data coming from the LV motor, low voltage motors. And the CMS 1200 system is gathering data from up to 4 vibration sensors and 1 speed sensor. Yeah.
You had a lot of happy customers here and informed them. Thank you so much. Great information.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we are browsing around. As you can see, the booth is still crowded. Lots of people, lots of talks, lots of nice exhibits. This is really cool.
Let's have a look. Right now, we're having a live demonstration, and Christopher is right here. So let's check what he's actually doing. Where is Christopher?
I'm here.
Oh, but hold on. Yeah, please, can you do it? Okay, so what is he doing right now?
He's just talking to some important customers right now. So I can also present it to you.
What is he telling him? What's so special?
It's so special because we can pick any unknown objects. Our AI is able to make one robot a smart robot just with the software to be able to do the piece picking and placing automatically.
Now that sounds like a solution that is definitely going to work for us.
Yes, there are 3.7 million people in the world that just do this piece picking, and we have a solution to automate it now.
Oh, that's magnificent. Thanks for sharing that with us. Let's move over to the next booth and see what we can find here. Sustainability and energy efficiency. Hey, who do we have here? Who wants to explain us what's going on here? They're all so busy. Look. Hey, Helmut. Come on, tell us. What is so exciting here? Tell us, how are we going to make this work for the future in a sustainable way with this solution?
Well, of course, we are saving energy by generating transparency and therefore know also where the energy is wasted. Of course, to save energy is sustainability. That's what we're doing here.
All right, so it's always about data, right? So we need the data here. So what am I actually looking at exactly?
Well, these are energy meters that are counting energy consumptions. You get transparency about your consumption and your waste. And you can do something about wasting it by integrating these meters and this data into the system to analyze the data then.
Wow, that sounds pretty impressive. Let's move over to Christine. Let's see what you're looking at.
I'm looking at Jan because he's the one to tell us now what this beast here is capable of.
Yeah, this beast, as you said, this is our most efficient motor, i5. You can see immediately that we are talking about the reluctance motors in cooperation with the optimized converter G120 to show our customers what is the way how to save more energy in their application.
What are the facts? How much energy can we save?
In cooperation with the highest efficient motor, with the drive, we are talking about up to 30% of the energy, which is really huge saving potential for the customers.
So how many of them did you sell?
A lot of them.
Okay, good, fair point. Well done.
Let me run over to Helmut. He's got a big motor. This is Heinz. This is Heinz. You with the motor. So tell us, what does this motor do and what's the replication here of the plants?
Okay. So that's a cast iron motor. It's an IE4. IE4 is the highest energy efficiency which we have. So we are ready for IE4, which is getting mandatory next year in July. And here you see an application. This one is a pump, for example. So that is really this motor driving this pump in highest energy efficiency. And what we have here also is a digital solution. So we have also the health monitoring. It's like, let's say, like your fitness tracker watch which you have. So it's quite easy that you know, well, what is the condition of the motor by itself. And you might wonder, why is this motor standing on this nice flower metal? Because it's high energy efficient. And with the high energy efficiency, you can reduce the energy amount which you need. And in addition, you can also reduce the carbon footprint. And I think, of course, both is good for the nature.
From a percent point of view, how much?
It depends. Up to, for the motor by itself, 6%. And if you go for motor and drive together, up to 30%. And if you optimize the complete system, considering also the pump, then up to 60%. So it's big savings potentials which we can offer with motors and drives together.
That sounds like accelerating it, huh? Here we go. Thank you.
All right, and we move on to our next exhibit, the vertical farming. I call it the Caipirinha station or Mojito. So I'm here with Andre. Andre, what do we see here? Can you explain what we are exhibiting?
Yeah, of course. So what you can see here is an example how we can use the Siemens technology in order to build and control a vertical farm or a greenhouse in general. But we see a lot of technology here, like a standard Siemens portfolio, like the Siemens PLC. We have a DALI protocol, we have a DALI module, of course. We have industrial edge there, and here what you can see here, this is a WinCC Unified Edge on Edge. This is one of our new applications that we are here promoting, and here you can really control the PLC directly from the edge device, which is like one of our really nice features. We have also here, we have a lot of alarms here that we can generate, and then we have also another application called Notifier. And this application, it has a lot of notification, which could be interesting for the operator of the greenhouse. So let's say that the CO2 level here, let's say it goes red, then you will receive a notification on your mobile phone or on your tablet or whatever a smart device that you have, and then you know you need to do something about it. Yeah, you're notified, and that's, I would say, is digitalization.
All right, thank you so much, Andre. You have 2 more hours to present all that to our customers still here, really buzzing at the booth. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on. Where is my lovely colleague, Melissa? She already took place in the car. I can't believe it. She's already on her ride in the fun car. This was the eye of the storm. We have the X Cube for our Xcelerator over there. So you see still a lot of people talking, exploring the Siemens Fair booth. We have e-charging here. René, you were presenting yesterday. Yes. So was the contract signed, which you mentioned? This is our wonderful charging station. You're still happy? I think you're charging and get your energy here as well, because you're still full in motion. That's cool. All right. So, and you know what? We have Melissa already in the fun car, in the Simrod, highly simulated everything what's there. And check her out. I think I'm going to join her for a ride now. So let me first get in. Melissa, you know where you're driving to? Huh? Oh, you're in the
desert right now.
You're in the desert. Okay, you better make sure that we're staying on track. I think we're on the road for Hanover. Pretty sure.
Hold on tight,
okay, we buckle up. I'm gonna say bye-bye. It was so much fun with you guys. We'll be back. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Good morning from the SPS.
Transform your business.
Reduce time to market.
Worldwide new.
You can do it from anywhere.
A digital enterprise.
Great.
For more sustainable. Standardization.
Smart maintenance.
Accelerate the OT-IT integration in an easy, open and flexible way, and it needs to be sustainable.
Innovation spirit.
Tailor-made for the needs.
SPS 22. We are so excited.
Impressive to see how big the booth is, how clear the booth is, how passionate people are.